Brought to you by Penguin.
Night Watch by Terry Pratchett. Read by John Coleshaw, with Bill Nye and Peter Serafinovich. Sam Vimes sighed when he heard the scream, but he finished shaving before he did anything about it. Then he put his jacket on and strolled out into the wonderful late spring morning. Birds sang in the trees. Bees buzzed in the blossom. The sky was hazy, though, and thunderheads on the horizon threatened rain later. But for now, the air was hot and heavy. And in the old cesspit, behind the gardener's shed, a young man was treading water. Well, treading, anyway. Vimes stood back a little way and lit a cigar. It probably wouldn't be a good idea to employ a naked flame any nearer to the pit. The fall from the shed roof had broken the crust. "Good morning," he said cheerfully.
"Good morning, Your Grace,"
said the industrious treadler. The voice was higher-pitched than Vimes expected, and he realized that, most unusually, the young man in the pit was in fact a young woman. It wasn't entirely unexpected. The Assassin's Guild was aware that women were at least equal to their brothers when it came to inventive killing, but it nevertheless changed the situation somewhat. "I don't believe we've met," said Vimes. "Although, I see you know who I am. You are?"
"Wiggs, sir,"
said the swimmer.
"Jocasta Wiggs. Honour to meet you, Your Grace."
"Wiggs, eh?" said Vimes. "Famous family in the guild. Sir will do, by the way. I think I once broke your father's leg."
"Yes, sir. He asked to be remembered to you,"
said Jocasta. "You're a bit young to be sent on this contract, aren't you?" said Vimes.
"Not a contract, sir,"
said Jocasta, still paddling. "Come now, Miss Wiggs. The price on my head is at least—"
"The Guild Council put it in abeyance, sir,"
said the dogged swimmer.
"You're off the register. They're not accepting contracts on you at present."
"Good grief. Why not?"
"Couldn't say, sir,"
said Miss Wiggs. Her patient struggles had brought her to the edge of the pit, and now she was finding that the brickwork was in very good repair, quite slippery, and offered no handholds. Vimes knew this, because he'd spent several hours one afternoon carefully arranging that this should be so. "So, why were you sent, then?"
"Miss Band sent me as an exercise,"
said Jocasta.
"I say, these bricks really are jolly tricky, aren't they?"
"Yes," said Vimes. "They are. Have you been rude to Miss Band lately? Upset her in any way?"
"Oh, no, Your Grace. But she did say, I was getting overconfident and I would benefit from some advanced field work.
No, I see. Vimes tried to recall Miss Alice Band, one of the Assassin Guild's stricter teachers. She was, he'd heard, very hot on practical lessons. "So, she sent you to kill me then," he said.
No, sir, it's an exercise. I don't even have any crossbow bolts. I just had to find a spot where I could get you in my sights and then report back.
"She'd believe you?"
Of course, sir,
said Jocasta, looking rather hurt.
Guild honour, sir.
Vimes took a deep breath. "You see, Miss Wiggs, quite a few of your chums have tried to kill me at home in recent years. As you might expect, I take a dim view of this."
Easy to see why, sir,
said Jocasta, in the voice of one who knows that their only hope of escaping from their present predicament is reliant on the goodwill of another person, who has no pressing reason to have any. "So you'd be amazed at the booby traps there are around the place," Vimes went on. "Some of them are pretty cunning, even if I say it myself."
I certainly never expected the tiles on the shed to shift like that, sir.
"They're on greased rails," said Vimes.
Well done, sir.
"And quite a few of the traps drop you into something deadly," said Vimes.
Lucky for me that I fell into this one, eh, sir?
"Oh, that one's deadly too," said Vimes. "Eventually deadly." He sighed. He really wanted to discourage this sort of thing. But they put him off the register. It wasn't that he liked being shot at by hooded figures in the temporary employ of his many and varied enemies, but he'd always looked at it as some kind of vote of confidence. It showed that he was annoying the rich and arrogant people who ought to be annoyed. Besides, the Assassin's Guild was easy to outwit. They had strict rules, which they followed quite honourably, and this was fine by Vimes, who, in certain practical areas, had no rules whatsoever. Off the register, eh? The only other person not on it any more, it was rumoured, was Lord Vetinari, the patrician. The assassins understood the political game in the city better than anyone. And if they took you off the register, it was because they felt your departure would not only spoil the game, but also smash the board.
I'd be jolly grateful if you could pull me out, sir,
said Jocasta. What? Oh, yes, sir. Sorry, got clean clothes on, said Vimes. But when I get back to the house, I'll tell the butler to come down here with a ladder. How about that?
Thank you very much, sir. Nice to have met you, sir.
Vimes strolled back to the house. Off the register. Was he allowed to appeal? Perhaps they thought. The scent rolled over him. He looked up. Overhead, a lilac tree was in bloom. He stared. Damn, damn, damn! Every year he forgot. Well, no, he never forgot. He just put the memories away, like old silverware that you didn't want to tarnish. And every year they came back, sharp and sparkling, and stabbed him in the heart. And today of all days. He reached up, and his hand trembled as he grasped a bloom and gently broke the stem. He sniffed at it. He stood for a moment, staring at nothing. And then he carried the sprig of lilac carefully back up to his dressing room. Willikins had prepared the official uniform for today. Sam Vimes stared at it blankly, and then remembered. Watch committee, right? The battered old breastplate wouldn't do, would it? Not for his grace, the Duke of Ankh, commander of the City Watch, Sir Samuel Vimes. Lord Vetinari had been very definite about that. Blast it. Blast it all the more, because unfortunately Sam Vimes could see the point. He hated the official uniform. but he represented a bit more than just himself these days. Sam Vimes had been able to turn up for meetings with grubby armour, and even Sir Samuel Vimes could generally contrive to find a way to stay in street uniform at all times. But a duke... well, a duke needed a bit of polish. A duke couldn't have the arse hanging out of his trousers when meeting foreign diplomats. Actually, even plain old Sam Vimes never had the arse hanging out of his trousers either. But no one would have actually started a war if he had. The plain old Sam Vimes had fought back. He got rid of most of the plumes and the stupid tights, and ended up with a dress uniform that at least looked as though its owner was male. But the helmet had gold decoration, and the bespoke armourers had made a new, gleaming breastplate with useless gold ornamentation on it. Sam Vimes felt like a class traitor every time he wore it. He hated being thought of as one of those people that wore stupid ornamental armour. It was guilt by association. He twirled the sprig of lilac in his fingers and smelled again the heady smell. Yes, it hadn't always been like this. Someone had just spoken to him. He looked up. "What?" he barked.
"I inquired if her ladyship is well, your grace," said the butler, looking startled. "Are you feeling all right, your grace?"
"What? Oh, yes. No, I'm fine. So is her ladyship. Yes, thank you. I popped in before I went outside. Mrs. Content is with her. She says it won't be for a while."
"I have advised the kitchen to have plenty of hot water ready, your grace, nevertheless,"
said Willikins, helping Vimes on with the guilty breastplate. "Yes. Why did they need all that water, do you think?"
"I couldn't say, your grace," said Willikins. "Probably best not to inquire."
Vimes nodded. Sybil had already made it quite clear, with gentle tact, that he was not required on this particular case. It had been, he had to admit, a bit of a relief. He handed Willikins the sprig of lilac. The butler took it without comment, inserted it into a little silver tube of water that would keep it fresh for hours, and fixed it onto one of the breastplate straps.
"Time moves on, doesn't it, your grace?"
he said, dusting him down with a small brush. Vimes took out his watch. "It certainly does. Look, I'll drop in at the yard on my way to the palace, sign what needs signing, and I'll be back as soon as possible, all right?" Willikins gave him a look of almost unbutlery concern.
"I'm sure her ladyship will be fine, your grace," he said. "Of course she is not
"Young?" said Vimes.
I would say she is richer in years than many other primi-gravidae," said Willikins smoothly. "But she is a well-built lady, if you don't mind me saying so, and her family have traditionally had very little trouble in the childbirth department."
"Primi what?"
"New mothers, your grace. I'm sure her ladyship would much rather know that you were running after miscreants than wearing a hole in the library carpet."
"I expect you're right, Willikins. Oh, yes, there's a young lady dog-paddling in the old cesspit, Willikins."
"Very good, your grace. I shall send the kitchen boy down there with a ladder directly. And a message to the Assassins' Guild?"
"Good idea. She'll need clean clothes and a bath."
"I think perhaps the hose in the old scullery might be more appropriate, your grace. To start with, at least."
"Good point. See to it. Now I must be off." In the crowded main office of the Pseudopolis Yard watch house, Sergeant Colon absent-mindedly adjusted the sprig of lilac that he'd stuck into his helmet like a plume.
"They go very strange, Nobby,"
he said, leafing listlessly through the morning's paperwork.
"It's a copper thing. Happened to me when I had kids. You get tough."
"What do you mean, tough?" said Corporal Nobbs. Possibly the best living demonstration that there was, some smooth evolution between humans and animals.
"Well," said Colon, leaning back in his chair, "it's like, well, when you're our age."
He looked at Nobby and hesitated. Nobby had been giving his age as probably 34 for years. The Nobbs family were not good at keeping count.
"I mean, when a man reaches a certain age,"
he tried again,
"he knows the world is never going to be perfect. He's got used to it being a bit
manky," Nobby suggested. Tucked behind his ear, in the place usually reserved for his cigarette, was another wilting lilac flower.
"Exactly," said Colon. "Like it's never going to be perfect, so you just do the best you can, right? But when there's a kid on the way, well, suddenly a man sees it different. He thinks, my kid's going to have to grow up in this mess. Time to clean it up. Time to make it a better world." He gets a bit keen, full of ginger. When he hears about strong in the arm, it's going to be very hot around here for... Morning, Mr. Vimes."
"Talking about me, eh?" said Vimes, striding past them as they jerked to attention. He had not in fact heard any of the conversation, but Sergeant Colon's face could be read like a book, and Vimes had learned it by heart years ago.
"Just wondering if the happy event,"
Colon began, trailing after Vimes as he took the stairs 2 at a time. "It hasn't," said Vimes shortly. He pushed open the door to his office. "Morning, Carrot." Captain Carrot sprang to his feet and saluted.
"Morning, sir. Has Lady—"
"No, Carrot, she has not. What's been happening overnight?" Carrot's gaze went to the sprig of lilac and back to Vimes's face.
"Nothing good, sir," he said. "Another officer killed."
Vimes stopped dead.
"Who?"
he demanded.
"Sergeant Strong in the arm, sir. Killed in Treacle Mine Road. Carcer again."
Vimes glanced at his watch. They had 10 minutes to get to the palace. But time suddenly wasn't important anymore. He sat down at his desk. Witnesses.
3 this time, sir."
That many?
"Old dwarfs. Strong in the arm wasn't even on duty, sir. He'd signed off and was picking up a rat pie and chips from a shop and walked out straight into Carcer. The devil stabbed him in the neck and ran for it. He must have thought we'd found him. We've been looking for the man for weeks. And he bumped into poor old Strong in the arm when all the dwarf was thinking of was his breakfast. Is Angler on the trail?" "Up to a point, sir," said Carrot awkwardly.
"Why only up to a point?"
Well, we assume it was Carcer, dropped an aniseed bomb in Sato Square. Almost pure oil."
Vimes sighed. It was amazing how people adapted. The watch had a werewolf. That news had got around, in an underground kind of way. And so the criminals had evolved to survive in a society where the law had a very sensitive nose. Scent bombs were the solution. They didn't have to be that dramatic. You just dropped a little flask of pure peppermint or aniseed in the street, where a lot of people would walk over it. And suddenly, Sergeant Angler was facing 100, 1,000 criss-crossing trails, and went to bed with a terrible headache. He listened glumly as Carrot reported on men brought off leave or put on double shift, on informers pumped, pigeons stooled, Grasses rustled, fingers held to the wind, ears put on the street. And he knew how little it all added up to. They still had fewer than 100 men in the watch. And that was including the canteen lady. There were 1 million people in the city, and 1 billion places to hide. Ankh-Morpork was built of bolt holes. Besides, Carcer was a nightmare. Vimes was used to the other kinds of nut jobs. The ones that acted quite normally, right up to the point where they hauled off and smashed someone with a poker for blowing their nose noisily. But Carcer was different. He was in 2 minds. But instead of them being in conflict, they were in competition. He had a demon on both shoulders, urging one another on. And yet he smiled all the time, in a cheerful, chirpy sort of way. And he acted like the kind of rascal who made a dodgy living selling gold watches that go green after a week. And he appeared to be convinced, utterly convinced, that he never did anything really wrong. He'd stand there amid the carnage, blood on his hands, and stolen jewellery in his pocket, and with an expression of injured innocence declare,
Me? What did I do?
And it was believable, right up until you looked hard into those cheeky, smiling eyes, and saw, deep down, the demons looking back. But you mustn't spend too much time looking at those eyes, because that'd mean you'd taken your eyes off his hands. And by now one of them held a knife. It was hard for the average copper to deal with people like that. They expected people, when heavily outnumbered, to give in or try to deal or at least just stop moving. They didn't expect people to kill for a $5 watch. $100 watch. Now that'd be different. This was Ankh-Morpork after all. "Was Strong in the Arm married?" he said. "No, sir. Lived in New Cobblers with his parents." Parents, thought Vimes. That made it worse. "Anyone been to tell them?" he asked. "And don't say it was Nobby. We don't want any repeat of that bet you a dollar you're the widow Jackson nonsense." "I went, sir, as soon as we got the news." "Thank you." "They took it badly?" "They took it solemnly, sir." Vimes groaned. He could imagine the expressions. "I'll write them the official letter," he said, pulling open his desk. "Get someone to take it round, will you? And say I'll be over later. Perhaps this isn't the time to—" No, hold on, they were dwarfs. Dwarfs weren't bashful about money. Forget that. Say we'll have all the details of his pension and so on. Died on duty too. Well, near enough. That's extra. It all adds up. He rummaged in his cupboards. "Where's his file?" "Here, sir," said Carrot, handing it over smoothly. "We are due at the palace at 10, sir. Watch committee. But I'm sure they'll understand," he added, seeing Vimes's face. "I'll go and clean out Strong in the Arms locker, sir. And I expect the lads will have a whip round for flowers and everything." Vimes pondered over a sheet of headed paper after the captain had gone. A file. He had to refer to a damn file. But there were so many coppers these days. A whip round for flowers. And a coffin. You look after your own. Sergeant Dickens had said that. A long time ago. He wasn't good with words. Least of all ones written down. But after a few glances at the file to refresh his memory, he wrote down the best he could think of. And they were all good words, and, more or less, they were the right ones. But in truth, Strong in the Arm was just a decent dwarf who'd been paid to be a copper. He joined up because these days joining the watch was quite a good choice of career. The pay wasn't bad, there was a worthwhile pension, there was a wonderful medical scheme. If you had the nerve to submit to Igor's ministrations in the cellar and, after a year or so, an Ankh-Morpork trained copper could leave the city and get a job in the watches of the other cities on the plain with instant promotion. That was happening all the time. Sammies, they were called, even in towns that had never heard of Sam Vimes. He was just a little proud of that. Sammies meant watchmen who could think without their lips moving, who didn't take bribes, much, and then only at the level of beer and donuts, which even Vimes recognised as the grease that helps the wheels run smoothly, and were, on the whole, trustworthy. For a given value of trust, at least. The sound of running feet indicated that Sergeant Detritus was bringing some of the latest trainees back from their morning run. He could hear the Jody Detritus had taught them. Somehow you could tell it was made up by a troll.
Now we sing this stupid song, sing it as we run along. Why we sing this we don't know, we can't make the words rhyme properly. Sound off, 1, 2, sound off, many, lots, sound off, what?
It still irked Vimes that the little training school in the old lemonade factory was turning out so many coppers who quit the city the moment their probation was up. But it had its advantages. There were Sammies almost as far as Uberwald now, all speeding up the local promotion ladder. It helped knowing names, and knowing that those names had been taught to salute him. The ebb and flow of politics often meant that the local rulers weren't talking to one another. But via the semaphore towers, the Sammies talked all the time. He realised he was humming a different song under his breath. It was a tune he'd forgotten for years. It went with the lilac, scent and song together. He stopped, feeling guilty. He was finishing the letter when there was a knock at the door. "Nearly done," he shouted. "It's me, sir," said Constable Igor, pushing his head round the door, and then he added, "Igor, sir." "Yes, Igor," said Vimes, wondering not for the first time why anyone with stitches all round his head needed to tell anyone who he was.
The Igor employed by the watch as forensic specialist and medical aid was quite young, insofar as you could tell with an Igor, since useful limbs and other organs were passed on among Igors as others might hand on a pocket watch, and very modern in his thinking. He had a DA haircut with extended quiff, wore crepe soles, and sometimes forgot to lisp.
"I would just like to say, sir, that I have got young Strong in the arm back on his feet, sir,"
said Igor, a shade reproachfully. Vimes sighed. Igor's face was full of concern, tinged with disappointment. He had been prevented from plying his craft. He was naturally disappointed. "We've been through this, Igor. It's not like sewing a leg back on, and dwarfs are dead set against that sort of thing."
"There's nothing supernatural about it, sir. I am a man of natural philosophy, and he was still warm when they brought him in."
"Those are the rules, Igor. Thanks all the same. We know your heart is in the right place."
"They are in the right places, sir,"
said Igor reproachfully. "That's what I meant," Vimes said, without missing a beat, just as Igor never did.
"Oh, very well, sir,"
said Igor, giving up. He paused and then said,
"How is her ladyship, sir?"
Vimes had been expecting this. It was a terrible thing for a mind to do. But his had already presented him with the idea of Igor and Sybil in the same sentence. Not that he disliked Igor, quite the reverse. There were watchmen walking around the streets right now who wouldn't have legs if it wasn't for Igor's genius with a needle. But, "Fine. She's fine," he said abruptly.
"Only I heard that Mrs. Content was a bit
Igor, there are some areas where... Look, do you know anything about women and babies?"
Not in so many words, sir, but I find that once I've got someone on the slab and had a good, rummage around, I can sort out most things."
Vimes's imagination actually shut down at this point. "Thank you, Igor," he managed, without his voice trembling. but Mrs. Content is a very experienced midwife."
"Just as you say, sir,"
said Igor, but doubt rode on the words. "And now I've got to go," said Vimes. "It's going to be a long day." He ran down the stairs, tossed the letter to Sergeant Colon, nodded to Carrot, and they set off at a fast walk for the palace. After the door had shut, one of the watchmen looked up from the desk where he'd been wrestling with the report and the effort of writing down, as policemen do, what ought to have happened.
"Sarge?"
"Yes, Corporal Ping."
"Why are some of you wearing purple flowers, Sarge?"
There was a subtle change in the atmosphere, a suction of sound caused by many pairs of ears listening intently. All the officers in the room had stopped writing.
"I mean, I saw you and Reg and Nobby wearing them this time last year, and I wondered if we were all supposed to."
Ping faltered. Sergeant Colon's normally amiable eyes had narrowed, and the message they were sending was, "You're on thin ice, lad, and it's starting to creak."
"I mean, my landlady's got a garden, and I could easily go and cut up—"
Ping went on, in an uncharacteristic attempt at suicide. "You'd wear the lilac today, would you?" said Colon quietly.
"I just meant that if you wanted me to, I could go and—"
"Were you there?" said Colon, getting to his feet so fast that his chair fell over. "Steady, Fred," murmured Nobby.
"I didn't mean—"
Ping began.
"I mean, was I where, Sarge?"
Colon leaned on the desk, bringing his round red face an inch away from Ping's nose. "If you don't know where there was, you weren't there," he said, in the same quiet voice. He stood up straight again. "Now me and Nobby has got a job to do," he said. "At ease, Ping. We are going out." This was not being a good day for Corporal Ping. "Yes," said Colon.
Standing orders, Sarge. You're the ranking officer, you see, and I'm orderly officer for the day. I wouldn't ask otherwise, but if you're going out, Sarge, you've got to tell me where you're going, just in case anyone has to contact you. See? I got to write it down in the book, in pen and everything," he added.
"You know what day it is, Ping?" said Colon.
25th of May, Sarge."
"And you know what that means, Ping?" "It means," said Nobby, "that anyone important enough to ask where we're going knows where we've gone," said Fred Colon. The door slammed behind them. The Cemetery of Small Gods was for the people who didn't know what happened next. They didn't know what they believed in, or if there was life after death, and, often, they didn't know what hit them. They'd gone through life being amiably uncertain, until the ultimate certainty had claimed them at the last. Among the city's bone orchards, the cemetery was the equivalent of the drawer marked Misk, where people were interred in the glorious expectation of nothing very much. Most of the watch got buried there. Policemen, after a few years, found it hard enough to believe in people, let alone anyone they couldn't see. For once, it wasn't raining. The breeze shook the sooty poplars around the wall, making them rustle. "We ought to have brought some flowers," said Colon, as they made their way through the long grass. "I could dig a few off some of the fresh graves, Sarge," Nobby volunteered. "Not the kind of thing I want to hear you saying at this time, Nobby," said Colon severely. "Sorry, Sarge. At a time like this, a man ought to be thinking of his immortal soul, vis-a-vis the endless, mighty river that is history. I should do that if I was you, Nobby." "Right, Sarge. Will do. I see someone's doing it already, Sarge." Up against one wall, lilac trees were growing. That is, at some point in the past a lilac had been planted there, and had given rise, as lilac will, to hundreds of whippy suckers, so that what had once been one stem was now a thicket. Every branch was covered in pale mauve blooms. The graves were still just visible in the tangled vegetation. In front of them stood cut-me-own-throat Dibbler, Ankh-Morpork's least successful businessman, with a sprig of lilac in his hat. He caught sight of the watchmen and nodded to them. They nodded back. All three stood looking down at the 7 graves. Only one had been maintained. The marble headstone on that one was shiny and moss-free. The turf was clipped, the stone border was sparkling. Moss had grown over the wooden markers of the other 6, but it had been scraped off the central one, revealing the name John Keel, and carved underneath, by someone who had taken some pains, was, "How do they rise up?" A huge wreath of lilac flowers bound with purple ribbon had been placed on the grave. On top of it, tied round with another piece of purple ribbon, was an egg.
"Mrs. Palm and Mrs. Batty and some of the girls were up here earlier," said Dibbler. "And of course, Madam always makes sure there's the egg."
"It's nice, the way they always remember," said Sergeant Colon. The 3 stood in silence. They were not on the whole men with a vocabulary designed for times like this. After a while, though, Nobby felt moved to speak. "He gave me a spoon once," he said, to the air in general. "Yeah, I know," said Colon. "My dad pinched it off me when he come out of prison. But it was my spoon," said Nobby persistently. "That means a lot to a kid. Your own spoon." "Come to that, he was the first person to make me a sergeant," said Colon. "Got busted again, of course, but I knew I could do it again then. He was a good copper."
"He bought a pie off me, first week I was starting out," said Dibbler. "Ate it all, didn't spit out anything."
There was more silence. After a while, Sergeant Colon cleared his throat, a general signal to indicate that some sort of appropriate moment was now over. There was a general relaxation of muscles. "You know, we ought to come up here one day with a billock and clear this lot up a bit," said the sergeant. "You always say that, Sarge, every year," said Nobby, as they walked away. "And we never do." "If I had $1 for every copper's funeral I've attended up here," said Colon, "I'd have $19.50. 50 pence, said Nobby. "That was when Corporal Hildebiddle woke up just in time and banged on the lid," said Colon. "Before your time, of course. Everyone said it was an amazing recovery." "Mr. Sergeant." The 3 men turned. Coming towards them in a high-speed sidle was the black-clad skinny figure of Legitimate First, the cemetery's resident gravedigger. Colon sighed. "Yes, Leggy," he said. "Good morrow, sweet," the gravedigger began, but Sergeant Colon waved a finger at him. "Stop that right now," he said. "You know you've been warned before, none of that comic gravedigger stuff. It's not funny and it's not clever. Just say what you've got to say, no silly bits." Leggy looked crestfallen. "Well, good sirs." "Leggy, I've known you for years," said Colon, wearily. "Just try, will you?" "The deacon wants them graves dug up, Fred," said Leggy in a sulky voice. "It's been more than 30 years Long past time they was in the crypts.
No, said Fred Colon.
But I've got a nice shelf for 'em down there, Fred, Leggy pleaded. Right up near the front. We need the space, Fred. It's standing room only in here, and that's the truth. Even the worms have to go in single file. Right up near the front, Fred, where I can chat to 'em when I'm having my tea. How about that?
The watchman and Dibbler shared a glance. Most people in the city had been into Leggy's crypts, if only for a dare. And it had come as a shock to most of them to realise that solemn burial was not for eternity, but only for a handful of years, so that, in Leggy's words,
my little wriggly helpers
could do their work. After that, the last resting place was the crypts, and an entry in the huge ledgers. Leggy lived down there in the crypts, as he said. He was the only one who did, and he liked the company. Leggy was generally considered weird, but conscientiously so.
This isn't your idea, right?
Said Fred Colon. Leggy looked down at his feet.
The new deacon's a bit, well,
new, he said.
You know, keen, making changes. You told him why they're not being dug up? Said Nobby. He said that's just ancient history, said Leggy. He says we all have to put the past behind us. And did you tell him he should take it up with veterinary? Said Nobby. Yes, and he said he was sure his lordship was a forward-thinking man who wouldn't cling to relics of the past, said Leggy.
Sounds like he is now,
said Dibbler. Yeah, said Nobby. And not likely to get old. It's okay, Leggy. You can say you've asked us.
The gravedigger looked relieved.
Thanks, Nobby, he said. And I'd just like to say that when your time comes, gents, you'll be on a good shelf with a view. I've put your names down in my ledger for them as comes after me.
Well, that's
very kind of you, Leggy,
said Colon, wondering if it was. Because of pressure of space, bones in the crypt were stored by size, not by owner. There were rooms of ribs, there were avenues of femurs, and shelf after shelf of skulls up near the entrance, of course, because a crypt without a lot of skulls wasn't a proper crypt at all. If some of the religions were right, and there really was bodily resurrection one day, Fred mused there was going to be an awful lot of confusion and general milling about.
I've got just the spot,
Leggy began, and then stopped. He pointed angrily towards the entrance.
You know what I said about him coming up here?
They turned. Corporal Reg Shoe, a whole bouquet of lilac tied to his helmet, was walking solemnly up the gravel path. He had a long-handled shovel over his shoulder.
It's only Reg, said Fred. He's got a right to be here, Leggy. You know that. He's a dead man. I'm not having a dead man in my cemetery.
He's full of 'em, Leggy,
said Dibbler, trying to calm the man down.
Yes, but the rest of them don't walk in and out.
Come on, Leggy.
You act like this every year,
said Fred Colon.
He can't help the way he was killed. Just because you're a zombie doesn't mean you're a bad person. He's a useful lad, Reg. Plus it'd be a lot neater up here if everyone looked after their plots like he does. Morning, Reg.
Reg Shoe, grey-faced but smiling, nodded at the four of them, and strolled on.
And bringing his own shovel, too, muttered Leggy. It's disgusting. I've always thought it was rather, nice of him to do what he does, said Fred. You let him alone, Leggy. If you start throwing stones at him like you did year before last,
Commander Vimes will get to hear about it. There'll be trouble. Be told. You're a good man with a cadaver, said Nobby. But, well, Leggy, you weren't there, said Colon. That's the start and finish of it. Reg was. That's all there is to it, Leggy. If you weren't there, you don't understand. Now, you just run along and count the skulls again. I know you like that. Cheerio, Leggy. Legitimate First watched them go as they walked away. Sergeant Colon felt he was being measured up. I've always wondered about his name, said Nobby, turning and waving. I mean, legitimate. Can't blame my mother for being proud, Nobby, said Colon. What else should I know today? Said Vimes, as he and Carrot shouldered their way through the streets. We've had a letter from the Black Ribboners.
The Uberwald League of Temperance, made up of former vampires who now wore black ribbons to show that they had completely sworn off the sticky stuff, my word, yes, and much preferred a good sing-song and a healthy game of table tennis.
Sir, suggesting that it would be a great step forward for species harmony in the city if you'd see your way clear to...
They want a vampire in the watch?
Yes, sir. I believe many members of the Watch Committee think that, despite your stated reservations, it would be a good...
Does it look to you as if my body is dead?
No, sir.
Then the answer's no. What else?
Carrot riffled through a stuffed clipboard as he half ran to keep up. The Times says Borogravia has invaded Moldavia, he announced.
Is that good? I can't remember where it is.
Both formerly part of the Dark Empire, sir. Right next door to Uberwald.
Whose side are we on?
The Times said we should be supporting Little Moldavia against the aggressor, sir.
I like Borogravia already, snapped Vimes.
The Times had printed, in his opinion, a particularly unflattering cartoon of him the previous week. And to make matters worse, Sybil had requested the original and had had it framed.
And what does all this mean to us?
Probably more refugees, sir.
Ye gods, we've got no more room. Why do they keep coming here?
In search of a better life, sir, I think.
A better life, said Vimes. Here.
I think things are worse where they come from, sir, said Carrot.
What kind of refugees are we talking about here?
Mostly human, sir.
Do you mean that most of them will be human, or that each individual will be mostly human? Said Vimes.
After a while in Ankh-Morpork, you learned how to phrase that kind of question. Apart from humans, the only species I've heard of there in any numbers are the kvetch, sir. They live in the deep woods and are covered in hair.
Really? Well, we'll probably find out more about them when we're asked to employ one in the watch, said Vimes sourly. What else?
Rather hopeful news, sir, said Carrot, smiling. You know the Whom's, the street gang?
What about them?
They've initiated their first troll member.
What? I thought they went around beating up trolls. I thought that was the whole point.
Well, apparently young Calcite likes beating up trolls too.
And that's good.
In a way, sir, I suppose it's a step forward.
United in hatred, you mean?
I suppose so, sir, said Carrot. He flicked papers back and forth on his clipboard. Now, what else have I got? Oh, yes, the river patrol boat has sunk again.
Where did I go wrong? Thought Vimes, as the litany went on. I was a copper once. A real copper. I chased people. I was a hunter. It was what I did best. I knew where I was anywhere in the city by the feel of the street under my boots. Now look at me. A duke. Commander of the watch. A political animal. I have to know about who's fighting who 1,000 miles away. Just in case that's going to mean riots here. When did I last go on patrol? last week, last month. And it's never a proper point patrol, because the sergeants make damn sure everyone knows I've left the building, and every damn constable reeks of armour polish, and has had a shave by the time I get there, even if I nip down the back streets. And that thought, at least, was freighted with a little pride, because it showed he didn't employ stupid sergeants. I never stand all night in the rain, or fight for my life rolling in the gutter with some thug, and I never move above a walk. That's all been taken away. For what? Comfort, power, money, and a wonderful wife? Which was a good thing, of course. But even so. Damn. But I'm not a copper anymore. I'm a manager. I have to talk to the damn committee as if they're children. I go to receptions and wear damn stupid toy armour. It's all politics, paperwork. It's all got too big. What has happened to the days when it was all so simple? Faded like the lilac, he thought. They entered the palace and went up the main stairs to the oblong office. The patrician of Ankh-Morpork was standing looking out of the window when they entered. The room was otherwise deserted.
"Ah, Vimes,"
he said, without turning round.
"I thought you might be late. In the circumstances, I dismissed the committee. They were sorry, as indeed was I, to hear about Strong in the Arm. No doubt you have been writing the official letter."
Vimes flashed a questioning expression at Carrot, who rolled his eyes and shrugged. Vetinari found things out very quickly. "Yes, that's right," said Vimes.
"And on such a beautiful day as this, too,"
said Vetinari.
"Although there's a storm heading our way, I see."
He turned. He had a sprig of lilac pinned to his robe.
"Lady Sybil is doing well,"
he said, sitting down. "You tell me," said Vimes.
"Some things can't be hurried, no doubt,"
said Vetinari smoothly, shuffling the papers.
"Let me see now. Let me see. There were just a few points that I should deal with. The regular letter from our religious friends at the Temple of Small Gods."
He carefully removed it from the pile and set it to one side.
"I think I shall invite the new deacon to tea and explain matters to him. Now, where was I? The political situation in... Yes."
The door opened. Drumnut, the chief clerk, came in.
"Message for His Grace," he said,
although he handed it to Lord Vetinari. The patrician passed it very politely across the desk. Vimes unfolded it. "It's off the clacks," he yelled. "We've got Carcer cornered in New Hall. I've got to get down there now."
"How exciting,"
said Lord Vetinari, standing up suddenly.
"The call to the chase, but is it necessary for you to attend personally, Your Grace?"
Vimes gave him a grey look. "Yes," he said. "Because if I don't, you see, some poor sod who's been trained by me to do the right thing is going to try to arrest the bugger." He turned to Carrot. "Captain, get on it right now. Clacks, pigeons, runners, whatever. I want everyone answering this shout, okay? But no one, I repeat, no one is to try to tackle him without a lot of backup. Understood? And get Swires airborne. Oh, damn." "What's wrong, sir?" said Carrot. "This message is from Little Bottom. She sent it straight here." "What's she doing there?" "She's forensic, she's not street. She'll do it by the book."
"Shouldn't she?"
said Vetinari. "No. Carcer needs an arrow in his leg just to get his attention. You shoot first."
"And ask questions later,"
said Vetinari. Vimes paused at the door and said, "There's nothing I want to ask him. Vimes had to slow down for breath in Sator Square. And that was disgusting. A few years ago, he'd have only really been getting into his stride by now. But the storm rolling over the plains was driving the heat before it. And it wouldn't do for the commander to turn up wheezing. As it was, even after pausing behind a street market stall for a few gulps of air, he doubted if he had enough wind left for a lengthy sentence. To his tremendous relief, an entirely unwounded Corporal Cheery Littlebottom was waiting by the university walls. She saluted.
"Reporting, sir,"
she said. Murmured Vimes.
"I spotted a couple of trolls on traffic duty, sir," said Cheery. "So I've sent them around to the water bridge. Then Sergeant Detritus turned up, and I advised him to go into the university via main gate and get up high. Sergeant Colon and Nobby arrived, and I sent them along to the Bridge of Sighs."
"Why?" said Vimes.
"Because I doubt if he's really going to try going that way," said Cheery, her face a very careful picture of innocence.
Vimes had to stop himself from nodding.
"And then, as more people come along, I'm putting them around the perimeter, but I think he's gone up and he's staying high."
"Why?"
"Because how's he going to fight his way out through a lot of wizards, sir? His best chance is to sneak around on the roofs and drop down somewhere quiet. There's a lot of hiding places, and he can get all the way to Peach Pie Street without coming down."
"Forensic," thought Vimes. "Ha! With any luck he doesn't know about Buggy." "Well thought out," he said.
"Thank you, sir. Would you mind standing a bit closer to this wall, sir?"
"What for?"
Something shattered on the cobbles. Vimes was suddenly flat against the wall. "He's got a crossbow, sir," said Cheery. "We think he stole it from Strong in the arm. But he's not very good with that."
"Well done, Corporal," said Vimes weakly. "Good job."
He glanced around the square behind him. The wind was whipping at the awnings of the market stalls, and the traders, with occasional looks at the sky, were covering their wares.
"But we can't just let him hang around up there," he went on. "He'll start taking pot shots, and he's bound to hit someone."
"Why would he do that, sir?"
"Carcer doesn't need a reason," said Vimes. "He just needs an excuse." A movement far above caught his eye, and he grinned. A large bird was gaining height over the city. The heron, mumbling complaints, fought for altitude in big, sweeping circles. The city whirled around Corporal Buggy Swires as he gripped even harder with his knees. And then he swung the bird downwind, and it landed with a staggering run on the top of the Tower of Art, the highest building in the city. With a practiced movement, the gnome sliced through the string, holding the portable semaphore in place, and leapt down after it into the compost of ivy leaves and old ravens' nests that carpeted the top of the tower. The heron watched him with round-eyed stupidity. Buggy had tamed it in the usual gnome way. You painted yourself green like a frog and hung out in the marshes, croaking. And then, when a heron tried to eat you, you ran up its beak and nutted it. By the time it came round, you'd blown the special oil that had taken all day to make, and the stink of it had emptied the watchhouse up its nostrils, and it took one look at you and thought you were its mum. A heron was useful. It could carry equipment, but Buggy preferred a sparrowhawk for traffic patrol. It was better for hovering. He slotted the portable semaphore arms on the post he'd secretly installed weeks ago. Then he unshipped a tiny telescope from the heron's saddlebags and strapped it on to the edge of the stone, looking almost straight down. Buggy liked moments like this. It was the only time that everyone else was smaller than him.
"Now, let's see what we can see,"
he muttered. There were the university buildings. There was the clock tower of Old Tom, and the unmistakable bulk of Sergeant Detritus climbing among the nearby chimneys. The yellow light of the gathering storm glinted off the helmets of watchmen who were hurrying through the streets. And there, creeping along behind the parapet,
Gotcha,
he said quietly, and reached for the handles of the semaphore.
D T R T S space H D N G space O L space T M, said Cheery.
Vimes nodded. Detritus was on the roof near the tower of Old Tom, and Detritus carried a siege crossbow that 3 men couldn't lift, and had converted it to fire a thick sheaf of arrows all at once. Mostly they shattered in the air because of the forces involved, and the target was hit by an expanding cloud of burning splinters. Vimes had banned him from using it on people, but it was a damn good way of getting into buildings. It could open the front door and the back door at the same time. "Tell him to fire a warning shot," he said. "If he hits Carcer with that thing, we won't even find a corpse. Though I'd quite like to find a corpse," he added to himself.
Yes, sir.
Cheery pulled a couple of white-painted paddles out of her belt, sighted on top of the tower, and sent a brief signal. There was an answering signal from the distant buggy.
D T R T S space W R N G space S H T.
Cheery muttered to herself as she waved the rest of the message. There was another answering dip from above. A moment later, a red flare shot up from the top of the tower and exploded. It was an efficient way of getting everyone to pay attention. Then Vimes saw the message relayed. Around the university buildings, watchmen who'd also seen the order ducked into doorways. They knew about the bow. There were a few seconds for the troll to work out the spelling. A distant heavy thud. A sound like a swarm of hellish bees. And then a crash of tiles and masonry. Pieces of tile rained down into the square. An entire chimney, still with a wisp of smoke coming from it, smashed down a few yards from where Vimes was standing. Then there was the patter of dust and small bits of wood, and a gentle shower of pigeon feathers. Vimes took some flakes of mortar off his helmet. "Yes, well, I think he's been warned," he said. Half a weathercock landed next to the chimney. Cheery blew some feathers off her telescope and sighted on the top of the tower again.
"Buggy says he stopped moving, sir," she reported.
"Really? You surprise me." Vimes adjusted his belt. "And now you can give me your crossbow. I'm going up."
"Sir, you said no one was to try to arrest him. That's why I sent the signal to you."
"That's right. I'm going to arrest him. Right now. While he's counting all his bits to check that he's still got 'em. Tell Detritus what I'm doing, because I don't want to end up as 160 pounds of cocktail delicacies." "No, don't keep opening your mouth like that. By the time we've sorted out backup and armour and got everyone lined up, he'll have dug in somewhere else." The last words were delivered at a run. Vimes reached the door and darted inside. New Hall was student accommodation, but it was still only 10:30, so most of them would be in bed. A few faces looked around doors as Vimes trotted along the corridor and reached the stairwell at the far end. That took him, walking now, and rather less sure of his future, to the top floor. Let's see. He'd been here before. Yes, there was a door ajar, and a glimpse of mops and buckets suggested that this was a janitor's cupboard, with, at the far end, a ladder leading up to the roof. Vimes carefully cocked the crossbow. So Carcer had a watch crossbow too. They were good, classic, single-shot models, but they took a while to reload. If he fired at Vimes and missed, then that was the only shot he'd get. After that, you couldn't plan. Vimes climbed the ladder, and the song came back. They rise feet up, feet up, feet up, he hissed under his breath. He stopped just below the edge of the open trapdoor onto the leads. Carcer wouldn't fall for the old helmet-on-stick trick, not with only one shot available. He'd just have to risk it. Vimes thrust his head up, turned it quickly, ducked out of sight for a moment, and then came through the opening in a rush. He rolled clumsily when he hit the leads, and rose into a crouch. There was no one else there. He was still alive. He breathed out. A sloping, gabled roof rose up beside him. Vimes crept along, wedged himself against a chimney stack, peppered with splinters of wood, and glanced up at the tower. The sky above it was livid blue-black. Storms picked up a lot of personality as they rolled across the plains. And this one looked like a record breaker. But brilliant sunlight picked out the Tower of Art and, at the top, the tiny dots of Buggy's frantic signal. Oh. 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 Officer in trouble. A brother is hurting. Vimes spun around. There was no one creeping up on him. He eased himself around the chimneys, and there, tucked between another couple of stacks, and out of sight of everyone, except Vimes and the celestial Buggy, was Carcer. He was taking aim. Vimes turned his head to spot the target. 50 yards away, Carrot was picking his way across the top of the university's high-energy magic building. The bloody fool was never any good at concealment. Oh, he ducked and crept, and against all logic, that made him more noticeable. He didn't understand the art of thinking himself invisible. And there he was, furtively schlepping through the debris on the roof, and looking as visible as a big duck in a small bathtub. And he'd come up without backup. The fool. Carcer was aiming carefully. The roof of the HEM was a maze of abandoned equipment, and Carrot was moving along behind the raised platform that held the huge bronze spheres known throughout the city as the Wizard's Balls, which discharged surplus magic if, or more usually when, experiments in the hall below fouled up. Carrot, screened by all that, was not making such a good target. Vimes raised his crossbow. Thunder rolled. It was the roll of a giant iron cube down the stairways of the gods. A crackling, thudding crash that tore the sky in half and shook the building. Carcer glanced up and saw Vimes. "What you doing, Miffed? Buggy didn't budge from the telescope. A crowbar wouldn't have separated him at this point.
"Sharp, you daft corbies,"
he muttered. Both men below had fired, and both men had missed, because they were trying to fire and dodge at the same time. Something hard prodded Buggy's shoulder. "What's happening, Miffed?" said the insistent voice. He turned. There were a dozen bedraggled ravens behind him, looking like old men in ill-fitting black cloaks. They were the Tower of Art birds, hundreds of generations of living in a highly charged magical environment, had raised the intelligence level of what had been bright creatures to begin with. But although the ravens were intelligent, these ones weren't hugely clever. They just had a more persistent kind of stupidity, as befitted birds for whom the exciting panorama of the city below was a kind of daytime TV.
"Push off,"
shouted Buggy, and turned back to the telescope. There was Carcer, running, and Vimes running after him. And here came the hail. It turned the world white. It thudded around him and made his helmet ring. Hailstones as big as his head bounced on the stone and hit Buggy from underneath. Cursing and shielding his face with his arms, and hammered all the time by shattering crystal balls, each one predicting a future of pain, he skidded and slid across the rolling ice. He reached an ivy-hung arch between two lesser turrets, where the heron had already taken refuge and fell inside. Frozen shrapnel still ricocheted in and stung him, but at least he could see and breathe. A beak prodded him sharply in the back. "What's happening now, Mifnap?" Carcer landed heavily on the arch between the student hall and the main buildings, almost lost his footing on the tiles, and hesitated. An arrow from a watchman below grazed his leg. Vimes dropped down behind him, just as the hail hit. Cursing and slipping, one man followed the other across the arch. Carcer reached a mass of ivy that led up onto the roof of the library and scrambled up it, scattering ice below. Vimes grabbed the ivy just as Carcer disappeared onto the flat roof. He looked round at a crash behind him and saw Carrot trying to make his way along the wall from the high-energy magic building. The hail was forming a halo of ice fragments around him. "Stay there!" Vimes bellowed. Carrot's reply was lost in the noise. Vimes waved his arms and then grabbed at the ivy as a foot slipped. "Bloody stay there!" he yelled. "That is an order! You'll go over!" He turned and started up the wet, cold vines. The wind dropped, and the last few hailstones bounced off the roof. Vimes stopped a few feet from the top of the ivy, worked his feet firmly into footholds in the ancient knotted stems, and reached up for a decent hold. Then he thrust himself up, left hand ready, caught the boot that swung towards him, and carried on rising, pushing Carcer off balance. The man sprawled backwards on the slippery hail, tried to get to his feet, and slipped again. Vimes tugged himself onto the roof, stepped forward, and found his legs skidding away beneath him. Both he and Carcer got up, tried to move, and fell over again. From a prone position, the man landed a kick on Vimes's shoulder, sending both of them sliding away in opposite directions, and then turned over and scuttled on all fours around the library's big glass and metal dome. He grabbed the rusty frame, hauled himself upright, and pulled out a knife. "Come and get me then," he said. There was another roll of thunder. "I don't have to," said Vimes. "I just have to wait. At least until I get my breath back," he thought. "Why are you picking on me? What am I supposed to have done?" "Couple of murders ring a bell," said Vimes. If injured innocence was money, Carcer's face was his fortune. "I don't know anything about—" "I'm not up here to play games, Carcer. Knock it off." "You gonna take me alive, Your Grace?" "You know, I don't want to. But people think it's neater all round if I do." There was a clattering of tiles away on the left, and a thud as a huge siege bow was rested on the ridge of a nearby roof. The head of detritus rose behind it.
"Sorry about that, Mr. Vimes. Hard to climb up in that hail. Just stand back."
"You're going to let it shoot me?" said Carcer. He tossed the knife away. "An unarmed man?" "Trying to escape," said Vimes. But this was starting to go bad. He could feel it. "Me? I'm just standing here." And there it was, that bloody laugh, on top of that damn grin. It was never far away. Ha-ha didn't come close to doing it the injustice it deserved. It was more a sort of modulation to the voice, an irritatingly patronising chortle that suggested that all this was somehow funny and you hadn't got the joke. Trouble was, you couldn't shoot someone for having an annoying laugh. And he was just standing there. If he ran, you could shoot him. Admittedly, it would be detritus doing the shooting. And while with that bow it was technically possible to shoot to wound, the people you were wounding would probably be in the building next door. But Carcer was just waiting there, insulting the world by his existence. In fact, he wasn't merely standing there now. In one movement, he'd swung himself onto the lower slopes of the library's dome, the glass panes. At least, the glass panes that had survived the freak hail, creaked in the iron framework. "Stop right there," Vimes bellowed, "and come down." "Now where could I go?" said Carcer, grinning at him. "I'm just waiting for you to arrest me, right? Hey, I can see your house from up here." What's under the dome, thought Vimes. How high are the bookcases? There's other floors in the library, aren't there? Like galleries. But you can definitely look up at the dome from the ground floor, right? If you were careful, could you swing onto a gallery from the edge of the dome? It'd be risky, but if a man knew he was going to swing anyway. Picking his way with care, he reached the edge of the dome. Carcer climbed up a little further. "I warn you, Carcer. Only high spirits, Mr. Grace. Can't blame a man for trying to enjoy his last few minutes of freedom, can you?" "I can see your house from up here?" Vimes hauled himself onto the dome. Carcer cheered. "Well done, your Vimes," he said, easing himself towards the top. "Don't mess me about, Carcer. It'll go badly for you." "Badder than it's going to go anyway." Carcer glanced down through a smashed pane. "Long way down, Mr. Vimes. I reckon a man would die instantly falling all that way, wouldn't he?" Vimes glanced down, and Carcer leapt. It didn't go the way he'd planned. Vimes had been tensed for something like this. After a complicated moment, Carcer was lying on the iron latticework, one arm under him, the other outflung and being banged heavily on the metal by Vimes. The knife it had held skidded away down the dome. "God, you must think I'm stupid," Vimes growled. "You wouldn't throw away a knife, Carcer, if you didn't have another one." Vimes's face was close to the man's now, close enough to look into the eyes above that chirpy grin and watch the demons waving. "You're hurting me, and that's not allowed." "Oh, I wouldn't want anything to happen to you, Carcer," said Vimes. "I want to see you in front of his lordship. I just want to hear you admit something for once. I just want to see that bloody cheeky grin wiped off your face. Sergeant Detritus." "Sir," shouted the troll from his distant ridge. "Make a signal. I want people up here now. Me and Carcer are just going to stay nice and quiet here, so as he doesn't try any tricks."
"Right, sir."
With another distant clatter of doomed tiles, the troll disappeared from view. "You shouldn't have sent Captain Carrot away," muttered Carcer. "He doesn't like watchmen bullying innocent civilians." It is true that he has yet to master some of the finer details of de facto street policing, said Vimes, maintaining his grip. "Anyway, I'm not hurting you. I'm protecting you. Wouldn't like you to fall all that way." Thunder rumbled again. The sky wasn't just storm black now. There were pinks and purples in the clouds, as though they were bruised. Vimes could see the clouds moving like snakes in a sack, to an endless, sullen rumbling. He wondered if the wizards had been messing about with the weather. Something was happening to the air. It tasted of burnt metal and flints. A weathercock on top of the dome began to spin round and round.
I didn't think you was stupid, Mr. Vimes.
What? Said Vimes, looking down suddenly. Carcer was smiling cheerfully.
I said I didn't think you was stupid, Mr. Vimes. I know a clever copper like you'd think I'd got 2 knives.
Yeah, right, said Vimes. He could feel his hair trying to stand on end. Little blue caterpillars of light were crackling over the ironwork of the dome, and even over his armour.
Mr. Vimes.
What? Vimes snapped. Smoke was rising from the weathercock's bearings.
I got 3 knives, Mr. Vimes,
said Carcer, bringing his arm up. The lightning struck. Windows blew out, and iron gutters melted. Roofs lifted into the air and settled again. Buildings shook. But this storm had been blowing in from far across the plains, pushing the natural background magic ahead of it. It dumped it now, all in one go. They said afterwards that the bolt of lightning hit a clockmaker's shop in the Street of Cunning Artificers, stopping all the clocks at that instant. But that was nothing. In Baker Street, a couple who had never met before became electrically attracted to one another, and were forced to get married after 2 days for the sake of public decency. In the Assassin's Guild, the chief armourer became hugely, and since he was in the armoury at the time, tragically attractive to metal. Eggs fried in their baskets, apples roasted on the greengrocer's shelves, candles lit themselves, cartwheels exploded, and the ornate tin bath of the Arch-Chancellor of Unseen University was lifted neatly off the floor, sizzled across his study, and then flew off the balcony and onto the lawn in the octangle several stories below, without spilling more than a cupful of suds. Arch-Chancellor Mustrum Ridcully paused with his long-handled scrubbing brush, hovering halfway down his back, and stared around. Tiles smashed to the ground. Water boiled in the ornamental fountain nearby. Ridcully ducked as a stuffed badger, the origin of which was never ascertained, flew across the lawn and smashed through a window. He winced as he was hit by a brief and inexplicable shower of small cogwheels, which pattered down all around him. He stared as half a dozen watchmen dashed into the octangle and headed up the steps to the library. Then, gripping the sides of the bath, the Arch-Chancellor stood up. Foaming water cascaded off him, as it would off some ancient leviathan erupting from the abyssal sea. "Mr. Stibbons!" he bellowed, his voice bouncing off the imposing walls. "Where is my hat?" He sat down again and waited. There were a few minutes of silence, and then Ponder Stibbons, head of inadvisably applied magic, and praelector of Unseen University, came running out of the main door, carrying Ridcully's pointy hat. The Arch-Chancellor snatched at it and rammed it on his head. "Very well," he said, standing up again. "Now we'll care to tell at the is going on and why. Old Tom, ing repeatedly." "Bina of magic, sir. Someone up the mechanism," Ponder shouted, above the sound-destroying silences.
Old Tom, the university's venerable clock, told not sounds but silences. They were not simply ordinary silences, but intervals of noise-absorbing non-sound that filled the world with loud soundlessness.
There was a dying metallic noise from the big clock tower. Ponder and Ridcully waited a few moments, but the city stayed full of normal noise, like the collapse of masonry and distant screams.
Right,
said Ridcully, as if grudgingly awarding the world a mark for trying.
What was that all about, Stibbons? Why are there policemen in the library?
Big magical storm, sir. Several thousand gigathorms. I believe the watch is chasing a criminal.
Well, they can't just run in here without asking,
said Ridcully, stepping out of the bath and striding forward.
What do we pay our taxes for, after all?
We don't actually pay taxes, sir,
said Ponder, running after him.
The system is that we promise to pay taxes if the city ever asks us to, provided the city promises never to ask us, sir. We make a voluntary—
Well, at least we have an arrangement, Stibbons.
Yes, sir. May I point out that you—
And that means they have to ask permission. The essential decencies must be maintained,
said Ridcully firmly.
And I am the master of this college.
On the subject of decencies, sir, you are not in fact wearing—
Ridcully strode through the open doors of the library.
What is going on here?
He demanded. The watchman turned and stared. A large blob of foam, which up until that point had been performing sterling service in the cause of the essential decencies, slipped slowly to the floor.
Well, he snapped, haven't you lot seen a wizard before?
A watchman snapped to attention and saluted.
Captain Carcer. We've, never seen so much of a wizard, sir.
Ridcully gave him the slow, blank stare, used by those with acute uptake-grasping deficiency.
What's he talking about, Stibbons?
He said, out of the corner of his mouth.
You're, insufficiently dressed, sir.
What? I've got my hat on, haven't I?
Yes, sir.
Hat equals wizard, wizard equals hat. Everything else is frippery. Anyway, I'm sure we're all men of the world,
Ridcully added, looking around. For the first time, he took in other details about the watchman.
And dwarfs of the world? Trolls of the world too, I see. And women of the world too, I note.
The Arch-Chancellor lapsed into a moment's silence, and then said,
Mr. Stibbons?
Yes, sir.
Would you be so kind as to run up to my rooms and fetch my robe?
Of course, sir.
And in the meantime, please be so good as to lend me your hat.
But you do actually have your hat on, sir,
said Ponder.
Quite so,
said Ridcully slowly and carefully, through his fixed grin.
And now, Mr. Stibbons, in addition, right now, I wish you, in fact, to lend to me your hat, please.
Oh,
said Ponder.
Yes.
A few minutes later, a thoroughly clean and decent and clothed Arch-Chancellor was standing in the very centre of the library, staring up at the damaged dome, while beside him Ponder Stibbons, who for some reason had elected to continue to remain hatless, even though his hat had been handed back to him, stared glumly at some magical instruments.
Nothing at all,
said Ridcully.
Ook,
said the librarian.
Who was an orangutan, changed from his former human shape as a result of a long-forgotten magical accident. It was so forgotten, in fact, that now people were forgetting he was an orangutan. This might seem quite hard to do, given that even a small orangutan is quite capable of filling all immediately available space, but to the wizards and most of the citizens, he was now just the librarian, and that was that. In fact, if someone ever reported that there was an orangutan in the library, the wizards would probably go and ask the librarian if he'd seen it.
You've searched everywhere?
He can't search everywhere in this library, sir,
said Ponder.
That would take more time than actually could possibly exist. For all the mundane shelves, certainly.
Carrot turned to Ponder. What was the for, please, sir?
You understand that this is a magical library? And that means that even in normal circumstances there is an area of high magical potential above the bookshelves.
I have been in here before, said Carrot.
Then you know that time with libraries is somewhat more flexible, said Ponder. Given the additional power of the storm, it might just be possible that...
Are you going to tell me he's been moved in time? Said the watchman. Ponder was impressed. He hadn't been brought up to believe that watchmen were clever. However, he took care not to show it.
Would that it were that simple,
he said.
However, the lightning appears to have added a random lateral component.
A what? Said Ridcully. You mean in time and space? Said Carrot. Ponder felt himself getting rattled. Non-wizards shouldn't be that quick.
Not exactly,
he said, and gave up.
I'm really going to have to work on this, Arch-Chancellor. Some of the readings I'm getting can't possibly be real.
Vimes knew that he had woken up. There had been darkness and rain, and a terrible pain in his face. Then there had been another flowering of pain on the back of his neck, and a feeling of being pulled this way and that. And now there was light. He could see it through his eyelids, his left eyelid anyway. Nothing but pain was happening on the other side of his face. He kept the eyes shut and strained his hearing instead. Someone was moving about. There was a clink of metal. A woman's voice said, "He's awake."
"Are you sure?" said a man's voice. "How can you tell?"
"Because I'm good at telling if a man is asleep,"
said the woman. Vimes opened his eye. He was lying on a bench or table of some sort. A young woman was leaning against the wall next to him. And her dress, and bearing, and the way she leaned, filed her immediately in Vimes's policeman brain as seamstress, but one of the bright ones. The man had a long black robe and silly floppy hat that got filed under, "Help, I'm in the hands of a doctor." He sat bolt upright. "You lay one hand on me and I'll thump you," he yelled, trying to swing his legs off the table. Half his head burst into flame. "I should take it easy if I was you," said the doctor, gently pushing him back. "That was a very nasty cut. And don't touch the eye patch." "Cut," said Vimes, his hand brushing the stiff cloth of an eye patch. Memories interlocked. Carcer. Did anyone get him?
"Whoever attacked you got away," said the doctor.
"After that fall," said Vimes. "He must have been limping at least. Look, I've got to get..." And then he noticed all the other things. He'd been picking them up all the time, but only now did his subconscious present the list. He wasn't wearing his own clothes. "What happened to my uniform?" he said. And he noticed the "I told you so" expression the woman gave the doctor.
"Whoever attacked you stripped you down to your drawers and left you lying in the street,"
she said.
"I found just some spare clothes at my place. It's amazing what people leave behind."
"Who took my armour?"
"I'll never know names," said the woman. "I saw a bunch of men running off carrying stuff, though."
"Ordinary thieves? Did they leave a receipt?"
"No,"
she said, laughing.
"Why should they?"
"And are we
"Allowed to ask questions?" said the doctor, tidying his tools. None of this was right. "Well, I mean, Thank you. Yes, said Vimes.
What's your name?
Vimes's hand stopped halfway to his face again. You mean you don't know me? He said.
Should we?
Said the doctor. None of this was right. This is Ankh-Morpork, isn't it? Said Vimes.
Yes,
Said the doctor, and turned to the woman.
there was a blow to the head, he said. But I wouldn't have thought it was that bad.
Look, I'm wasting time, said the woman. Who are you, mister?
Everyone in the city knew Vimes, surely. The Guild of Seamstresses certainly did. And the doctor didn't look stupid. Perhaps this was not the right time to be totally truthful. He might just be somewhere where being a copper wasn't a good thing to be. It might be dangerous to be Vimes, and right now, he wasn't well enough to deal with it. Keel, he said. The name just dropped into his mind. It had been bubbling under the surface of his thoughts all day, ever since the lilac.
Yeah, right,
said the woman, smiling.
Want to make up a first name?
John, said Vimes.
Appropriate. Well, John, it's like this. Men lying flat out and naked around here aren't that uncommon. And it's a funny thing, but they don't usually want anyone to know their real name or where they live. You won't be the first one Dr. Lorne here has patched up. My name's Rosie. Now there's a little fee, you understand? For both of us.
All right. I know how this goes, said Vimes, holding up his hands. This is the Shades, right? They both nodded. Okay, then. Thank you. I haven't got any money, obviously, but once I've got home...
I'll escort you, shall I?
said the woman, handing him a badly styled coat and a pair of antique boots.
I wouldn't like you to be attacked by anything. Sudden loss of memory, for example.
Vimes snapped, but very gently. His face hurt, and there were plenty of other bruises everywhere, and he was dressed in a suit that smelled like a privy. He'd go up to the watch house, get cleaned and changed, and make a quick report, and head on home. And this young lady could spend a night in the cells, and then be handed over to the Seamstresses Guild. They came down heavily on extortion like this. It was bad for trade. All right, he said, and pulled the boots on. The soles were made of thin, damp cardboard, and they were too tight. Dr. Lorne waved his hands in a general gesture of dismissal.
He's all yours, Rosie. You leave that patch on for a few days, Mr. Keel, and with any luck you'll have a working eye. Someone took a slash at you with a sharp knife. I've done the best I can, and the stitching is good, but you're going to have a nasty scar.
Vimes raised his hand to his cheek yet again.
And don't pick at it,
Lorne snapped.
Come on, John,
said Rosie.
Let's get you home, where you belong.
They stepped out. Water was dripping from the eaves, but the rain had eased. I live up past Pseudopolis Yard, said Vimes.
Lead on,
said Rosie. They hadn't reached the end of the street before Vimes was aware that a couple of dark figures had fallen in behind them. He was about to turn, but Rosie clamped a hand on his arm.
Don't bother them, and they won't bother you, she said. They're just coming with us for protection.
Whose? Yours or mine? Rosie laughed.
Both,
she said.
Yes. You just keep on walking, kind sir, and we'll be as quiet as little mice,
said a shrill voice behind him. A slightly deeper one said,
That's right, dearie.
Just be a good boy and Auntie Dotsy won't have to open her handbag.
That's Dotsy and Sadie, said Vimes. The agony ants. Well, they bloody well know who I am. He turned. Dark figures, both wearing old-fashioned black straw hoods, stepped back. In the gloom, there were a number of metallic noises, and Vimes forced himself to relax a little. Even though they were more or less on the same side as the watch, you never quite knew where you were with the agony ants. Of course, that's what made them so useful. Any customer disturbing the peace in one of the local houses of good repute feared the threat of the ants far more than he did the watch. The watch had rules, and the watch didn't have Dotsy's handbag. And Sadie could do terrible things with a parrot-headed umbrella. "Come on," he said. "Dotsy, Sadie, let's not mess about, eh?" Something prodded him in the chest. He looked down. The thing had a carved parrot head on it.
You must keep walking, kind sir,
said a voice.
While you still got toes, dearie,
said another voice.
Probably a good idea,
said Rosie, tugging Vimes's arm.
But I can tell you've impressed them.
How?
You're not bent double and making bubbling noises. Come along, mystery man.
Vimes stared ahead, looking out for the blue light of Pseudopolis Yard. Somehow it'd all make sense there. But when he got there was no blue light over the archway. There were just a few lights upstairs. Vimes hammered on the door until it opened a crack. "What the hell's going on here?" he demanded, to the nose and one eye that was the visible totality of the occupant. "Get out of the way!" He pushed the door back and strode in. It wasn't the watch house. Not inside. There were the familiar stairs, right enough. But there was a wall right across the charge room, and carpets on the floor, and tapestries on the wall, and a housemaid holding a tray and staring, and dropping the tray and screaming. "Where are all my officers?" Vimes yelled.
"You leave this minute. Do you hear? You can't just come in like that. You get out of here."
Vimes turned and confronted the old man who'd opened the door. He looked like a butler and had picked up a cudgel. Perhaps because of nerves, or maybe just because of general elderly tremors, the tip of the cudgel waved and weaved under his nose. Vimes snatched it and threw it on the floor. "What is going on?" he demanded. The old man looked as bewildered as he was. Vimes felt an odd, hollow terror welling up inside him. He darted back through the open door and into the wet night. Rosie and the ants had melted away in the darkness, as night people do when trouble looms. But Vimes ran on and into Kingsway, pushing aside other pedestrians and dodging the occasional carriage. He was getting a second wind when he reached Scone Avenue and turned into the driveway of his house. He wasn't sure what he'd find, but the place looked normal, and there were torches burning on either side of the door. Familiar gravel crunched under his feet. He went to hammer on the door, but steeled himself not to, and rang the bell instead. After a moment, the door was opened by a butler. "Thank goodness," said Vimes. "It's me, man. Been in a fight. Nothing to worry about. How is—"
"What do you want?"
said the butler coldly. He took a step back, bringing him more fully in the light of the hall lamps. Vimes had never seen him before. "What's happened to Willikins?" said Vimes.
"The scullery boy?"
Now the butler's tone was icy.
"If you are a relative, I suggest you inquire round at the tradesman's entrance."
You ought to know better than to come to the front door.
Vimes tried to think how to deal with this, but his fist didn't bother to wait. It laid the man out quite cleanly.
No time for this, said Vimes, stepping over him.
He stood in the middle of the big hall and cupped his hands.
Mrs. Content! Sybil!
He yelled, feeling the terror twist and knot inside him.
Yes,
said a voice from what Vimes had always called the ghastly pink drawing room. And Sybil stepped out. It was Sybil. The voice was right, and the eyes were right, and the way she stood was right, but the age wasn't right. This was a girl, far too young to be Sybil. She looked from him to the prone butler.
Did you do that, Forsyth?
She said. There's been a mistake, Vimes murmured, backing away. But Sybil was already pulling a sword off the wall. It wasn't there for show. Vimes couldn't remember if his wife had ever learned to fence, but several feet of edged weapon is quite threatening enough when wielded by an angry amateur. Amateurs sometimes get lucky. He backed away hurriedly.
It's been a mistake. Wrong house. Mistaken identity.
He almost tripped over the fallen butler, but managed to turn this into a staggering run through the doorway and down the steps. Wet leaves brushed against him as he blundered through the shrubbery to the gateway, where he leaned against the wall and gulped for air. That bloody library. Hadn't he heard something once? About how you could walk through time or something there? All those magical books pressed together did something strange. Sybil had been so young. She looked 16. No wonder there wasn't a watch house in Pseudopolis Yard. They'd only moved in there a few years ago. The water was soaking through the cheap clothes. Back home, somewhere, was his huge leather greatcoat, heavy with oil, warm as toast. Think. Don't let the terror take control. Perhaps he could go and explain things to Sybil. After all, she was still Sybil, wasn't she? Kind to bedraggled creatures. But even the softest heart would be inclined to harden when a rough, desperate man with a fresh scar and bad clothes barged into the house and said he was going to be your husband. A young woman could get quite the wrong idea, and he wouldn't want that. Not while she was holding a sword. Besides, Lord Ramkin was probably still alive, and he'd been a bloodthirsty old devil, as far as Vimes could recall. He'd slumped against the wall and reached for a cigar, and the terror twisted him again. There was nothing in his pocket. Nothing at all. No Pantweed's slim panatellas. But more importantly, no cigar case. It had been specially made. It had a slight curve. It had always nestled in his pocket since the day Sybil had given it to him. It was as near part of him as any thing could be.
We are here, and this is now.
Constable Visit, a strict believer in the Omnian religion, occasionally quoted that from their holy book. Vimes understood it to mean, in less exalted copperspeak, that you have to do the job that is in front of you. I am here, Vimes thought, and this is then. And less conscious parts of his brain added, you have no friends here, no home here, no purpose here. You are alone here. No, not alone, said a part that was much, much deeper, even than the terror, and was always on watch.
Someone was watching him. A figure detached itself from the damp shadows of the street and walked towards him. Vimes couldn't make out the face, but that didn't matter. He knew it would be smiling, that special smile of the predator, who knows he has the prey under his paw, and knows that the prey knows this too, and also knows that the prey is desperately going to act as if they're having a perfectly friendly conversation, because the prey wants so much for this to be the case. "You don't want to die here," said the deep, dark part of Vimes's soul.
"Gotta lie, mister,"
said the predator. He didn't even bother to wave an unlit cigarette. "Why, yes, of course," said Vimes. He went out as if to pat his pocket, but swung around, arm outstretched, and caught a man creeping up behind him right across the ear. Then he leapt for the light seeker in front of him and bore him to the ground with an arm across his throat. It would have worked. He knew afterwards that it really would have worked. If there hadn't been two more men in the shadows, it would have worked. As it was, he managed to kick one of them on the kneecap before he felt the garrote go round his neck. He was pulled upright, the scar screaming pain as he tried to clutch at the rope.
"You hold him right there,"
said a voice.
"Look what he did to Jez. Sam, I'm going to kick him in."
The shadows moved. Vimes, struggling for breath, his one good eye watering, was only vaguely aware of what was happening. But there were some grunts and some soft, strange noises, and the pressure on his neck was abruptly released. He fell forward, and then, reeling a little, struggled to his feet. A couple of men were lying on the ground. One was bent double, making little bubbling noises. And, far off, and getting further, there were running footsteps.
Lucky we found you in time, kind sir,
said a voice right behind him.
"Not lucky for some, dearie,"
said one right next to it. Rosie stepped forward out of the gloom.
"I think you ought to come back with us," she said. "You're going to get hurt running around like this. Come on. Obviously I'm not taking you back to my place."
"Obviously," murmured Vimes.
"But Mossy'll find you somewhere to lay your head, I expect."
"Mossy Lawn," said Vimes, suddenly light-headed. "That's him! The pox doctor, I remember." He tried to focus one tired eye on the young woman. Yes, the bone structure was right. That chin. That was a no-nonsense chin. It was a chin that took people somewhere. "Rosie, you're Mrs. Palm."
"Mrs.?"
she said coldly, while the agony ants giggled their high-pitched giggle.
"I think not."
"Well, I mean," Vimes floundered. Of course, only the senior members of the profession adopted Mrs. as an honorific. She wasn't senior yet. There wasn't even a guild.
"And I've never seen you before," said Rosie. "And neither have Dotsy and Sadie, and they have an amazing memory for faces. But you know us, and you act as if you own the place, John Keel."
"Do I?"
"You do. It's the way you stand. Officers stand like that. You eat well, maybe a bit too well. You could lose a few pounds. And then there's the scars all over you. I saw 'em in Moss's place. Your legs are tanned from the knees down. That says watchman to me, because they go bare-legged. But I know every watchman in the city, and you're not one of them. So maybe you're a military man. You fight by instinct, and dirty too. That means you're used to fighting for your life in a melee. And that's odd, because that says to me, foot soldier, not officer. The word is that the lads took some fine armour off you. That's officer. But you don't wear rings. That's foot soldier. Rings catching things can pull your finger off if you're not careful. Ain't you married?
How can you tell that?
Any woman could tell that,
said Rosie Palm smoothly.
Now, step sharp. We're out after curfew as it is. The watch won't bother much about us, but they will about you.
Curfew, thought Vimes. That was a long time ago. Bettinari never ordered curfews. They interfered with business. I think perhaps I lost my memory when I was attacked, he said. That sounded good, he thought. What he really needed now was somewhere quiet to think.
Really? I think perhaps I'm the Queen of Sheba,
said Rosie.
Just remember, kind sir, I'm not doing this because I'm interested in you, although I'd admit to a macabre fascination about how long you're going to survive. If it hadn't been a cold, wet night, I'd have left you in the road. I'm a working girl and I don't need trouble. But you look like a man who can lay his hands on a few dollars, and there will be a bill.
I'll leave the money on the dressing table, said Vimes. The slap in the face knocked him against the wall.
Consider that a sign of my complete lack of a sense of humour, will ya?
Said Rosie, shaking some life back into her hand. I'm sorry, said Vimes. I didn't mean to. Look, thank you for everything, I mean it. But this is not being a good night.
Yes, I can see that.
It's worse than you think. Believe me.
We all have our troubles, believe me,
said Rosie. Vimes was glad of the agony ants behind them as they walked back to the shades. This was the old shades, and Lorne lived a street's width away from it. The watch never set foot here. In truth, the new shades wasn't a lot better. But people had at least learned what happened if anyone attacked a watchman. The ants were a different matter. No one attacked the ants. A night's sleep, thought Vimes. Maybe in the morning. This won't have happened.
She wasn't there, was she?
Said Rosie after a while.
Your wife. That was Lord Ramkin's house. You in trouble with him?
Never met the man, said Vimes absently.
You were lucky someone told us where you'd gone. Those men were probably in the pay of someone up there. They're a law unto themselves, over in Ankh. Some rough man walking around with no tradesman's tools. Well, he's to be turned off the patch, and if they rob you blind while they're doing it, who's going to care?
Yes, thought Vimes. That's the way it was. Privilege, which just means private law. Two types of people laugh at the law. Those that break it and those that make it. Well, it's not like that now. But I'm not in now. Damn those wizards. The wizards. Right, in the morning I'll go and explain. Easy, they'll understand. I'll bet they can send me right back to when I left. There's a whole university full of people to deal with this. It's not my problem anymore. Relief filled his body, like warm pink mist. All he had to do was get through the night. But why wait? They were open all night, weren't they? Magic didn't shut. Vimes remembered late-night patrols, when he could practically see by the glows coming from some of the windows. He could simply... Hold on. A policeman's thought had been stirring in his mind. The ants didn't run. They famously didn't run. They caught up with you slowly. Anyone who'd been, as they called it, a very naughty boy, would sleep extremely badly knowing that the ants on his tail were slowly getting nearer. Pausing only for a cream tea somewhere, or to visit an interesting jumble sale. But Vimes had run all the way up to Scoon Avenue in the dark, through coach traffic and crowds of people swarming home before curfew. No one had paid him any attention, would surely not have seen his face if they did, and he certainly didn't know anyone here. He amended the thought. No one knew him. "So," he said casually, "who told you where I'd gone?"
"Oh, one of those old monks,"
said Rosie. "Which old monks?"
"Who knows? A little bald man with a rope and a broom. There's always monks begging and chanting somewhere. He was in Phaedra Road."
"And you asked him where I'd gone?"
"What?" "No, he just looked around and said Mr. Keel ran up to Scoon Avenue and then he went on sweeping."
"Sweeping?"
"Oh, it's the kind of holy thing they do. So they don't tread on ants, I think, or they sweep sins away, or maybe they just like the place clean. Who cares what monks do?"
"And nothing about that struck you as odd?"
"Why? I thought perhaps you were naturally kind to beggars,"
snapped Rosie.
"Doesn't bother me. Dotsy said she put something in his begging bowl, though."
"What?"
"Would you ask?"
The majority of Vimes thought, who does care about what monks do? They're monks. That's why they're weird. Maybe one had a moment of revelation or something. They like that kind of thing. So what? Find the wizards, explain what's happened, and leave it to them. But the policeman part thought, how do little monks know I'm called Keel? I smell a rat. The majority said, it's a 30-year-old rat then. And the policeman said, yes, that's why it smells. Look, I'm going to have to go and check something, he said. I'll probably be back.
Well, I can't chain you up, said Rosie.
She smiled a grim little smile and went on.
That costs extra. But if you don't come back, yet have any intention of staying in this city, then the aunts...
I promise you, the last thing I want to do is leave Ankh-Morpork, said Vimes.
That actually sounded convincing,
said Rosie.
Off you go then, we're past curfew now. But why don't I think you'll be bothered by that?
As he disappeared in the gloom, Dotsy sidled up to Rosie.
You want we should follow him, dearie? Don't bother. You should have let Sadie give him a little prod, dear. That slows him down. I think it takes quite a lot to slow that man down. And we don't want trouble, not at a time like this. We're too close.
You don't want to be out at a time like this, mister. Vimes turned. He'd been hammering on the closed gates of the university. There were 3 watchmen behind him. One of them was holding a torch. Another was holding a bow. The third had clearly decided that activities for tonight would not include heavy lifting. Vimes raised his hands slowly. I expect he wants to be in a nice cold cell for the night, said the one with the torch. Oh dear, thought Vimes. It's the Comedian of the Year contest. Coppers really oughtn't to try this, but they still did. I was just visiting the university, he said. Oh yes, said the one without either torch or bow. He was portly, and Vimes could make out the tarnished gleam of a sergeant's stripes. Where'd you live? Nowhere, said Vimes. I've just arrived. And shall we move right along? I don't have a job, and I don't have any money, and neither of those is a crime.
Out, after curfew. No visible means of support,
said the sergeant. Got my legs, said Vimes. At the moment, said one of the men. He stopped when Vimes looked at him. I want to make a complaint, Sergeant, said Vimes.
What about?
You, said Vimes. And the brother's grin here. You're not doing it right. If you're going to arrest someone, you take charge right away. You've got a badge and a weapon, yeah? And he's got his hands up and a guilty conscience. Everyone's got a guilty conscience. So he's wondering what you know and what you're going to do. And what you do is fire up the questions sharply. You don't make silly jokes, because that makes you too human, and you keep him off balance so he can't quite think a clear sentence. And above all, you don't let him move like this, and grab your arm, and pull it up so it almost breaks like this, and grab your sword, and hold it to your throat like this. Tell your men to lower those swords, will you? The way they're waving them around, they could hurt someone. The sergeant gurgled. Right, said Vimes. Oh, sergeants. This is a sword. Ever sharpen it? What do you use it for, bludgeoning people to death? Now what you're going to do is, you're all going to put your weapons on the ground over there. And then I'm going to let the sarge go, and I'll leg it up that alley, okay? And by the time you've got your weapons back in your hands, and believe me, I'd advise you get hold of weapons before coming after me. I'll be well away. End of problem all round. Any questions? All three watchmen were silent. Then Vimes heard a very faint, very close noise. It was the sound of the hairs in his ears rustling, as with great care the tip of a crossbow bolt gently entered his ear.
Yes, sir, I have a question,
said a voice behind him.
Do you ever listen to your own advice?
Vimes felt the pressure of the crossbow against his skull, and wondered how far the arrow would go if the trigger was pulled. An inch would be too much. Sometimes you just had to take the lumps. He dropped the sword with great and exaggerated care, released his grip on the sergeant, and stepped away meekly, while the fourth watchman maintained his aim. I'll just stand with my legs apart, shall I? He said. Yeah, growled the sergeant, turning round.
Yeah, that'll save us a bit of time. Although for you, mister, we've got all night. Well done, Lance Constable. We'll make a watchman of you yet.
Yeah, well done, said Vimes, staring at the young man with the bow. But the sergeant was already taking his run-up. It was later. Pain had happened. Vimes lay on the hard cell bed and tried to make it go away. It hadn't been as bad as it might be. That mob hadn't even been able to organise a good seeing-to. They didn't understand how a man could roll with the punches, and half the time they were getting in their own way. Was he enjoying this? Not the pain. He'd pass on the pain. In fact, he'd passed out on the pain. But there was that small part of him he'd heard, sometimes during strenuous arrests after long chases, the part that wanted to punch and punch, long after punching had already achieved its effect. There was a joy to it. He called it the beast. It stayed hidden until you needed it, and then, when you needed it, out it came. Pain brought it out, and fear. He'd killed werewolves with his bare hands, mad with anger and terror, and tasting deep inside the blood of the beast. And it was sniffing the air. Hello, Mr. Vimes. I was wondering when you'd wake up. He sat up sharply. The cells were barred on the corridor side, but also between cells as well, on the basis that those caged ought to know they were in a cage. And in the next cell, lying with his hands behind his head, was Carcer. Go on, said Carcer cheerfully. Make a grab for me through the bars, eh? Want to see how long it takes before the guards arrive? At least they got you too, said Vimes. Not for long, not for long. I smell the roses, me. Visitor to the city, got lost. Very helpful to the watch, so sorry to have bothered them. Here's a little something for their trouble. You shouldn't have stopped the watch taking bribes, Mr. Vimes. It means an easier life all round. But I'm nearly some other way, Carcer. Carcer inserted a finger in his nose, wiggled it around, withdrew it, inspected its contents critically, and flicked them towards the ceiling. Well, that's where it all goes runny, Mr. Vimes. You see, I wasn't threatened by 4 coppers. I didn't go around assaulting watchmen or trying to break into the university. I was knocking on the door. I believe you, Mr. Vimes. But you know what coppers are like. You look at them in a funny way and the buggers will fit you up for every crime in a book. Terrible what they can pin on an honest man. Vimes knew it. So you got some money, he said. Of course, Mr. Vimes, I'm a crook. And the best part is, it's even easier to be a crook when no one knows you're a crook. But coppering depends on people believing you're a copper. That's enough of the books, eh? You know we're back in the good old days. It seems that way, Vimes admitted. He didn't like talking to Carcer, but right now he seemed to be the only real person around. Where did you land, if I may ask? In the sheds. Me too. A couple of blokes tried to mug me where I lay. Me? I ask you, Mr. Vimes. Still, they had some money on them, so that worked out all right. Yes, I think I'm going to be very happy here. Oh, here comes one of our brave lads. A watchman walked along the passage, swinging his keys. He was elderly, the kind of copper who gets given the jobs where swinging keys is more likely than swinging a truncheon. And his most distinguishing feature was a nose, twice the width and half the length of the average nose. He stared at Vimes for a moment, and then passed on to Carcer's cell. He unlocked the door.
You, hop it,
he said. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, said Carcer, hurrying out. He pointed to Vimes. You want to watch that one, sir? He's an animal. Decent people shouldn't be locked up in the same cells, sir.
hop it, I said.
Hop in it, sir. Thank you, sir. And Carcer, with a leery wink at Vimes, hopped it. The jailer turned to Vimes.
And what's your name? Nah, mister.
John Keel, said Vimes.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I've had my kicking. Fair's fair. I'd like to go now.
Oh, you'd like to go, would you? You'd like me to hand over these keys and give you 5 pence from the poor box for your trouble, eh?
The man was standing very close to the bars, with the grin of one who mistakenly thinks he's a wit, when he's only half a one. And if Vimes's reflexes were quicker, and he'd bet they were even now, it'd be the work of a second to pull the old fool forcibly into the bars and spread his nose even further across his face. No doubt about it. The psychopaths had it the easy way. Just freedom would do, he said, resisting temptation.
You ain't going anywhere. Except to see the captain,
said the jailer. That'd be Captain Tilden, said Vimes. Have I got that right? Smokes like a bonfire, got a brass ear and a wooden leg.
Yeah. And he could have you shot. How'd you like them bananas?
The cluttered desk of Vimes's memory finally unearthed the inadvertent coffee mat of recollection from under the teacup of forgetfulness. "You're snouty," he said. "Right, some bloke broke your nose and it never got set properly, and your eyes water all the time, which is why they gave you permanent jail duty."
Do I know you, mister?
said Snouty, peering at Vimes through suspicious running eyes. "Me? No, said Vimes hastily. "But I've heard people talk about you. Practically runs the watch house, they said. Very fair man, they said. Firm, but fair. Never spits in the gruel, never whittles in the tea. And never confuses his fruit either." The visible parts of Snouty's face contorted into the resentful scowl of someone who can't quite keep up with the script.
Oh, yeah, he managed. Well, I've always kept a clean cell, that's very true.
He looked a little nonplussed at the development, but managed another scowl.
You stay there, mister, and I'll go and tell the captain you woke up.
Vimes went back and lay on the bunk, staring at the badly spelled and anatomically incorrect graffiti on the ceiling. For a while there was a raised voice from upstairs, with an occasional intrusive
"Nah"
from Snouty. Then he heard the jailer's footsteps on the stairs again.
Well,
he said, with the tone of someone looking forward to seeing a third party get what was coming to them.
Turns out the captain wants to see you right away. Now, are you going to let me shackle you? Or do I call the lads down?
God protect you, Vimes thought. Maybe it was true that the blow that had spread Snouty's nose across his face had scrambled his brain. You had to be a special kind of idiot to try to handcuff a dangerous prisoner all by yourself. If he tried it with Carcer, for example, he'd have been a dead idiot 5 minutes ago. The jailer opened the door. Vimes stood up and presented his wrists. After a second's hesitation, Snouty handcuffed him. It always paid to be nice to a jailer. You might not get handcuffed behind your back. A man with both hands in front of him had quite a lot of freedom.
You go up the stairs first,
said Snouty, and reached down and picked up an efficient-looking crossbow.
And if you even try to walk fast, mister, I'll shoot you. Well, you die slow.
Very fair, said Vimes. Very fair. He walked up the steps very carefully, hearing Snouty's heavy breathing right behind him. Like many people of limited intellectual scope, Snouty took what he could do very seriously. He'd show a refreshing lack of compunction about pulling that trigger, for one thing. Vimes reached the top of the stairs and remembered to hesitate.
Turn left, you,
said Snouty behind him. Vimes nodded to himself. And then, first on the right, it was all coming back to him in a great wave. This was Treacle Mine Road. This was his first watch house. This was where it all began. The captain's door was open. The tired-looking old man behind the desk glanced up. "Be seated," said Tilden coldly. "Thank you, Snouty." Vimes had mixed memories of Captain Tilden. He had been a military man before being given this job as a kind of pension. And that was a bad thing in a senior copper. It meant he looked to authority for orders and obeyed them, whereas Vimes found it better to look to authority for orders and then filter those orders through a fine mesh of common sense, adding a generous scoop of creative misunderstanding, and maybe even incipient deafness if circumstances demanded, because authority rarely descended to street level. Tilden set too great a store by shiny breastplates and smartness on parade. You had to have some of that stuff, that was true enough. You couldn't let people slob around. But although he'd never voiced the view in public, Vimes liked to see a bit of battered armour around the place. It showed that someone had been battering it. Besides, when you were lurking in the shadows, you didn't want to gleam. There was an Ankh-Morpork flag pinned to one wall. The red faded to threadbare orange. Rumour had it that Tilden saluted it every day. There was also a very large silver inkstand, with a gilt regimental crest on it, occupying quite a lot of the desk. Snouty polished it every morning, and it shone. Tilden had never quite left the army behind. Still, Vimes retained a soft spot for the old man. He'd been a successful soldier, as these things went. He'd generally been on the winning side, and had killed more of the enemy by good if dull tactics than his own men by bad but exciting ones. He'd been, in his own way, kind and reasonably fair. The men of the watch had run rings around him, without his ever noticing. And Tilden was giving him the long stare with associated paperwork. It was supposed to mean, "We know all about you, so why don't you tell us all about yourself?" But he really wasn't any good at it. Vimes returned it, blankly. "What is your name again?" said Tilden, aware that Vimes was the better starer. "Keel," said Vimes. "John Keel. And what the hell? Look," he said. "You've only got one piece of paper there that means anything. And that's the report from that sergeant, assuming he can write." "As a matter of fact, I have 2 pieces of paper," said the captain. "The other one concerns the death of John Keel." "What?" "What? For a scrap with the watch?" "In the current emergency, that would be quite sufficient for the death penalty," said Tilden, leaning forward. "But perhaps it won't be necessary in this case, because John Keel died yesterday. You beat him up and robbed him, what? You took his money. But you didn't bother with the letters because your sort can't read, what? So you wouldn't have known that John Keel was a policeman, what?" "What?" Vimes stared at the skinny face with its triumphantly bristling moustache and the little faded blue eyes. And then there was the sound of someone industriously sweeping the floor in the corridor outside. The captain looked past him, growled, and hurled a pen. "Get him out of here," he barked. "What's the little devil doing here at this time of night anyway?" Vimes turned his head. There was a skinny, wizened-looking man standing in the doorway, bald as a baby. He was grinning stupidly and holding a broom. "He's cheap, sir. And it's best if he comes in when it's quiet," Snouty murmured, grabbing the little man by a stick-thin elbow. "Come on, out you get, Mr. Lousy." So now the crossbow wasn't pointing at Vimes, and he had several pounds of metal on his wrists, or, to put it another way, his arms were a hammer. He went to stand up. Vimes woke up and stared at the ceiling. There was a deep rumbling somewhere nearby. Treadmill? Watermill? It was going to be a corny line, but some things you had to know. "Where am I?" he said, and then he added, "This time." "Well done," said a voice somewhere behind him. "Consciousness to sarcasm in 5 seconds." The room was large, by the feel of the air, and the play of light on the walls suggested there were candles alight behind Vimes. The voice said, "I'd like you to think of me as a friend." "Friend? Why?" said Vimes. There was a smell of cigarette smoke in the air.
"Everyone ought to have a friend," said the voice. "Ah, I see you've noticed. You're still handcuffed."
The voice said this because in one movement, Vimes had swung himself off the table and plunged forward. Vimes woke up and stared at the ceiling. There was a deep rumbling somewhere nearby. Treadmill? Watermill? Then his thoughts knotted themselves most unpleasantly. "What?" he said. "Just happened."
"I thought you might like to try that again, lad,"
said the invisible friend.
"We have little tricks here, as you will learn. Just sit up. I know you have been through a lot, but we don't have time for messing about. This is sooner than I'd like, but I thought I'd better get you out of there before it went really runny. Mr. Vimes."
Vimes froze. "Who are you?" he said.
"It's Lucy, officially, Mr. Vimes. But you can call me Sweeper, since we're friends."
Vimes sat up, carefully, and looked around. The shadowy walls were covered with writing. It must be writing, he thought, but the Hubland type of writing, which is only one step away from being little pictures. The candle was standing on a saucer. Some way behind it, just visible in the shadows, were 2 cylinders, each as wide as a man and twice as long, set in massive horizontal bearings, one above the other. Both were turning slowly, and both gave the impression of being a lot bigger than their mere dimensions suggested. Their rumble filled the room. There was a strange violet haze around them. 2 yellow-robed figures tended the cylinders. But Vimes's eye was drawn to the skinny little bald man, sitting on an upturned crate by the candle. He was smoking a foul roll-up of the sort favoured by Nobby, and looked like a foreign monk. In fact, he looked exactly the kind Vimes occasionally saw, with begging bowls in the street.
"You're looking fit, Mr. Vimes,"
said Sweeper. "You were in the watch house, right?" said Vimes. "Snouty called you lousy."
"Yes, Mr. Vimes. Lucy. I've been sweeping up there every night for the past 10 days. All for 2 pence, and all the kicks I can't dodge. Just waiting. For you."
"And you told Rosie Palm where I'd gone to? You were the monk on the bridge."
"Right again. Couldn't be sure she'd catch up."
"How do you know who I am?"
"Don't get excited, Mr. Vimes,"
said Sweeper calmly.
"I'm here to help you, Your Grace. And I'm your friend because right now I'm the only person in the world who will probably believe anything you tell me about. Thunderstorms and falls, that sort of thing. At least," he added, "the only sane person."
He watched Vimes as the man sat quite still for half a minute.
"Good, Mr. Vimes,"
said Sweeper.
"Thinking. I like that in a man."
"This is magic, right?" said Vimes at last.
"Something like that, yes,"
said Sweeper.
"For instance, just now we moved you back in time. Just a few seconds. Just so you wouldn't do anything you'd regret. Can't say I blame you for wanting to have a go at someone, after all you've been through. But we don't want any harm to come to you, do we?"
"I almost had my hands around your throat." Sweeper smiled. It was a disarming little smile.
"Smoke?" he said.
He fumbled in his robe and produced a ragged, hand-rolled cigarette. "Thanks, but I've got my own." Vimes began automatically, His hand stopped halfway to his pocket.
"Oh, yes," said Sweeper. "The silver cigar case. Sybil gave it to you as a wedding present, right? Shame about that."
"I want to go home," said Vimes. It came out as a whisper. He hadn't been sleeping in the past 12 hours, merely recovering. This time it was Sweeper who sat in silence, apart from the rumble of the cylinders.
"You're a policeman, Mr. Vimes,"
he said eventually.
"Well, I'd like you to believe for a while that I'm a sort of policeman too, all right? Me and my colleagues, we see that things happen. Or don't happen. Don't ask questions right now. Just nod."
Vimes shrugged instead.
"Good. And let's say, on our patrol, we've found you, as it might be, in a metaphorical kind of way, lying in the gutter on a Saturday night, singing a rude song about wheelbarrows?"
"I don't know a rude song about wheelbarrows." Sweeper sighed.
"Hedgehogs, custard, one-string fiddles, it really doesn't matter. Now we've found you a long way from where you should be, and we'd like to get you home, but it's not as easy as you might think."
"I've gone back in time, haven't I? It was that bloody library. Everyone knows the magic in there makes strange things happen."
"Well, yes. It was mainly that, yes. It's more true to say that you, got caught up in a major event."
"Can anyone get me back? Can you get me back?"
"Well,"
said Sweeper, looking awkward. "Wizards can, if you can't," said Vimes. "I'll go back and see them in the morning."
"Oh, you will you? I'd like to be there when you do. These ain't the wizards under decent old Ridcully, you know. You'll be lucky if they only laugh at you. Anyway, even if they wanted to be helpful, they'd hit the same problem."
"And what's that?"
"It can't be done. Not yet."
For the first time in the conversation, Sweeper looked ill at ease.
"The big problem I'm facing, Mr. Vimes, is that I ought to tell you a few things that I'm not, in any circumstances, allowed to tell you. But you're a man who isn't happy until he knows the facts. I respect that. So, if I tell you everything, can you spare me, 20 minutes of your time? It could save your life."
"All right," said Vimes. "But what—"
"You've got a bargain,"
said Sweeper.
"Roll 'em, boys."
The noise of the big cylinders changed for a moment, and Vimes felt a very slight shock, a suggestion that his whole body had just gone plop.
20 minutes,
said Sweeper.
"I'll answer every question, and then, Mr. Vimes, we'll send you back, from 20 minutes in the future to now. And you'll tell yourself what you and me agree you ought to know, which will be most of it, really. You're a man who can keep secrets, okay?"
"Yes, but—" Vimes began. The tone of the spinning cylinders changed slightly. Sam Vimes saw himself standing in the middle of the room. "That's me."
"Yeah, right,"
said Sweeper.
"Now listen to the man."
"Hello, Sam," said the other Vimes, staring not quite at him. "I can't see you, but they say you can see me. Remember the smell of lilac? You thought about those who died. And then you told Willikins to hose down that kid. And you've got a pain in your chest you're a bit worried about, but you haven't told anyone. That's about enough, I think." You know I'm you. Now, there's some things I can't tell you. I can know 'em because I'm in a—" The speaker stopped and looked away, as if he was taking instruction from someone off stage. "A closed loop. You could say I'm 20 minutes of your life you don't recall. Remember when you had—" A sensation that his whole body had just gone blip. Sweeper stood up.
"I hate to do this," he said, "but we're in the temple, and we can pretty much dampen out the paradoxes. On your feet, Mr. Vimes. I'm going to tell you everything."
"You just said you couldn't." Sweeper smiled.
"Need any help with those handcuffs?"
"What, these old capstick Mark Is? No. Just give me a nail in a couple of minutes. How come I'm in a temple?"
"I brought you here."
"Carried me?"
"No, you walked with me, blindfolded, of course. And then you were here. I gave you a little drink."
"I don't remember that."
"Of course not. That was the purpose of the drink. Not very mystical, but it does the job. We don't want you coming back here, now do we? This place is supposed to be a secret."
"You messed up my memory. Now, you see here." Vimes half stood, but Sweeper held up his hands placatingly.
Don't worry. It just made you forget a few minutes," he said.
"How many minutes?"
Just a few. And it had herbs in it. Good for you herbs. And then we'll let you sleep. Don't worry, no one is after us. They'll never know you've gone. See this thing here?"
Sweeper picked up an open-work box that lay beside his chair. It had straps like a knapsack, and Vimes could just see a cylinder inside the box.
"This is called a procrastinator," said the monk. "And it's a tiny version of the ones over there. The ones that look like your granny's mangle. I'm not going to get technical, but when it's spinning, it moves time around you. Did you understand what I just said?"
"No."
"All right, it's a magic box. Happier?"
"Go on," said Vimes grimly.
"You wore one of these when I led you here from the watchhouse. Because you were wearing it, you were, shall we say, outside time. And after we've had this little talk, I'll take you back to the watchhouse, and the old captain won't know any different. No time is passing in the outside world, while we're in the temple. The procrastinators take care of that. Like I said, they move time around. Actually, what's really happening is that they are moving us back in time at the same time that time moves us forward. We've got others around the place. Good for keeping food fresh. What else can I tell you? Oh yeah, it helps keep track if you just think of things happening one after another, believe me."
"This is like a dream," said Vimes. There was a clink as the handcuffs sprang open.
"Yes, it is, isn't it?"
said Sweeper calmly. "And can your magic box take me home, move me in time all the way to where I ought to be?"
"This? No. This is strictly for small-scale stuff."
"Look, Mr. Sweeper, I've spent the last day fighting a right bastard on a roof, and getting beaten up twice and sewn up once and stitched up too. I've got the impression I should be thanking you for something, but I'm damned if I know what it is. What I want is straight answers, mister. I'm the commander of the watch in this city."
"Don't you mean will be?" said Sweeper.
"No. You told me it helps if I think of things happening one after another." Well, my yesterday, I was commander of the watch, and I bloody well still am the commander of the watch. I don't care what anyone else thinks. They are not in possession of all the facts.
Hold on to that thought,
said Sweeper, standing up.
All right, Commander. You want some facts? Let's take a walk in the garden, shall we?
Can you get me home?
Not yet. It's my professional opinion that you're here for a reason.
A reason? I fell through the bloody dome.
That helped, yes. Calm down, Mr. Vimes. It's all been a great strain, I can see.
Sweeper led the way out of the hall. There was a big office outside, a hubbub of quiet but purposeful activity. Here and there, among the worn and scratched desks, there were more cylinders, like the ones Vimes had seen in the other chamber. Some of them were turning slowly.
Very busy, our Ankh-Morpork section,
said Sweeper.
We had to buy the shops on either side.
He picked up a scroll from a basket by one desk, glanced at the contents, and tossed it back with a sigh.
And everyone's overworked,
he added.
We are here at all hours, and when we say all hours, we know what we're talking about.
But what is it you do? Said Vimes.
We see that things happen.
Don't things happen anyway?
Depends what things you want. We're the monks of history, Mr. Vimes. We see that it happens.
I've never heard of you. And I know this city like the back of my hand, said Vimes.
Right. And how often do you really look at the back of your hand, Mr. Vimes? We're in Clay Lane, to stop you wondering.
What? Those loony monks in the funny foreign building between the pawnbrokers and the shonky shop? The ones who go dancing round the street banging drums and shouting?
Well done, Mr. Vimes. It's funny how secretly you can move when you're a loony monk dancing through the streets banging a drum.
When I was a kid, most of my clothes came from the shonky shop in Clay Lane, said Vimes. Everyone we knew got their clothes from the shonky shop. Used to be run by a foreign guy with a funny name.
Brother Soonshine's son,
said Sweeper.
Not a hugely enlightened operative, but a genius when it comes to pricing fourth-hand schmutter.
Shirts so worn you could see daylight through 'em, and trousers as shiny as glass, said Vimes. And by the end of the week half the stuff was in the pawn shop.
That's right,
said Sweeper.
You'd pawn your clothes in the pawn shop, but you'd never buy clothes from the pawn shop, 'cause there were standards, right?
Vimes nodded. When you got right down to the bottom of the ladder, the rungs were very close together, and oh my, weren't the women careful about them. In their own way, they were as haughty as any duchess. You might not have much, but you could have standards. Clothes might be cheap and old, but at least they could be scrubbed. There might be nothing behind the front door worth stealing, but at least the doorstep could be clean enough to eat your dinner off. If you could have afforded dinner. And no one ever bought their clothes from the pawn shop. You'd hit bottom when you did that. No, you bought them from Mr. Son at the shonky shop. And you never asked where he got them from. I went off to my first proper job in a suit from the shonky shop, he said. Seems like centuries ago now.
No,
said Sweeper.
It was only last week.
Silence ballooned. The only sound was the purr of the cylinders dotted around the room. The Sweeper added,
It must have occurred to you.
Why? I've spent most of the time here being beaten up or unconscious or trying to get home, You mean I'm out there somewhere?
Oh, yes. In fact, last night you saved the day for your squad by aiming a crossbow at a dangerous miscreant who was attacking your sergeant.
The silence ballooned larger this time. It seemed to fill the universe. Eventually, Vimes said, "No. That's not right. That never happened. I would have remembered that. And I can remember a lot about my first weeks in the job."
Interesting, isn't it?
Said Sweeper.
But is it not written? There's a lot that goes on we don't get told. Mr. Vimes, you need a short spell in the Garden of Inner City Tranquility.
It was indeed a garden, like a lot of other gardens you got in areas such as Clay Lane. The grey soil was nothing more than old brick dust, elderly cat mess and generalised semi-rotted dross. At the far end was a 3-hole privy. It was built handily by the gate to the back lane, so the night's soilmen didn't have far to go. But this one had a small stone cylinder turning gently beside it, and the gate was barred shut. The garden didn't get much proper light. Gardens like this never did. You got second-hand light, once the richer folk in the taller buildings had finished with it. Some people kept pigeons or rabbits or pigs on their plots, or planted, against all experience, a few vegetables. But it'd take magic beans to reach the real sunlight in gardens like this. Nevertheless, someone had made an effort. Most of the spare ground had been covered with gravel of different sizes, and this had been carefully raked into swirls and curves. Here and there, apparently with great thought, some individual larger stones had been positioned. Vimes stared at the garden of rocks, desperate for anything to occupy his attention. He could see what the designer had in mind, he thought. But the effect had been spoiled. This was the big city after all. Garbage got everywhere. The main disposal method was throwing it over a wall. Sooner or later, someone would sell it on or possibly eat it. A young monk was carefully raking the gravel. He gave a respectful bow as Sweeper approached. The old man sat down on a stone bench.
"Push off and get us 2 cups of tea, lad, will you?" he said. "1 green with yak butter, and Mr. Vimes will have it boiled orange in a builder's boot with 2 sugars and yesterday's milk, right?"
"That's how I like it," said Vimes weakly, sitting down. Sweeper took a deep, long breath.
"And I like building gardens," he said. "Life should be a garden."
Vimes stared blankly at what was in front of them. "Okay," he said. "The gravel and rocks, yes, I can see that. Shame about all the rubbish. It always turns up, doesn't it?"
"Yes,"
said Lutzi.
"it's part of the pattern."
"What? The old cigarette packet?"
"Certainly. That invokes the element of air,"
said Sweeper. "And the cat doings?"
"To remind us that disharmony, like a cat, gets everywhere."
"The cabbage stalks? The used sonky?"
Named after Wallace Sonky, a man without whose experiments with thin rubber the pressure on housing in Ankh-Morpork would have been a good deal more pressing.
At our peril we forget the role of the organic in the total harmony. What arrives seemingly by chance in the pattern is part of a higher organization that we can only dimly comprehend. This is a very important fact, and has a bearing on your case.
And the beer bottle? For the first time since Vimes had met him, The monk frowned.
You know, some bugger always tosses one over the wall on his way back from the pub on Friday nights. If it wasn't forbidden to do that kind of thing, he'd feel the flat of my hand and no mistake.
It's not part of the higher organisation.
Possibly, who cares? That sort of thing gets on my thungers, it really does,
said Sweeper. He sat back with his hands on his knees. Serenity flowed once more.
Well now, Mr. Vimes, you know the universe is made up of very small items?
Huh?
We've got to work up to things gradually, Mr. Vimes. You're a bright man. I can't keep telling you everything is done by magic.
Am I really here too? In the city? I mean, a younger me?
Of course, why not? Where was I? Oh yes. Made up of very small items, and...
This is not a good time to be in the watch. I remember. There's the curfew. And that was only the start.
Small items, Mr. Vimes,
said Sweeper sharply.
You need to know this.
Oh, all right. How small?
Very, very small. So tiny that they have some very strange ways indeed.
Vimes sighed. And I ask you, what ways are these? Yeah?
I'm glad you asked that question. For one thing, they can be in many places at once. Try to think, Mr. Vimes.
Vimes tried to concentrate on what was probably the discarded fish and chip wrapper of infinity. Oddly enough, with so many horrible thoughts crowding his head, it was almost a relief to put them on one side in order to consider this. The brain did things like that. He remembered once when he'd been stabbed and would have bled to death if Sergeant Angua hadn't caught up with him, and how as he lay there he'd found himself taking a very intense interest in the pattern of the carpet. The senses say, we've only got a few minutes, let's record everything in every detail. That can't be right, he said. If this seat is made up of lots of tiny things that can be in lots of places at once, why is it standing still?
Give the man a small cigar,
said Sweeper jubilantly.
That's the big problem, Mr. Vimes. And the answer our abbot tells us is that it is in lots of places at once. Ah, here's the tea. And in order for it to be in lots of places at once, the multiverse is made up of a vast number of alternative universes. An oodleplex of oodleplexes. That's like the biggest number anyone can think of, ever. Just so as it can accommodate all the quantum. Am I going too fast for you?
Oh, that, said Vimes. I know about that. Like you make a decision in this universe, and you made a different decision in another one. I heard the wizards talking about that at a posh reception once. They were arguing about the glorious 25th of May.
And what were they saying?
Oh, all the old stuff. That it would have turned out different if the rebels had properly guarded the gates and the bridges. That you can't break a siege by frontal attack. But they were saying that, in a way, everything happens. Somewhere.
And you believed them?
It sounds like complete thungers. But sometimes you can't help wondering. What would have happened if I'd done something different?
Like when you killed your wife?
Sweeper was impressed at Vimes's lack of reaction. This is a test, right?
You are a quick study, Mr. Vimes.
But in some other universe, believe me, I hauled off and punched you one. Again, Sweeper smiled, the annoying little smile that suggested he didn't believe him. You haven't killed your wife, he said. Anywhere. There is nowhere, however huge the multiverse is, where Sam Vimes, as he is now, has murdered Lady Sybil. But the theory is quite clear. It says that if anything could happen without breaking any physical laws, it must happen. But it hasn't. And yet the many universes theory works. Without it, no one would ever be able to make a decision at all.
So?
So what people do matters, said Sweeper. People invent other laws. What they do is important. The abbot's very excited about this. He nearly swallowed his rusk. It means the multiverse isn't infinite, and people's choices are far more vital than they think. They can, by what they do, change the universe.
Sweeper gave Vimes a long look.
Mr. Vimes, you're thinking, I'm back in time. And damn me, I'm probably going to end up being the sergeant that teaches me all I know, right?
I've been wondering. The Watch would offer any gutter trash a job in those days, because of the curfew and all the spying. But look, I remember Keel, and yes, he did have a scar and an eye patch. But I'm sure as hell that he wasn't me.
Right. The universe doesn't work like that. You were indeed taken under the wing of one John Keel, a watchman from Pseudopolis who came to Ankh-Morpork because the pay was better. He was a real person. He was not you. But do you remember if he ever mentioned to you that he was attacked by two men not long after he got off the coach?
Hell yes, said Vimes. The muggers. He got this. He got his scar that way. A good old Ankh-Morpork welcome. But he was a tough man. Took 'em both down, no problem.
This time there were 3, said Sweeper.
Well, 3's trickier, of course, but...
You're the policeman. You guessed the name of the third man, Mr. Vimes.
Vimes hardly had to think. The answer erupted from the depths of darkest suspicion. Carcer.
He soon settled in, yes.
The bastard was in the next cell. He even told me he'd grabbed some money.
And you're both stuck here, Mr. Vimes. This isn't your past anymore. Not exactly. It's a past. And up there is a future. It might be your future, but it might not be. You want to go home now, leaving Carcer here and the real John Keel dead. But there'll be no home to go to if you could do that. Because young Sam Vimes wouldn't get a swift course in basic policing from a decent man if you did. He'll learn it from people like Sergeant Knock and Corporal Quirk and Lance Corporal Colon. And that might not be the worst of it, by a long way.
Vimes shut his eyes. He remembered how wet behind the ears he'd been. And Fred... Well, Fred Colon hadn't been too bad. Under the half-hearted timorousness and lack of imagination. But Quirk had been an evil little sod in his way. And as for Knock... Well, Knock had been Fred's teacher, and the pupil wasn't a patch on the master. What had Sam Vimes learned from Keel? To stay alert? To think for himself? To keep a place in his head, free from the quirks and knocks of the world? And not to hesitate about fighting dirty today, if that's what it took to fight again tomorrow. He'd often thought he'd have been dead long ago if it wasn't for... He looked up sharply at the monk.
Can't tell you that, Mr. Vimes, said Lutzi. Nothing's certain, 'Cause of quantum. But look, I know my future happened. Because I was there.
No. What we've got here, friend, is quantum interference. Mean anything?
No.
Well, let me put it this way. There's one past and one future, but there are two presents. One where you and your evil friend turned up, and one where you didn't. We can keep these two presents going side by side for a few days. It takes a lot of runtime, but we can do it. And then they'll snap back together. The future that happens depends on you. We want the future where Vimes is a good copper, not the other one.
But it must have happened, snapped Vimes. I told you I can remember it. I was there yesterday.
Nice try. But that doesn't mean anything anymore, said the monk. Trust me. Yes, it's happened to you. But even though it has, it might not. 'Cause of quantum. Right now, there isn't a Commander Vimes-shaped hole in the future to drop you into. It's officially uncertain. But might not be, if you do it right. You owe it to yourself, Commander. Right now, out there, Sam Vimes is learning to be a very bad copper indeed. And he learns fast.
The little monk stood up.
I'll let you think about that, he said.
Vimes nodded, staring at the gravel garden. Sweeper crept away quietly and went back into the temple. He walked to the other side of the office. He removed a strange-shaped key from around his neck and inserted it into a small door. The door opened. Brilliant sunlight burst ahead of him. He walked on, his sandals leaving the cold flagstones and walking onto well-trodden earth in broad, hot daylight. The river had a different course this far back in the past, and present-day residents of Ankh-Morpork would have been surprised at how pleasant it looked. 700,000 years ago, hippos sunbathed on a sandbank, out in midstream, and, according to Q, were getting troublesome lately. He'd had to set up a little temporal fence around the camp at nights, so that any hippo trying to wander in among the tents found themselves back in the water with a headache. Q himself, his straw hat protecting his head from the hot sun, was supervising his assistants in a vined-off area. Lutzi sighed as he walked towards it. There were going to be explosions, he knew it. It wasn't that he disliked Q, the Order's master of devices. The man was a sort of engineering equivalent of the Abbot. The Abbot had taken 1,000-year-old ideas and put them through his mind in a new way. And as a result, the multiverse had opened for him like a flower. Q, on the other hand, had taken the ancient technology of the procrastinators that could save and restore time and had harnessed it to practical everyday purposes, such as, yes, blowing people's heads off. It was something that Lutzi tried to avoid. There were better things to do with people's heads. As Lutzi approached, a line of joyful dancing monks wove their way along a bamboo replica of a street, letting off firecrackers and banging gongs. As they reached a corner, the last monk turned and lightly tossed a little drum into the outstretched arms of a straw dummy. The air shimmered, and the figure disappeared with a small thunderclap.
Nice to see something not blowing anyone's head off,
said Lutzi, leaning on the vine rope.
Oh, hello, Sweeper,
said Q.
Yes, I wonder what went wrong. You see, the body should have moved forward by a microsecond and left the head where it was.
He picked up a megaphone. "Thank you, everyone. Places for another run. Soto, take over, please." He turned to Lutzi. "Well?"
"He's thinking about it," said Sweeper.
"Oh, for heaven's sake, Lutzi, this is completely unauthorized, you know. We're supposed to prune out rogue history loops, not expend vast amounts of time keeping them going."
"This one's important. We owe it to the man. It wasn't his fault we had the major temporal shattering just as he fell through the dome."
"Two timelines running side by side," moaned Q. "That's quite unacceptable, you know. I'm having to use techniques that are completely untried."
"Yes, but it's only a few days."
"What about Vimes? Is he strong enough? He's got no training for this."
"He defaults to being a copper. A copper's a copper wherever he is."
"I really don't know why I listen to you, Lutzi. I really don't," said Q. He glanced at the arena and hurriedly raised his megaphone to his lips. "Don't hold it that way up! I said don't hold—" There was a thunderclap. Lutzi didn't bother to look round. Q lifted the megaphone again and said wearily, "All right, someone, please go and fetch Brother Kai, will you? Start looking around, 2 centuries ago. You don't even use these very useful devices I devise," he added to Lutzi.
"Don't need to,"
said Lutzi.
"Got a brain. Anyway, I use the temporal toilet, don't I?"
"A privy which discharges 10 million years into the past was not a good idea, Sweeper. I'm sorry I let you persuade me."
"It's saving us 4p a week to Harry King's bucket boys, Q. And that's not to be sneezed at. Is it not written, a penny saved is a penny earned? Besides, it all lands in a volcano anyway. Perfectly hygienic."
There was another explosion. Q turned and raised his megaphone. "Do not bang the tambourine more than twice," he bellowed. "It's tap, tap, throw, duck. Please pay attention." He turned back to Sweeper. 4 more days at most, Lutzi," he said. "I'm sorry, but after that I can't hide it in the paperwork. And I'll be amazed if your man can stand it. It'll affect his mind sooner or later, however tough you think he is. He's not in his right time."
"We're learning a lot, though," Lutzi insisted. "For a perfectly logical chain of reasons, Vimes ended up back in time, even looking rather like Keel. Eye patch and scar. Is that narrative causality, or historical imperative, or just plain weird? Are we back to the old theory of the self-correcting history? Is there no such thing as an accident, as the abbot says? Is every accident just a higher-order design? I'd love to find out."
4 days, Q insisted. "Any longer than that, and this little exercise will show up, and the abbot will be very, very annoyed with us."
"Right you are, Q," said Sweeper meekly. "He'll be annoyed if he has to find out, certainly," he thought,
as he walked back to the door in the air. He'd been very specific. The abbot of the history monks, the men in saffron, no such monastery. They had many names, couldn't allow this sort of thing. And he'd taken pains to forbid Lutzi from this course of action. He had added,
"But when you do, I expect historical imperative will win."
Sweeper went back to the garden and found Vimes still staring at the empty baked bean tin of universal oneness.
"Well, Commander,"
he said. "Are you really like policeman? For time?" said Vimes. Well, in a way, said Sweeper. So you make sure the good stuff happens? No, not the good stuff. The right stuff, said Sweeper. But frankly, these days, we have our work cut out, making sure anything happens. We used to think time was like a river. You could row up and down and come back to the same place. Then we found it acted like a sea, so you could go from side to side as well. Then it turned out to be like a ball of water. You could go up and down too. Currently we think it's like, lots of spaces all rolled up. And then there are time jumps and time slips, and humans mess it up too, wasting it and gaining it. And then there's quantum, of course. The monk sighed. There's always bloody quantum. So what with one thing and another, we think we're doing well if yesterday happens before tomorrow, quite frankly. You, Mr. Vimes, got caught up in a bit of an event. We can't put it right. Not properly. You can. Vimes sat back. I've got no choice of her, he said. As my old sergeant used to say, you do the job that's in front of you. He hesitated. And that's going to be me, isn't it? I taught me all I know. No, I explained. I didn't understand it. But perhaps I don't have to. Sweeper sat down. Good. And now, Mr. Vimes, I'll take you back inside, and I'll give you some background on the sergeant. And we'll work out what you need to know from all this. And we can set up a little loop, so that you can tell yourself what you need to know. No addresses, though. And what'll happen to me? Said Vimes. The me, sitting here now. The other me walks away and me, this me, you understand? Well, what happens? Sweeper gave him a long, thoughtful look. You know, he said, it's very hard to talk quantum using a language originally designed to tell other monkeys where the ripe fruit is. Afterwards, well, there will be a you, as much you as you are now. So, who can say it's not you? This meeting will be a sort of loop in time. In one sense, it will never end. In a way, it'll be like a dream, said Vimes wearily. Sweeper brightened. Very good. Yes. Not true, but a very, very good lie. You know, you could have just told me everything, said Vimes. No. I wouldn't be able to tell you everything, and you, Mr. Vimes, aren't in the mood for games like that. This way. A man you trust, that's you, will tell you all the truth you need to know. Then we'll do a little of what the younger acolytes call slicing and gluing, and Mr. Vimes will go back to Treaclemine Lane a little wiser. How are you going to get him, me, back to the watch house? Don't even think about giving me some kind of potion. No, we'll blindfold you, twirl you round, take you the long way, and walk you back, I promise. Any other advice? Said Vimes gloomily. Just be yourself, said Sweeper. See it through. There'll come a time when you'll look back and see how it all made sense. Really? I wouldn't lie. It'll be a perfect moment, believe me. But Vimes hesitated. Yes? You must know that there's another little problem if I'm going to be Sergeant Keel. I've remembered what day this is, and I know what's going to happen. Yes, said Sweeper. I know too.
Shall we talk about that?
Captain Tilden blinked.
What happened there? He said.
Where? Said Vimes, trying to fight down nausea. Time coming back had left him with a horrible sensation that he was really two people, and neither of them was feeling at all well.
You blurred, man.
Perhaps I'm a bit tired of this, said Vimes, pulling himself together. Listen, Captain, I am John Keel. I can prove it, okay? Ask me some questions. You've got my papers there, haven't you? They were stolen. Tilden hesitated for a moment. He was a man whose mind was ponderous enough to have momentum. It was quite hard for his thoughts to change direction.
Who is commander of the Pseudopolis Watch, then? He said.
Sheriff Macklewheat, said Vimes.
Ah, wrong. Fallen at the very first fence, what? In fact, you fool, it's Sheriff Purley.
No, excuse me, sir,
said Snouty nervously.
Yes, what?
No, it is Macklewheat, sir. Purley died last week. Heard it in the pub.
Fell into the river when drunk, said Vimes, helpfully.
That's what I heard, sir,
said Snouty. Tilden looked furious.
You could have known that, what? He said. It doesn't prove anything.
Ask me something else, then, said Vimes. Ask me what Macklewheat said about me. And I just hope I've got the answers right.
Well?
Said I was the best officer on his force, and he was sorry to see me go, said Vimes. Said I was of good character. Said he wished he could pay me the $25 a month I was going to get here.
I never offered you.
No, you offered me $20. And now that I've seen the mess here, I'm not taking it. Vimes rejoiced. Tilden hadn't even learned how to control a conversation. If you pay Nock $20, he owes you $19 change. The man couldn't talk and chew gum at the same time. And look at this, will you? Vimes dumped his handcuffs on the desk. The gaze of Snouty and Tilden swung to them as if magnetic. Oh dear, thought Vimes, and stood up and lifted the crossbow out of Snouty's hands. It was all in the movement. If you moved with authority, you got a second or two extra. Authority was everything. He fired the bow at the floor, then handed it back. A kid could open those cuffs, and while Snouty here keeps a very clean jail, he's completely draws at being a guard, said Vimes. This place needs shaking up. He leaned forward, knuckles on the captain's desk, with his face a few inches from the trembling moustache and the milky eyes. $25, or I walk out that door, he said. It was probably a phrase never ever said before by any prisoner, anywhere on any world.
$25?
Murmured Tilden, hypnotized. And the rank will be Sergeant at Arms, said Vimes. Not Sergeant. I'm not going to be given orders by the likes of Nock.
Sergeant at Arms, said Tilden distantly.
But Vimes saw the hint of approval. It was a good military-sounding title, and it was still on the books. In fact, it was a pretty ancient pre-coppering term. Back in the days when a court employed a big man with a stick to drag miscreants in front of it. Vimes had always admired the simplicity of that arrangement.
Well, Sheriff Macklewheat certainly gave you a most glowing reference, said the captain, shuffling the papers. Very glowing. Things have been a little difficult since we lost Sergeant
And I'll be paid my first month in advance, please. I need clothes and a decent meal, and somewhere to sleep. Tilden cleared his throat.
Many of the unmarried men stay in the barracks in Cheapside.
Not me, said Vimes. I'll be lodging with Dr. Lorne in Twinkle Street. Well, Rosy Palm did suggest he had a spare room.
The pox, Doctor, said Snouty.
Yeah, I'm particular about the company I keep, said Vimes. It's also just around the corner. He took his hands off the desk, stood back, and whipped off a salute of almost parodic efficiency, the sort that Tilden had always loved. I'll report for duty at 3 o'clock tomorrow. This afternoon, sir, he said. Thank you, sir. Tilden sat mesmerized. It was $25, sir, I believe, said Vimes, still maintaining the salute. He watched the captain get up and go to the old green safe in the corner. The man was careful not to let Vimes see him turn the dial, but Vimes was pretty certain he didn't need to. The safe had still been there when he made captain, and by then everyone knew the combination was 4478, and no one seemed to know how to change it. The only things worth keeping in it had been the tea and sugar and anything you particularly wanted Nobby to read. Tilden came back with a small leather bag and slowly counted out the money, and was so cowed that he didn't ask Vimes to sign anything. Vimes took it, saluted again, and held out his other hand. "Badge, sir," he said.
Ah! Oh, yes, of course.
The captain, entirely unnerved, fumbled in the top drawer of the desk and pulled out a dull copper shield. If he'd been that observant, he'd have noticed how hungrily Vimes's eyes watched it. The new sergeant-at-arms picked up his badge with care and saluted yet again. "Oath, sir," he said.
Oh, that thing? I believe I've got it written down somewhere.
Vimes took a deep breath. This probably wasn't a good idea, but he was flying now. "I, comma, square bracket, recruit's name, square bracket, comma, do solemnly swear, by square bracket recruit's deity of choice, square bracket, to uphold the laws and ordinances of the city of Ankh-Morpork, comma, serve the public trust, comma, and defend the subjects of his stroke her bracket, delete whichever is inappropriate bracket, majesty bracket, name of reigning monarch bracket, without fear, comma, favour, comma, or thought of personal safety, semicolon, to pursue evildoers and protect the innocent, comma, laying down my life if necessary in the cause of said duty, comma, so help me bracket aforesaid deity bracket full stop, God save the king stroke queen bracket, delete whichever is inappropriate bracket full stop."
My word, well done, said Tilden. You have come well prepared, Sergeant.
"And now it's the king's shilling, sir," said Vimes, insistently, soaring on wings of audacity.
What?
"I have to take the king's shilling, sir."
Do we have her?
It's in the bottom drawer, sir, said Snouty helpfully. On the bit of string.
Oh, yes, said Tilden, beaming. It's a long time since we used that, what?
"Is it?" said Vimes. After some rummaging, Tilden produced the coin. It was a genuine old shilling. Probably worth $50 now just for its silver and thus. Coppers being coppers, it had always been dropped into the new copper's hand and then tugged away before it was pinched. Vimes had taken the oath once. He wondered if taking it twice cancelled it out. But it needed to be done, and you had at least to touch the shilling. He felt the weight in his palm and took a small, shameful pleasure in closing his fingers on it before the captain had time to drag it back. Then, point made, he released the grip. With a final salute, he turned and tapped Snouty on the shoulder. "With the captain's permission, I'd like a chat with you outside, please." And Vimes strode out. Snouty looked at Tilden, who was still sitting as though hypnotised, the shilling dangling from his fist. The captain managed to say, "Good man, that. Very good. Got backbone."
"Well, I'll just go out and see what he wants, sir," said Snouty, and scuttled out.
He had reached the end of the corridor when a hand came out of the shadows and pulled him close. "You're a useful man to know, Snouty," hissed Vimes. "I can tell."
"Yes, sir,"
said Snouty, held half on tiptoe. "You've got your ear to the ground, eh?"
"Yes, sir."
"There's someone in every nick who knows all that's going on and can lay his hands on just about anything, Snouty, and I think you are that man."
"Yes, sir."
"Then listen here," said Vimes. "Size 8 boots, size 7 1/4 helmet, good leather cape. The boots should be a good make, but second hand. Got that?"
"Second hand?"
"Yes. Sole's pretty nearly worn through."
"Sole's pretty nearly worn through?"
"Check," said Snouty. "Breastplate not to have any rust on it, but a few dents will be okay. A good sword, Snouty, and believe me, I know a good sword when I hold one. As for all the rest of the stuff, well, I know a man like you can get hold of the very best, and have it delivered to Dr. Lone's place in Twinkle Street by 10 this morning. And there'll be something in it for you, Snouty."
"What'll that be, sir?"
said Snouty, who was finding the grip uncomfortable. "My undying friendship, Snouty," said Vimes. "Which is going to be an extremely rare coin in these parts, let me tell you."
"Right you are, Sarge,"
said Snouty.
"And will you be wanting a bell, sir?"
"A bell?"
"For ringing and shouting, all's well with Sarge."
Vimes considered this. A bell? Well, every copper still got a bell. It was down there in the regulations. But Vimes had banned its use on anything but ceremonial occasions. "No bell for me, Snouty," said Vimes. "Do you think things are well?" Snouty swallowed.
"Could go either way, Sarge," he managed.
"Good man. See you this afternoon." There was a glow of dawn in the sky when Vimes strode out, but the city was still a pattern of shadows. In his pocket was the reassuring heaviness of the badge, and in his mind the huge, huge freedom of the oath. Ruler after ruler had failed to notice what a devious oath it was. He walked as steadily as he could down to Twinkle Street. A couple of watchmen tried to waylay him, but he showed them the badge, and more importantly, he had the voice now. It had come back to him. It was night, and he was walking the streets. And he owned the damn streets. And somehow that came out in the way he spoke. They'd hurried off. He wasn't sure they'd believed him, but at least they'd pretended to. The voice had told them he could be the kind of trouble they weren't paid enough to deal with. At one point, he had to step aside as a very thin horse dragged a huge and familiar four-wheeled wagon over the cobbles. Frightened faces looked out at him from between the wide metal strips that covered most of it, and then it disappeared into the gloom. Curfew was claiming its nightly harvest. These were not good times. Everyone knew Lord Winder was insane. And then some kid who was equally mad had tried to knock him off, and would have done too, if the man hadn't moved at the wrong moment. His lordship had taken the arrow in the arm, and they said, they, being the nameless people of the kind that everyone met in the pub, that the wound had poisoned him and made him worse. He suspected everyone and everything. He saw dark assassins in every corner. The rumour was that he woke up sweating every night, because they even got into his dreams. And he saw plots and spies everywhere throughout his waking hours. and had men root them out. And the thing about rooting out plots and spies everywhere is that even if there are no real plots to begin with, there are plots and spies galore very soon. At least the Night Watch didn't have to do much of the actual rooting. They just arrested the pieces. It was the special office in Cable Street that was the long hand of his lordship's paranoia. The particulars, they were officially, but as far as Vimes could remember, they'd revelled in their nickname of the Unmentionables. They were the ones that listened in every shadow and watched at every window. That was how it seemed, anyway. They certainly were the ones who knocked on doors in the middle of the night. Vimes stopped in the dark. The cheap clothes were soaked through. The boots were flooded. Rain was trickling off his chin, and he was a long, long way from home. Yet, in a treacherous kind of way, this was home. He'd spent most of his days working nights. Walking through the wet streets of a sleeping city was his life. The nature of the night changed, but the nature of the beast remained the same. He reached into the ragged pocket and touched the badge again. In the darkness, where lamps were few and far between, Vimes knocked on a door. A light was burning in one of the lower windows, so Lorne was presumably still awake. After a while, a very small panel slid back, and he heard a voice say, "Oh, it's you." There was a pause, followed by the sound of bolts being released. The doctor opened the door. In one hand, he held a very long syringe. Vimes found his gaze inexorably drawn to it. A bead of something purple dripped off the end and splashed on the floor. "What would you have done?" "Injected me to death," he said. "This?" Lorne looked at the instrument, as if unaware that he'd been holding it. "Oh, just sorting out a little problem for someone. Patients turn up at all hours." "I'll bet they do. Rosie said you had a spare room," said Vimes. "I can pay," he added quickly. "I've got a job, $5 a month. I won't be needing it for long." "Upstairs, on the left," said Lorne, nodding. "We can talk about it in the morning." "I'm not a criminal madman," said Vimes. He wondered why he said it, and then wondered who he was trying to reassure. "Never mind. You'll soon fit in," said Lorne. There was a whimper from the door leading to the surgery. "The bed's not aired, but I doubt that you'll care," he said. "And now, if you'll excuse me." It wasn't aired, and Vimes didn't care. He didn't even remember getting into it. He woke up once, in panic, and heard the sound of the big black wagon rattling down the street. And then it just, quite seamlessly, became part of the nightmare. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Vimes found a cold cup of tea by his bed, and a pile of clothes and armour on the floor outside the door. He drank the tea while he inspected the pile. He'd read Snouty right. The man survived because he was a weathercock, and kept an eye on which way the wind was blowing. And right now the wind was blowing due Vimes. He'd even included fresh socks and drawers, which hadn't been in the specification. It was a thoughtful touch. They probably hadn't been paid for, of course. They'd been obtained. This was the old Night Watch. But glory be! The breathy little crawler had scrounged something else too. The 3 stripes for a sergeant had a little gold crown above them. Vimes instinctively disliked crowns, but this was one he was prepared to treasure. He went downstairs doing up his belt, and bumped into Lorne coming out of his surgery, wiping his hands on a cloth. The doctor smiled absently, then focused on the uniform. The smile did not so much fade as drain. "Shocked," said Vimes.
Surprised, said the doctor. Rosie won't be, I expect. I don't do anything illegal, you know.
Then you've got nothing to fear, said Vimes.
Really? That proves you're not from round here, said Lorne. Want some breakfast? Those kidneys.
This time it was Vimes's smile that drained.
Lamb, the doctor added.
In the tiny kitchen, he prized the lid of a tall stone jar and pulled out a can. Vapour poured off it.
Ice, he said. Get it from over the road. Keeps food fresh.
Vimes's brow wrinkled. Over the road? You mean the mortuary?
Don't worry, it's all been used, said Lorne, putting a pan on the stove. Mr. Garnish drops off a lump a few times a week, in payment for being cured of a rather similar medical condition.
But mostly you work for the ladies of, shall we say, negotiable affection, said Vimes. Lorne gave him a sharp look to see if he was joking, but Vimes's expression hadn't changed.
Not just them, he said. There are others.
People who come in by the back door, said Vimes, looking around the little room. People who, for one reason or another, don't want to go to the better-known doctors.
Or can't afford them, said Lorne. People who turn up with no identity. And you had a point, John?
No, just ask him, said Vimes, cursing himself for walking right into it. I just wondered where you were trained.
Why?
The kind of people who come in by the back door are the kind of people who want results, I imagine.
Huh. Well, I trained in Clatch. They have some novel ideas about medicine over there. They think it's a good idea to get patients better, for one thing.
He turned over the kidneys with a fork.
Frankly, Sergeant, I'm pretty much like you. We do what needs doing, we work in unpopular areas, and I suspect we both draw the line somewhere. I'm no butcher. Rosie says you aren't, but you do the job that's in front of you, or people die.
I'll remember that, said Vimes.
And when all's said and done, said Lorne, there are worse things to do in the world than take the pulse of women.
After breakfast, Sergeant-at-Arms John Keel stepped out into the first day of the rest of his life. He stood still for a moment, shut his eyes, and swivelled both feet, like a man trying to stub out 2 cigarettes at once. A slow, broad smile spread across his face. Snouty had found just the right kind of boots. Willikins and Sybil between them conspired to prevent him wearing old, well-worn boots those days, and stole them away in the night to have the soles repaired. It was good to feel the streets with dry feet again. And after a lifetime of walking them, he did feel the streets. There were the cobblestones, cat heads, troll heads, loaves, short and long sets, rounders, Morpork sixes, and the 87 types of paving brick, and the 14 types of stone slab, and the 12 types of stone never intended for street slabs, which had got used anyway, and had their own patterns of wear, and the rubbles, and the gravels, and the repairs, and the 13 different types of cellar cover, and 20 types of drain lid. He bounced a little, like a man testing the hardness of something. Elm Street, he said. He bounced again. Junction with Twinkle, yeah. He was back. He wasn't many steps to Treacle Mine Road, and as he turned towards the watch-house, a flash of colour caught his eye. And there it was, overhanging a garden wall. Lilac was common in the city. It was vigorous and hard to kill, and had to be. The flower buds were noticeably swelling. He stood and stared, as a man might stare at an old battlefield. They rise, hands up, hands up, hands up. How did it go now? Think of things happening one after the other. Don't assume that you know what's going to happen, because it might not. Be yourself. And because he was himself, he made a few little purchases in little shops, in dark alleys, and went to work. The Treacle Mine Road night watch house was generally deserted around midday, but Vimes knew that Snouty, at least, would be there. He was a persistent floater, just like Nobby and Colon and Carrot, and when you got down to it, Vimes as well. Being on duty was their default state of being. They hung around the watch house even when off duty, because that's where their lives took place. Being a copper wasn't something you left hanging by the door when you went home. But I promise I'll learn how, thought Vimes. When I get back, it'll all be different. He went around the back and let himself in by the stable entrance. It wasn't even locked. Black mark right there, lads. The iron bulk of the hurry-up wagon stood empty on the cobbles. Behind it was what they called now the stables. In fact, the stables were only the bottom floor of what would have been part of Ankh-Morpork's industrial heritage, if anyone had ever thought of it like that. In practice, they thought of it as junk that was too heavy to cart away. It was part of the winding gear from a treacle mine, long since abandoned. One of the original lifting buckets was still up there, glued to the floor by its last load of the heavy, sticky, unrefined treacle, which, once set, was tougher than cement and more waterproof than tar. Vimes remembered as a kid, begging chippings of pig treacle off the miners. One lump of that, oozing the sweetness of prehistoric sugarcane, could keep a boy's mouth happily shut for a week.
In the same way that ancient forests become coal, ancient swaths of natural sugarcane can become, under the pressure of millennia, what in various parts of the disk is known as hokey-pokey, pig treacle, or rock molasses. But much boiling and purification was necessary to create the thick golden syrup that was the city dwellers' honey, and these days Ankh-Morpork supplies come from the more accessible toffee beds near Quirm.
Inside the treacle-roofed stable level, chewing a bit of bad hay, was the horse. Vimes knew it was a horse because it checked out as one. 4 hooves, tail, head with mane, seedy brown coat. Considered from another angle, it was half a ton of bones held together with horsehair. He patted it gingerly. As one of nature's pedestrians, he'd never been at home around horses. He unhooked a greasy clipboard from a nail nearby and flicked through its pages. Then he had another look around the yard. Tilda never did that. He looked at the pigsty in the corner, where Nock kept his pig, and then at the chicken run and the pigeon loft, and the badly made rabbit hutches. And he did a few calculations. The old watch house. It was all there, just like the day he first arrived. It had been 2 houses once, and one of them had been the treacle mine office. Everywhere in the city had been something else once, and so the place was a maze of blocked-in doorways and ancient windows and poky rooms. He wandered around like a man in a museum. See the old helmets on a stick for archery practice. See Sergeant Nock's broken springed armchair, where he used to sit out on sunny afternoons. And inside, the smell. Floor wax, stale sweat, armour polish, unwashed clothes, ink, a hint of fried fish, and always, here, a taint of treacle. The night watch. He was back. When the first members of the night watch came in, they found a man perfectly at ease, leaning back in a chair with his feet on a desk and leafing through paperwork. The man had sergeant stripes and an air of an unsprung trap. He was also giving absolutely no attention to the newcomers. He particularly paid no heed to one gangly lance constable, who was still new enough to have tried to put a shine on his breastplate. They fanned out among the desks, with muttered conversations. Vimes knew them in his soul. They were in the night watch because they were too scruffy, ugly, incompetent, awkwardly shaped, or bloody-minded for the day watch. They were honest, in that special policeman sense of the word. That is, they didn't steal things too heavy to carry, and they had the morale of damp gingerbread. He'd wondered last night about giving them some kind of pep talk by way of introduction, and decided against it. They might be very bad at it, but they were coppers, and coppers did not respond well to the Happy Family's approach.
Hello, chaps. Call me Christopher. My door is always open. I'm sure if we all pull together, we shall get along splendidly like one big happy family.
They'd seen too many families to fall for that rubbish. Someone cleared their throat with malice aforethought. Vimes glanced up, and into the face of Sergeant Knocker Knock, and for a fraction of a second had to suppress the urge to salute. Then he remembered what knock was. "Well," he said.
"That's my desk you're sitting at, Sergeant,"
said Knock. Vimes sighed, and pointed to the little crown on his sleeve. "See this, Sergeant," he said. "It's what they used to call the Hat of Authority." Knock's little Weasley eyes focused on the crown, and then they went back to Vimes's face, and widened in the shock of recognition.
"Bloody hell,"
breathed Knock. "That's bloody hell, sir," said Vimes. "But Sarge will do, most of the time, and this is your mob, is it? Oh, dear. Well, let's make a start." He swung his feet off the desk and stood up. "I've been looking at the feed bills for Marilyn," he said. "Interesting reading, lads. According to my rough calculations, a horse eating that much ought to be approximately spherical. Instead, she's so thin that with 2 sticks and some sheet music I can give you a tune." Vimes put the papers down. "Don't think I don't know where the corn goes. I bet I know who's got the chickens and rabbits and pigeons," he said. "And the pig. I bet the captain thinks they get fat on leftovers."
"Yeah, but," a voice began.
Vimes's hand slammed on the desk. "You lot even starved the damn horse," he said. "That stops. Right now. So will a lot of other things. I know how it works, see? Mumping free beer and a donut, well, that's part of being a copper, and who knows, there might even be a few greasy spoons in this town so happy to see a copper that they will spontaneously offer him a free nosh. Stranger things have happened. But nicking the oats from Marilyn, that stops now. And another thing. Says here that last night the hurry-up wagon had 8 passengers," he said. "2 of them I know about, because one of them must have been me, and I met the other man. The cells are empty this morning. What happened to the other 6, Sergeant Knock?" The sergeant licked his lips nervously.
"Dropped him off in Cable Street for questioning, of course," he said. "As per instructions."
"Did you get a receipt?"
"A what?"
"Your men holding 6 people who were staying out late, and you handed them over to the unmentionables," said Vimes, with the calm that comes before a storm. "Did they sign for them? Do you even know their names?"
"Orders is just to hand 'em over,"
said Knock, trying a little defiance.
"Hand 'em over and come away."
Vimes filed that for future reference and said, "Now, I didn't get taken there because we had a bit of a misunderstanding. And as you can see, it was a bigger misunderstanding than you thought, because I'm not down in the tanty counting cockroaches, Knock. No, indeed." He took a few steps forward. I am standing in front of you, Knock. Isn't that what I'm doing?"
"Yes, Sarge,"
Knock muttered, pale with fear and fury. "Yes, Sarge," said Vimes. "But there was another man in the cells, and he's gone too. All I want to know is how much and who to. I don't want any looks of cherubic innocence. I don't want any, don't know what you're talking about, sir. I just want to know how much and who to." A cloud of red, resentful solidarity settled over the faces in front of him. But he didn't need telling. He could remember. Corporal Quirk always had a private income from bribes. He'd been like Nobby Nobbs, without the latter's amiable incompetence. An efficient nobby, in fact. And you could throw into the mix bullying and brown-nosing, and a delight in small evils. Vimes's gaze fell on Quirk, and stayed there. "I know you were on the wagon last night, Corporal," he said. "You and Lance Constable, Vimes, it says here." "Not worth worrying anyone if they look a decent sort," Quirk said. And he'd said, "How can we tell they're a decent sort, Corp?" "Well, see how much they can afford." "You mean we let them go if they're rich?" "Way of the world, lad, way of the world. No reason why we shouldn't get our share, eh? Did you see his money bag? $5 should do it. 4 for me and 1 for you 'cause you're learning. That's nearly 3 days' pay. It'll cheer up your old mum no end, and where's the loser?" "But suppose he's nicked the money, Corp?" "Suppose the moon was made of cheese. Would you like a slice?" "I think it was $5, Corporal," said Vimes, and watched the man's lizard eyes flash towards the young Lance Constable. "No. The man in the cell talked," lied Vimes. "Told me I was an idiot not to buy my way out. So, Mr. Quirk, it's like this. They're crying out for good men in the day watch. But if you don't stand too close to the light, you might pass. Get along there. Right now." "Everybody does it!" Quirk burst out. "It's perks!" "Everybody?" said Vimes. He looked around at the squad. "Anyone else here take bribes?" His glare ran from face to face, causing most of the squad to do an immediate impression of the floorboard and ceiling inspector's synchronized observation team. Only 3 members met his gaze. There was Lance Corporal Colon, who could be a little slow. There was a certain Lance Constable whose face was a mask of terror. And there was a dark-haired, round-faced constable who seemed to be puzzled, as if he was trying to remember something, but who nevertheless stared back with the firm, steady gaze of the true liar. "Apparently not," said Vimes. Quirk's finger shot out and vibrated in the direction of the young Sam Vimes. He shared it, he said. "You ask him." Vimes felt the shock run round the squad. Quirk had just committed suicide. You hung together against officers, fair enough. But when the jig was up, you did not drop someone in the khaki. They'd laugh at the idea of a watchman's honour, but it did exist in a blackened, twisty way. You did not drop your mates in the khaki, and especially you did not do it to a wet-behind-the-ears rookie who wouldn't know any better. Vimes turned for the first time to the young man he'd been avoiding. "Gods, was I ever that skinny?" he thought. "Did I ever have that much Adam's apple? Did I really try to polish rust?" The young man's eyes were almost back in his head, only the white showing. "Lance Constable Vimes, isn't it?" he said quietly. "Yes, sir," said Sam hoarsely. "At ease, Lance Constable. Did you, in fact, take a share of the bribe?
Yes, sir. $1, sir.
At the instigation of Corporal Quirk?
Sir?
Did he offer it to you? Vimes translated. Vimes watched his own agony. You did not drop someone in the khaki. All right, he said at last. I'll talk to you later on.
Oh, you still here, Quirk? If you want to complain to the captain, that's fine by me. But if you don't get your stuff out your locker in 10 minutes, I'll damn well charge you rent.
Quirk looked around for moral support and found none. He'd gone too far. Besides, the watch could see a storm of khaki when it was right overhead, and were in no mood to stick their necks out for something like Quirk.
I will, he said. I will complain to the captain, you'll see. You'll see I've got 4 years good conduct, I have. No, that was 4 years not found out, said Vimes. Clear off.
When Quirk's footsteps had died away, Vimes glared at the squad.
Good afternoon, lads.
My name's John Keel, he said.
We bloody well better get along fine. Now, shine up. Captain's inspection in 2 minutes. Off you go. Sergeant Knock, a word, please.
The men dispersed hurriedly. Knock stepped forward, not quite managing to conceal his nervousness. After all, his immediate superior was now a man who, last night, he had kicked in the nadgers. People could hold a grudge about a thing like that. And he'd had time to think.
I'd just like to say, sir, about last night,
he began. I'm not bothered about last night, said Vimes.
You're not?
Would you recommend Fred Cole on for corporal? I'd value your judgment.
You would?
Certainly. He looks a solid lad.
He is. I mean, yes, he is. Very thorough,
said Knock, relief rising off him like steam.
Doesn't rush into things. Wants to join one of the regiments.
Well, we'll give him a try while we've still got him. That means we'll need another lance corporal. Who was that lad next to Colon?
Coates, sir. Ned Coates. Bright lad. Sometimes thinks he knows better, but we were all like that, eh?
Vimes nodded. His expression completely failed to give away the fact that, as far as he was concerned, there were things clinging to the underside of high branches that knew better than Sergeant Knock. A taste of responsibility might do him some good, then, he said. Knock nodded, because at that point he would have agreed to absolutely anything. And his body language was saying,
We're all sergeants together, right? We're talking about sergeant-y things, like sergeants do. We're not bothered about anyone being kicked in the nadgers, hey, not us, 'cause we're sergeants.
His eyes widened, and he saluted as Tilden entered the office. There was some half-hearted saluting among the squad, too. The captain acknowledged them stiffly, and looked nervously at Vimes.
Ah, Sergeant, he said. Settling in?
Yes, sir. No problems.
Well done. Carry on.
When the man had disappeared up the creaking stairs, Vimes turned back to Knock. Sergeant, we don't hand over prisoners without a receipt. Understand? Never. What happens to them afterwards, do you know?
They get questioned,
said Knock.
We take them up there for questioning.
What kind of questions?
How long it takes 2 men to dig half a hole?
What? Knock's brow knitted. From now on, someone at Cable Street signs for prisoners, or we bring them right back here, said Vimes. It's bloody elementary, Sergeant. You hand them over, you get a docket. Don't you do that down at the Tanty?
Well, yeah, obviously, but, Cable Street. I mean, you don't know what it's like here. I can see that. But with the unmentionables found at Gable Street, it's best not to.
Listen, I'm not telling you to kick the door down and shout, "Put down those thumbscrews," said Vimes. I'm telling you, we keep track of prisoners. When you arrest a man, you sign him over to Snouty, don't you? When he leaves, Snouty, or the orderly man, signs him out, doesn't he? It's basic custody discipline, man. So if you hand a prisoner over to Cable Street, someone there gives you a signature, understand? No one just disappears. Knock's face showed a man contemplating an immediate future that contained fewer opportunities for personal gain and a greatly raised risk of being shouted at. And just to make sure everyone understands, I'll ride the wagon tonight, said Vimes. But first, I'll take that lad Vimes out for a stroll, shake him up a bit.
He could do with it,
said Knock.
Can't get his mind right. Good with his hands, but you have to tell him everything twice.
Maybe I'll shout then, said Vimes. Vimes! Lance Constable Vimes shivered to attention. We're going to take a stroll, lad, said Vimes. Time you knew what's what. He nodded to Knock, took his younger self by the shoulder, and marched out.
What do you think, Sarge?
Said Coates, coming up behind Knock, as the sergeant glared at the departing back.
He likes you,
said Knock bitterly.
Oh, yes, apple of his eye you are. You're his old pal. You're being bumped up to Lance Corporal. Think he'll last? I'll give him a couple of weeks, said Knock. I've seen him like that before. Big men in little towns coming here, thinking they're the bee's nose. We soon cut 'em down to size. What do you think? Dunno, Sarge, said Coates. Still thinking. Knows his coppering, mind you, said Knock. Bit too cocky, though. He'll learn. There's ways. We'll show him. Take him down a peg. Teach him how we do things around here.
Vimes always preferred to walk by himself. And now there were two of him, walking by himself. It was a strange sensation, and gave him the impression that he was looking through a mask. No, not like that, he said. I always have to teach people to walk. You swing the foot like this. Get it right and you can keep going all day. You're not in a hurry. You don't want to miss things. Yes, Sarge, said young Sam. It was called proceeding. Vimes proceeded along Treaclemine Road and felt magnificent. Of course, there were lots of things to worry about, but right here and now, all he had to do was patrol, and he felt fine. Not much paperwork in the old watch. In fact, come to think of it, he'd probably doubled it. All he had to do right now was his duty, as he'd been taught it. He had nothing to do but be himself. Young Sam wasn't saying much. That was good sense. I see you've got a bell there, lad, said Vimes, after a while. Yes, Sarge. Regulation bell? Yes, Sarge. Sergeant Knock gave it to me. I'll bet he did, thought Vimes. When we get back, just you swap it for someone else's. Doesn't matter whose. No one will say anything. Yes, Sarge. Vimes waited. Why, Sarge? A bell's a bell. Not that one, said Vimes. That's 3 times the weight of the normal bell. They give it to rookies to see what they do. Did you complain? No, Sarge. That's the way. Keep quiet and pass it on to some other sucker when we get back. That's the copper's way. Why did you come into the job, lad? My mate Iffy joined last year. He said you got free food and a uniform, and you could pick up the extra $1 here and there. That'd be Iffy Scurrick, stationed over in the Dolly sisters' house then, said Vimes. And you've been picking up the odd dollar, have you? They walked in silence for a moment. Then Sam said,
Have I got to give that dollar back, Sarge?
Are you worth $1? said Vimes.
I gave it to our mum, Sarge.
Did you tell her how you got it?
I didn't want it,
Sam blurted out.
but Corporal Quirk said,
Was he worth listening to?
Dunno, Sarge.
You don't know. I bet your mum didn't bring you up to think like that, said Vimes. No, she bloody well didn't, he thought. She'd tan your hide copper or not, if she knew it was a dodgy dollar.
No, Sarge. But they're all at it, Sarge. I don't mean the lads, Sarge. But you only have to look round the city. Our rent's going up, taxes go up. There's these new taxes all the time. And it's all just cruel, Sarge. It's cruel. Winder sold us all to his mates, and that's a fact, sir.
Said Vimes. Oh, yes. Tax farming. What a clever invention. Good old Winder. He'd flogged the right to collect taxes to the highest bidders. What a great idea. Nearly as good as banning people from carrying weapons after dark. Because A, you saved the cost of tax collectors and the whole revenue system. B, you got a wagon load of cash up front. And C, the business of tax gathering then became the business of groups of powerful yet curiously reticent people who kept out of the light. However, they employed people who not only went out in the light, but positively blocked it. And it was amazing what those people found to tax. Up to and including looking at me, pal. What was it Vetinari had said once?
Taxation is just a sophisticated way of demanding money with menaces.
Well, the tax farmers were very unsophisticated in the way they went about recouping their investment. He remembered these days. The city had never seemed poorer, but by the gods there was a lot of tax being paid. Hard to explain to a kid like Sam why ponting $1 when you got the chance was a bad thing to do. Put it like this, Lance Constable. As they turned the corner, would you let a murderer off for $1,000?
No, sir.
$1,000 would set your mum up in a nice place. In a good part of town, though.
Knock it off, Sarge. I'm not like that.
You were when you took that dollar. Everything else is just haggling over the price. They walked in sullen silence, then.
Am I going to get the sack, Sarge?
Said the Lance Constable. For $1? No.
I'd just as soon be sacked, Sarge. Thanks all the same,
said young Sam defiantly.
Last Friday we had to go and break up some meeting over near the university. They were just talking, and we had to take orders from some civilian, and the Cable Street lads were a bit rough, and it's not like the people had weapons or anything. You can't tell me that's right, Sarge. And then we loaded some of them into the hurry-up just for talking. Mrs. Owlsley's boy Elson never came home the other night too. And they say he was dragged off to the palace just for saying his lordship's a loony. Now people down our street are looking at me in a funny way.
Ye gods, I remember, thought Vimes. I thought it was all going to be chasing men who gave up after the length of a street and said, it's a fair cop, governor. I thought I'd have a medal by the end of the week. You want to be careful what you say, lad, he said.
Yeah, but our mum says it's fair enough if they take away the troublemakers and the weirdies. But it's not right them taking away ordinary people.
Is this really me? Vimes thought. Did I really have the political awareness of a headlouse?
Anyway, he is a loony. Snapcase is the man we ought to have.
and the self-preservation instincts of a lemming. Kid, here's some advice. In this town, right now, if you don't know who you're talking to, don't talk. Yes, but Snapcase says, listen. A copper doesn't keep flapping his lip. He doesn't let on what he knows. He doesn't say what he's thinking. No. He watches and listens, and he learns, and he bides his time. His mind works like mad, but his face is a blank until he's ready. Understand?
All right, Sarge.
Good. Can you use that sword you have there, lad?
I did the training, yes.
Fine. The training. Fine. So, if we're attacked by a lot of sacks of straw hanging from a beam, I can rely on you. And until then, shut up. Keep your ears open and your eyes peeled and learn something. Snapcase is the man to save us, he thought glumly. Yeah, I used to believe that. A lot of people did. Just because he rode around in an open carriage occasionally and called people over and talked to them. The level of the conversation being on the lines of, so you're a carpenter, are you? Wonderful. What does that job entail? Just because he said publicly that perhaps taxes were a bit on the high side. Just because he waved.
You've been here before, Sarge,
said Sam, as they turned a corner. Oh, everyone's visited Ankh-Morpork, lad, said Vimes jovially.
Only we're doing the Elm Street beat perfectly, Sarge, and I've been letting you lead the way.
Damn. That was the kind of trouble your feet could get you into. A wizard once told Vimes that there were monsters up near the hub that were so big they had to have extra brains in their legs, because they were too far away for one brain to think fast enough. And a beat copper grew brains in his feet. He really did. Elm Street, left into the pits, left again into the scars. He was the first beat he'd ever walked, and he could do it without thinking. He had done it without thinking. "I do my homework," he said.
Did you recognise Ned?
Said Sam. Perhaps it was a good thing he was leaving his feet to their own devices, because Vimes's brain suddenly filled with warning bells. "Ned," he said.
Only before you came he said he thought he remembered you from Sudopolis,
said Sam, oblivious of the clamour.
He was in the day watch there before he came here. 'Cause of better promotion prospects. Big man, he said.
Can't say I recall him, said Vimes with care.
You're not all that big, Sarge.
Well, Ned was probably shorter in those days, said Vimes, while his thoughts shouted, "Shut up, kid!" But the kid was, well, him. Niggling at little details, tugging at things that didn't seem to fit right. Being a copper, in fact. Probably he ought to feel proud of his younger self, but he didn't. You're not me, he thought. I don't think I was ever as young as you. If you're going to be me, it's going to take a lot of work. 30 damn years of being hammered on the anvil of life. You poor bastard. You've got it all to come. Back at the watch house, Vimes wandered idly over to the evidence and lost property cupboard. It had a big lock on it, which was not, however, ever locked. He soon found what he was looking for. An unpopular copper needed to think ahead, and he intended to be unpopular. Then he had a bite of supper, and a mug of the thick brown cocoa on which the night watch ran, and took Sam out on the hurry-up wagon. He'd wondered how the watch was going to play it, and wasn't surprised to find they were using the old dodge of obeying orders to the letter with gleeful malignancy. At the first point he made, Lance Corporal Coates and Constable Waddy were waiting with 4 sullen or protesting insomniacs.
"For, sir,"
said Coates, ripping off a textbook salute.
"All we've apprehended, sir. All written down on this chitty, what I'm giving to you at this moment in time, sir."
"Well done, Lance Corporal," said Vimes dryly, taking the paperwork, signing one copy and handing it back. "You may have a half-holiday at Hogswatch, and give my regards to your granny. Help 'em in with them, Sam." "We usually only get 4 or 5 on a round, sir," Sam whispered as they pulled away. "What'll we do?" "Make several journeys," said Vimes. "But the lads were taking the pip, the Michaels, sir. They were laughing." "It's past curfew," said Vimes. "That's the law." Corporal Colon and Constable Wiglet were waiting at their post with 3 miscreants. One of them was Miss Palm. Vimes gave Sam the reins and jumped down to open the back of the wagon and fold down the steps. "Sorry to see you here, miss," he said.
"Apparently some new sergeant's been throwing his weight around,"
said Rosie Palm in a voice of solid ice. She refused his hand haughtily and climbed up into the wagon. Vimes realised that one of the other detainees was a woman too. She was shorter than Rosie and was giving him a look of pure bantam defiance. She was also holding a huge quilted work basket. Out of reflex, Vimes took it to help her up the steps. "Sorry about this, miss," he began.
"Get your hands off that!"
She snatched the basket back and scrambled into the darkness. "Pardon me," said Vimes.
"This is Miss Batty,"
said Rosie from the bench inside the wagon.
"She's a seamstress."
"Well, I assumed she—"
"A seamstress, I said,"
Miss Palm.
"with needles and thread. Also specialises in crochet."
Is that kind of extra?" Vimes began.
"It's a type of knitting,"
said Miss Batty from the darkness of the wagon.
"Fancy you not knowing that."
"You mean she's a real?" said Vimes. But Rosie slammed the iron door.
"You just drive us on," she said. "When I see you again, John Keel, we are going to have words."
There was some sniggering from the shadows inside the wagon, and then a yelp. It had been immediately preceded by the noise of a spiky heel being driven into an instep. Vimes signed the grubby form presented to him by Fred Colon and handed it back with a solid, fixed expression that made the man feel rather worried.
"Where to now, Sarge?"
said Sam, as they pulled away. "Cable Street," said Vimes. There was a murmur of dismay from the crated people behind them.
"That's not right,"
muttered Sam. "We're playing this by the rules," said Vimes. "You're going to have to learn why we have rules, Lance Constable. Don't you eyeball me. I've been eyeballed by experts, and you look as if you're desperate for the privy."
"Yeah, all right, but everyone knows they torture people,"
mumbled Sam. "Do they?" said Vimes. "Then why doesn't anyone do anything about it?"
"'Cause they torture people."
Oh, at least I was getting a grasp of basic social dynamics, thought Vimes. Sullen silence reigned in the seat beside him as the wagon rumbled through the streets, but he was aware of whispering behind him. Slightly louder than the background, he heard Rosie Palm's voice hiss.
"He won't. I'll bet anything."
A few seconds later, a male voice, slightly the worse for drink, and very much the worse for bladder-twisting dread, managed.
Sergeant, we, believe the fine is $5.
"I don't think it is, sir," said Vimes, keeping his eyes on the damp streets. There was some more frantic whispering, and then the voice said,
I have a very nice gold ring."
"Glad to hear it, sir," said Vimes. "Everyone should have something nice." He patted his pocket for his silver cigar case, and for a moment felt more anger than despair, and more sorrow than anger. There was a future. There had to be. He remembered it. But it only existed as that memory. And that was fragile as the reflection on a soap bubble, and maybe just as easily popped.
I could perhaps include...
"If you try to offer me a bribe one more time, sir," said Vimes, as the wagon turned into Cable Street, "I shall personally give you a thumping. Be told."
"Perhaps there is some other,"
Rosie Palm began, as the lights of the Cable Street house came into view. "We're not at home to a tuppenny upright either," said Vimes, and heard the gasp. "Shut up, the lot of you." He reined Marilyn to a halt, jumped down, and pulled his clipboard from under the seat. "7 for you," he said to the guard, lounging against the door.
"Well," said the guard, "open it up and let's be having them then."
"Right," said Vimes, flicking through the paperwork. "No problem." He thrust the clipboard forward. "I just sign here." The man recoiled, as though Vimes had tried to offer him a snake.
"What do you mean, sign?"
he said.
"Hand 'em over."
"You sign," said Vimes woodenly. "That's the rules. Prisoners moved from one custody to another, you have to sign. More than my job's worth, not to get a signature."
"Your job's not worth spit,"
snarled the man, grabbing the board. He looked at it blankly, and Vimes handed him a pencil. "If you need any help with the difficult letters, let me know," he said helpfully. Growling, the guard scrawled something on the paper and thrust it back.
"Now open up. Please,"
he said. "Certainly," said Vimes, glancing at the paper. "But now I'd like to see some form of ID, thank you."
"What?"
"It's not me, you understand," said Vimes. "But if I went back and showed my captain this piece of paper, and he said to me, 'Va, Keel, how'd you know he's Henry the Hamster?' Well, I'd be a bit flummoxed, maybe even perplexed."
"Listen, we don't sign for prisoners."
"We do, Henry," said Vimes. "No signature, no prisoners."
"And you'll stop us taking 'em, will you?"
said Henry the Hamster, taking a few steps forward. "You lay a hand on that door," said Vimes, "and I'll chop it off, will you?" "I'll arrest you," said Vimes. "Obstruction would be a good start, but we can probably think of some more charges back at the station."
"Arrest me? But I'm a copper, same as you."
"Wrong again," said Vimes.
"What is the trouble here?"
said a voice. A small, thin figure appeared in the torchlight. Henry the Hamster took a step back and adopted a certain deferential pose.
"Officer won't hand over the curfew breakers, sir," he said. "And this is the officer?"
said the figure, lurching towards Vimes, with a curiously erratic gait.
"Yes, sir."
Vimes found himself under cool and not openly hostile inspection from a pale man with the screwed-up eyes of a pet rat.
"Ah,"
said the man, opening a little tin and taking out a green throat pastil.
"Would you be Keel by any chance? I have been hearing about you."
The man's voice was as uncertain as his walk. Pauses turned up in the wrong places. "You hear about things quickly, sir?"
"A salute is generally in order, Sergeant."
I don't see anything to salute, sir, said Vimes.
Good point. Good point. You are new, of course. But you see, we in the particulars often find it necessary to wear plain clothes.
Like rubber aprons, if I recall correctly, thought Vimes. Aloud he said, Yes, sir. It was a good phrase. It could mean any of a dozen things, or nothing at all. It was just punctuation, until the man said something else.
I'm Captain Swing, said the man. Find the Swing. If you think the name is amusing, please smirk, and get it over with. You may now salute.
Vimes saluted. Swing's mouth turned up at the corners very briefly.
Good. Your first night on our hurry-up wagon, Sergeant?
Sir.
And you're here so early, with a full load, too. Shall we take a look at your passengers?
He glanced in between the ironwork.
Ah, yes. Good evening, Miss Palm. And an associate, I see.
I do crochet.
And what appears to be some party goers. Well, well.
Swing stood back.
What little scamps your street officers are, to be sure. They really have scoured the streets. How they love their little jokes, Sergeant.
Swing put his hand on the wagon's door handle, and there was a little noise, which was nevertheless a thunderclap in the silence, and it was the sound of a sword moving very slightly in its scabbard. Swing stood stock still for a moment, and then delicately popped the pastel into his mouth.
Aha. I think that perhaps this little catch can be thrown back, don't you, Sergeant? We don't want to make a mockery of the law. Take them away, take them away.
Yes, sir.
But just one moment, please, Sergeant. Indulge me. Just a little hobby of mine.
Sir. Swing had reached into a pocket of his overlong coat and pulled out a very large pair of steel calipers. Vimes flinched as they were opened up to measure the width of his head, the width of his nose, and the length of his eyebrows. Then a metal ruler was pressed against one ear. While doing this, Swing was mumbling under his breath. Then he closed the calipers with a snap and slipped them back.
I must congratulate you, Sergeant, he said. In overcoming your considerable natural disadvantages, do you know you have the eye of a mass murderer? I am never wrong in these matters.
No, sir. Didn't know that, sir. We'll try to keep it close, sir, said Vimes. Swing didn't crack a smile.
However, I'm sure that when you have settled in, you and Corporal Hamster here will get along like a house on fire.
A house on fire. Yes, sir.
Don't let me detain you, Sergeant Keel.
Vimes saluted. Swing nodded, turned in one movement, as though he was on a swivel, and strode back into the watch-house. Or jerked, Vimes considered. The man moved in the same way he talked, in a curious mixture of speeds. It was as if he was powered by springs. When he moved a hand, the first few inches of movement were a blur, and then it gently coasted until it was brought into conjunction with whatever was the intended target. Sentences came out in spurts and pauses. There was no rhythm to the man. Vimes ignored the fuming corporal and climbed back onto the wagon. "Turn us round, Lance Constable," he said. "Good night, Henry." Sam waited until the wheels were rumbling over the cobbles before he turned, wide-eyed, to Vimes. "You were going to draw on him, weren't you?" he said. "You were, Sarge, weren't you?" "You just keep your eyes on the road,"
Lance Corporal. But that was Captain Swing, that was. And when you told that man to prove he was Henry the hamster, I thought I'd choke. You knew they weren't going to sign, right, Sarge? Because if there's a bit of paper saying they've got someone, then if anyone wants to find out... Just drive, Lance Constable. But the boy was right. For some reason, the unmentionables both loved and feared paperwork. They certainly generated a lot of it. They wrote everything down. They didn't like appearing on other people's paperwork, though. That worried them. I can't believe we got away with it, Sarge. We probably haven't, Vimes thought. But Swing has enough to worry him at the moment. He doesn't care very much about a big, stupid sergeant. He turned and banged on the ironwork. Sorry for the inconvenience, ladies and gentlemen, but it appears the unmentionables are not doing business tonight. Looks like we'll have to do the interrogation ourselves. We're not very experienced at this, so I hope we don't get it wrong. Now, listen carefully. Are any of you serious conspirators bent on the overthrow of the government? There was a stunned silence from within the wagon. Come on, said Vimes. I haven't got all night. Does anyone want to overthrow Lord Winder by force?
Well, no,
said the voice of Miss Palm. Or by crochet?
I heard that,
said another female voice sharply. No one? Shame, said Vimes. Well, that's good enough for me. Lance Constable, is it good enough for you?
Yes, Sarge.
In that case, we'll drop you all off on our way home, and my charming assistant, Lance Constable Vimes, will take, $50 off each of you for travelling expenses, for which you will get a receipt. Thank you for travelling with us, and we hope you will consider the hurry-up wagon in all your future curfew-breaking arrangements. Vimes could hear shocked whispering behind him. This was not how things were supposed to go these days.
Sarge,
said Lance Constable Vimes. Yep.
Have you really got the eye of a mass murderer?
In the pocket of me other suit, yes.
Ha!
Sam was quiet for a while, and when he spoke again, he seemed to have something new on his mind.
Sarge?
Yes, lad.
What's a tuppenny upright, Sarge?
It's a kind of jam donut, lad. Did your mum ever make 'em?
Yes, Sarge. Sarge?
Yes, lad.
I think it probably means something else as well, Sarge,
said Sam, sniggering.
Something a bit rude.
The whole of life is a learning process, Lance Constable. They got the wagon back to the yard 10 minutes later, and by that time, Vimes knew that a new rumour was fanning out across the city. Young Sam had already whispered things to the other officers as the curfew breakers were dropped off, and nobody gossips like a copper. They didn't like the unmentionables. Like petty criminals everywhere, the watchmen prided themselves that there were some depths to which they would not sink. There had to be some things below you, even if it was only mudworms. Rosie Palm bolted the door of her flat, leaned on it, and stared at Sandra.
What is he?
Said Sandra, dumping her work basket on the table. It clanked within.
Is he on our side?
You heard the lads,
snapped Rosie.
No bribes now, and then he drags us off to Swing's bastards, and then he won't hand us over. I could kill him. I rescued him from the gutter, got Mossy to patch him up, and suddenly he's playing big silly games.
Yes, what is a tuppenny upright?
Said Sandra brightly. Miss Palm paused. She quite enjoyed Sandra's company, and the extra rent certainly came in handy. But there were times she wondered whether A, she should have a talk with the girl, or B, she was being very gently wound up. She suspected the latter, since Sandra was taking more money than her most of the time.
It was getting embarrassing.
It's a kind of jam donut, she said. Now you better go and hide that.
Someone knocked on the door behind her. She motioned Sandra through the bead curtain, took a moment to pull herself together, and opened the door a fraction. There was a very small old man standing in the hall. Everything about him sloped hopelessly downwards. His grey moustache could have been stolen from a walrus, or a bloodhound that had just been given some very bad news. His shoulders sagged listlessly. Even parts of his face seemed to be losing the battle with gravity. He held a cap in his hands and was twisting it nervously.
Yes,
said Rosie.
It said seamstress on the sign,
the old man mumbled.
And, well, since my old woman died, well, with one thing and another, I've never been any good at doing it for myself.
He gave Rosie a look of sheer, helpless embarrassment. She glanced down at the sack by his feet and picked it up. It was full of very clean but very worn socks. Every single one had holes in the heel and toe.
Sandra,
she said,
I think this one's for you.
It was so very early in the morning that late at night wasn't quite over. White mist hung everywhere in the streets, and deposited droplets like tiny pearls on Vimes's shirt as he prepared to break the law. If you stood on the roof of the privy behind the watchhouse and steadied yourself on the drainpipe, one of the upstairs windows would bounce open if you hit it with the palm of your hand in exactly the right place. It was a useful bit of information, and Vimes wondered if he should pass it on to young Sam. Every honest copper ought to know how to break into his own nick. Tilden had limped home long ago, but Vimes did a quick sweep of his office, and it was with great satisfaction that he did not see what he hadn't expected to be there. Down below, a few of the more conscientious officers were signing off before heading home. He waited in the shadows until the door had banged shut for the last time, and there were no footsteps for several minutes. Then he made his way down the stairs and into the locker room. He had been issued with a key to his own locker, but still oiled the hinge from a small bottle before he opened it. He had not in fact put anything in there yet. But behold, there was a rumpled sack on the floor. He lifted it up. Well done, lads. Inside was Captain Tilden's silver inkwell. Vimes stood up and looked around the lockers, with their ancient carved initials and occasional knife marks on the doors. He pulled from his pocket the little black cloth roll he'd taken from the evidence locker earlier. A selection of lockpicks glinted in the grey light. Vimes wasn't a genius with the hooks and rakes, but the cheap and worn door locks were hardly a major challenge. Really, it was just a matter of choosing. And afterwards, he walked back through the mists. He was horrified to find he was feeling good again. It was a betrayal of Sybil and the future watch, and even of His Grace Sir Samuel Vimes, who had to think about the politics of distant countries, and manpower requirements, and how to raise that damn boat that River Division kept sinking. And yes, he wanted to go back, or forwards, or across, or whatever. He really did. He wanted to go home so much he could taste it. Of course he did. But he couldn't. Not yet. And here he was. And, as Dr. Lorne said, you did the job. And currently the job involved survival on the street in the great game of silly buggers. And Vimes knew all about that game, oh yes. And there was a thrill in it. It was the nature of the beast. And thus he was walking along, lost in thought, when the men jumped him from the mouth of a shadowy alley. The first one got a foot in the stomach, because the beast does not fight fair. Vimes stepped aside and grabbed the other one. He felt the knife skitter along his breastplate as he lowered his head and tugged the man hard into the helmet. The man folded up quite neatly on the cobbles. Vimes spun around to the first man, who was bent almost double and wheezing, but had nevertheless kept hold of his knife, which he waved around in front of him, like some kind of talisman. The point made erratic figures of 8 in the air. "Drop it," said Vimes. "I won't ask again." He sighed and pulled an object out of his back pocket. It was black and tapered and made of leather, filled with lead shot. He'd banned them in the Modern Watch, but he knew some officers had acquired them. And if he judged the man to be sensible, then he didn't know they'd got them. Sometimes an argument had to be ended quickly, and there were worse alternatives. He brought the blackjack down on the man's arm. With a certain amount of care, there was a whimper, and the knife bounced off the cobbles. "We'll leave your chum to sleep it off," he said. "But you are coming to see the doctor. Henry, are you coming quietly?" A few minutes later, Dr. Lord opened his back door, and Vimes brushed past, the body over his shoulders. "You minister to all sorts, right?" said Vimes. "Within reason, but—" "This one's an unmentionable," said Vimes. "Tried to kill me, needs some medicine." "Why is he unconscious?" said the doctor. He was wearing a huge rubber apron and rubber boots. "Didn't want to take his medicine." Lorne sighed, and with a hand that held a mop, he waved Vimes towards an inner door. "Bring him right into the surgery," he said. "I'm afraid I'm cleaning up after Mr. Salsiferous in the waiting room." "Why? What did he do?" "He burst." Vimes, his natural inquisitiveness suddenly curbed, carried the body into Lorne's inner sanctum. It looked little different from when Vimes had last seen it, but then he'd barely been capable of taking in details. There was the table and a workbench, and all along one wall were racks of bottles. No 2 bottles were the same size. In 1 or 2 of them, things floated. On another wall were the instruments. "When I die," said Lorne, inspecting the patient, "I'm going to instruct them to put a bell on my tombstone, just so as I can have the pleasure of not getting up when people ring. Put him down, please." "Looks like concussion." "That was me, hitting him," said Vimes, helpfully. "You broke his arm, too?" "That's right." "You made a very neat job of it. Easy to set it and plaster him up. Is there something wrong?" Vimes was still staring at the instruments. "You use all these?" he said. "Yes. Some of them are experimental, though," said Lorne, busying himself at his work table. "Well, I'd hate you to use this on me," said Vimes, picking a strange instrument, like a couple of paddles tied with string. Lorne sighed. "Sergeant, there are no circumstances where the things you're holding could possibly be used on you," he said, his hands working busily. "They are of a feminine nature." "For the seamstresses," said Vimes, putting the pliers down in a hurry. "Those things? No, the ladies of the night take pride these days in never requiring that sort of thing. My work with them is more of, shall we say, a preventative nature." "Teaching them to use thimbles, that sort of thing," said Vimes. "Yes. It's amazing how far you can push a metaphor, isn't it?" Vimes prodded the paddles again. They were quite alarming. "You're married, Sergeant," said Lorne. "Was Rosie right?" Yes." My wife is, elsewhere, though. He picked the things up and dropped them hastily again with a clatter.
Well, it's just as well to be aware that giving birth isn't like shelling peas, said the doctor.
Should bloody well hope not.
Although I have to say the midwives seldom refer anything to me. They say men shouldn't fish around where they don't belong. We might as well be living in caves.
Lorne looked down at his patient.
In the words of the philosopher Skeptum, the founder of my profession, am I going to get paid for this?
Vimes investigated the money bag on the man's belt. Will $6 do it? He said.
Why would the unmentionables attack you, Sergeant? You're a policeman.
I am, but they aren't. Don't you know about them?
I've patched up a few of their guests, yes, said Lorne.
And Vimes noted the caution. It didn't pay to know too much in this town.
People with curious dislocations, hot wax burns, that sort of thing.
Well, I had a little brush with Captain Swing last night, Vimes said, and he was as polite as hell to me about it. But I bet my boots he knows that this lad and his friend came after me. That's his style. He probably wanted to see what I'd do.
He's not the only one interested in you, said Lorne. I got a message that Rosie Palm wants to see you. Well, I assume she meant you. That ungrateful bastard was the actual term she used.
I think I owe some money, said Vimes. I've no idea how much.
Don't ask me, said Lorne, smoothing the plaster with his hand. She generally names her price up front.
I mean the finder's fee, or whatever it was.
Yes, I know. Can't help you there, I'm afraid, said Lorne.
Vimes watched him working for a while and said, Know anything about Miss Batty?
The seamstress. She hasn't been here long.
And she's really a seamstress.
For the sake of precision, said Dr. Lorne, let us say she's a needlewoman. Apparently she heard there was a lot of work for seamstresses in the big city, and had one or two amusing misunderstandings before someone told her exactly what was meant. One of them involved me removing a crochet hook from a man's ear last week. Now she just hangs out with the rest of the girls.
Why?
Because she's making a fortune, that's why, said the doctor. Hasn't it ever occurred to you, Sergeant, that sometimes people go to a massage parlour for a real massage? For example? There's ladies all over this city with discreet signs up that say things like trousers repaired while you wait. And a small but significant number of men make the same mistake as Sandra. There's lots of men work here in the city and leave their wives back home, and sometimes, you know, a man feels these urges. Like for a sock without holes and a shirt with more than one button. The ladies pass on the work. Apparently it's quite hard to find a really good needlewoman in this city. They don't like being confused with, seamstresses.
I just wondered why she hangs around street corners after curfew, with a big sewing basket, said Vimes. Lorne shrugged.
Can't help you there. Right, I've finished with this gentleman. It'd be helpful if he lies still for a while.
He indicated the racks of bottles behind him.
About how long will you want him to lie still for?
You can do that?
Oh, yes. It's not accepted Ankh-Morpork medical practice, but since Ankh-Morpork medical practice would consist of hitting him on the head with a mallet, he's probably getting the best deal of the day.
No, I meant that you doctors aren't supposed to hurt people, are you?
Only in the course of normal incompetence, but I don't mind sending him to Sleepyland for another 20 minutes. Of course, if you want to wham him with the mallet, I can't stop you. The last guest of Swing I treated had several fingers pointing entirely the wrong way. So if you'd like to give him a few wallops for good luck, I could point out some quite sensitive areas.
No, thanks. I'll just haul him out the back and drop him in an alley.
Is that all?
No. Then I'll sign my name on his damn plaster cast, so he sees it when he wakes up, in bloody big letters, so it won't rub off.
Now that's what I call a sensitive area, said Lorne. You're an interesting man, Sergeant. You make enemies like a craftsman.
I've never been interested in needlework, said Vimes, hoisting the man on his shoulder. But what sort of things would a needlewoman have in her work basket, do you think?
Oh, I don't know. Needles, threads, scissors, wool. That kind of thing, said Mossy Lorne.
Not very heavy things, then, said Vimes.
Not really. Why'd you ask?
Oh, no reason, said Vimes, making a small mental note. Just a thought. I'll go and drop off our friend here, while I've still got some mist to lurk in.
Fine. I'll have breakfast on when you get back. It's liver. Calves.
The beast remembers. This time, Vimes slept soundly. He had always found it easier to sleep during the day. 25 years on nights had ground their nocturnal groove in his brain. Darkness was easier somehow. He knew how to stand still, a talent that few possess, and how to merge into the shadows, how to guard, in fact, and see without being seen. He remembered Find Thee Swing. A lot of it was history. The revolt would have happened with Swing or without him, but he was, as it were, the tip of the boil. He'd been trained at the assassin's school, and should never have been allowed to join the watch. He had too much brain to be a copper, at least too much of the wrong kind of brain. But Swing had impressed Winder with his theories, had been let in as a sergeant, and then was promoted to captain immediately. Vimes had never known why. It was probably because the officers were offended at seeing such a fine gentleman pounding the streets with the rest of the oiks. Besides, he had a weak chest or something. Vimes wasn't against intellect. Anyone with enough savvy to let go of a doorknob could be a street monster in the old days. But to make it above sergeant, you needed a grab bag of guile, cunning, and street wisdom that could pass for intelligence in a poor light. Swing, though, started in the wrong place. He didn't look around and watch and learn and then say,
"This is how people are. How do we deal with it?"
No, he sat and thought,
"This is how the people ought to be. How do we change them?"
And that was good enough for a priest, but not for a copper. Because Swing's patient, pedantic way of operating had turned policing on its head. There had been that weapons law, for a start. Weapons were involved in so many crimes that Swing reasoned reducing the number of weapons had to reduce the crime rate. Vimes wondered if he'd sat up in bed in the middle of the night and hugged himself when he'd dreamed that one up. Confiscate all weapons and crime would go down. It made sense. It would have worked too if only there had been enough coppers. Say 3 per citizen. Amazingly, quite a few weapons were handed in. The flaw, though, was one that had somehow managed to escape Swing, and it was this. Criminals don't obey the law. It's more or less a requirement for the job. They had no particular interest in making the streets safer for anyone except themselves, and they couldn't believe what was happening. It was like Hog's Watch every day. Some citizens took the not unreasonable view that something had gone a bit askew, if only naughty people were carrying arms, and they got arrested in large numbers. The average copper, when he's been kicked in the nadgers once too often, and has reason to believe that his bosses don't much care, has an understandable tendency to prefer to arrest those people who won't instantly try to stab him, especially if they act a bit snotty and wear more expensive clothes than he personally can afford. The rate of arrests shot right up, and Swing had been very pleased about that. Admittedly, some of the arrests had been for possessing weaponry after dark, but quite a few had been for assaults on the watch by irate citizens. That was assault on a city official, a very heinous and despicable crime, and, as such, far more important than all these thefts that were going on everywhere. It wasn't that the city was lawless. It had plenty of laws. It just didn't offer many opportunities not to break them. Swing didn't seem to have grasped the idea that the system was supposed to take criminals and, in some rough and ready fashion, force them into becoming honest men. Instead, he'd taken honest men and turned them into criminals, and the watch, by and large, into just another gang. And then, just when the whole wretched stew was thickening, he'd invented craniometrics. Bad coppers had always had their ways of finding out if someone was guilty. Back in the old days, now, these included thumbscrews, hammers, small pointed bits of wood, and of course, the common desk drawer, always a boon to the copper in a hurry. Swing didn't need any of this. He could tell if you were guilty by looking at your eyebrows. He measured people. He used calipers and a steel ruler. And he quietly wrote down the measurements and did some sums, such as dividing the length of the nose by the circumference of the head and multiplying it by the width of the space between the eyes. And on such figures, he could infallibly tell that you were devious, untrustworthy, and congenitally criminal. After you had spent the next 20 minutes in the company of his staff and their less sophisticated tools of inquiry, he would, amazingly, be proved right. Everyone was guilty of something. Vimes knew that. Every copper knew it. That's how you maintained your authority. Everyone, talking to a copper, was secretly afraid that you could see their guilty secret written on their forehead. You couldn't, of course. But neither were you supposed to drag someone off the street and smash their fingers with a hammer until they told you what it was. Swing would probably have ended up face down in some alley somewhere, if it wasn't for the fact that Winder had found in him a useful tool. No one could sniff out conspiracies like Swing. And so he'd ended up running the unmentionables, most of whom made Sergeant Knock look like good copper of the month. Vimes had always wondered how the man had kept control. But maybe it was because the thugs recognized in some animal way a mind which had arrived at thuggery by the long route and was capable of devising, in the name of reason, the kind of atrocities that unreason could only dream of. It wasn't easy, living in the past. You couldn't whack someone for what they were going to do, or what the world was going to find out later. You couldn't warn people either. You didn't know what could change the future. But if he understood things right, history tended to spring back into shape. All you could change was the bits around the edges, the fine details. There was nothing he could do about the big stuff. The lilac was going to bloom. The revolution was going to happen. Well, a kind of revolution. That wasn't really the word for what it was. There was the People's Republic of Treaclemine Road, truth, justice, freedom, reasonably priced love, and a hard-boiled egg. That would live for all of a few hours. A strange candle that burned too briefly and died like a firework. And there was the scouring of the House of Pain. And the... Anyway, you did the job that was in front of you. Like unimaginative coppers always did. He got up around 1 in the afternoon. Lorne was closeted in his surgery, doing something that involved some serious whimpering on the part of something else. Vimes knocked on the door. After a moment, it was opened a fraction. Dr. Lorne was wearing a face mask and holding a very long pair of tweezers in his hand.
Yes?
"I'm going out," said Vimes. "Trouble?"
Not too bad. Slidey Harris was unlucky at cards last night, that's all. Played an ace.
"That's an unlucky card?"
It is if Big Tony knows he didn't deal it to you. But I'll soon have it removed. If you're going to injure anyone tonight, can you do it before I go to bed? Thank you."
Lorne shut the door. Vimes nodded at the woodwork and went out to stretch his legs and get some lunch. He was waiting for him, on a tray, around the neck of a man. Quite a young man now, but there was something about the expression, as of a rat who was expecting cheese right around the next corner, and had been expecting cheese around the last corner too, and the corner before that. And although the world had turned out so far to be full of corners, yet completely innocent of any cheese at all, was nevertheless quite certain that just around the corner cheese awaited. Vimes stared. But why should he be surprised? As long ago as he could remember, there was always someone selling highly suspicious, chemically reclaimed pork products in this town. The seller was very familiar, just younger. His expression lit up at the sight of an unfamiliar face. The seller liked to meet people who hadn't yet bought one of his pies.
"Oh, Sergeant, hey, what's Little Crown mean?"
"Sergeant at Arms," said Vimes. "That's like sergeant with all the trimmings."
"Well, Sergeant, could I interest you in a very special sausage in a bun, guaranteed no rat, 100% organic, all pork shaved before mixing?"
Why not? Thought Vimes. And his stomach, liver, kidneys, and lengths of intestine all supplied reasons, but he fumbled in his pocket for some change anyway. "How much, Mr. Vimes remembered in time, and made a show of looking at the name on the front of the tray. Dibbler.
4 pence, Sergeant.
"And that's cutting your own throat, eh?" said Vimes jovially.
"Pardon?"
said Dibbler, looking puzzled. "I said, a price that's like cutting your own throat, eh?"
"Cutting my own
"Throat," said Vimes desperately.
Oh.
Dibbler thought about this.
"Right, yeah, it is. You never said a truer word, so you'll have one then."
"I notice it says on your tray, Dibbler Enterprises, Est," said Vimes. "Shouldn't it say when you were established?"
"Should it?"
Dibbler looked down at his tray. "How long have you been going?" said Vimes, selecting a pie.
"Let's see. What year is this?"
Dancing Dog, I think."
"Since Tuesday, then,"
said Dibbler. His face brightened.
"But this is only the start, mister. This is just going to get a state together. In a year or two, I'm going to be a big man in this town."
"I believe you," said Vimes. "I really do." Dibbler looked down at his tray again, as Vimes strolled off.
"Cutting my own throat. Cutting my own throat,"
he mumbled to himself, and seemed to like the sound of it. But then he focused more clearly on the tray, and his face went pale.
"Sergeant,"
he shouted.
"don't eat the pie."
Vimes, a few yards away, stopped, with the pie halfway to his mouth. "What's wrong with it?" he said. Silly me. I mean, what's uniquely wrong with it?
Nothing. I mean, these are better.
Vimes risked another look at the tray. They all looked the same to him. Dibbler's pies quite often looked appetizing. Therein lay their one and only charm. I can't see any difference, he said.
Yeah, there is,
said Dibbler, sweat beading on his forehead.
See, the one you got has that little pattern of pastry pigs on it, and all the others of pastry sausages. I'd hate you to think that, I thought you were a pig or anything. So if you land it over, I'll happily give you, another one.
That one's not the right one. Not that it's a wrong one, but,
with the pig and everything.
Vimes looked into the man's eyes. Dibbler had yet to learn that friendly blankness that 30 years of selling truly organic pies would call into being. While the man stared in horror, he took a large bite out of the pie. It was everything that he had expected, and nothing that he could identify. Yum, he said, and with some concentration, eyes fixed on the luckless pieman, finished it all. I think it's quite possible. No one else makes pies like you do, Mr. Dibbler, he said, licking his fingers in case he might want to shake hands with someone later on.
You ate it?
Oh, said Dibbler. Was that wrong? Said Vimes. And now relief rose off the man like smoke off a greenwood fire.
What? No, that's fine. Jolly good. Want another one to help it down? Half price.
No. One is more than enough, said Vimes, backing away.
You finished every bit,
said Dibbler. That was right, wasn't it? Said Vimes.
Oh, yeah, sure, obviously.
Gotta be going, said Vimes, moving on down the lane. I'll look forward to seeing you again when I've got less appetite. He waited until he was well out of sight before taking a few random turns in the network of alleys. Then he stepped into the shadow of a deep doorway and felt in his mouth for the piece of pie that had seemed curiously unchewable even by pie standards. Usually, if you found something more than usually hard or crunchy in one of Dibbler's famous pork pies, the trick was to either swallow it and hope for the best, or spit it out with your eyes closed. But Vimes felt around between gum and cheek, and fished out a folded piece of paper, stained with unknowable juices. He unfolded it. In smudged pencil, but still decipherable, it read, Morphic Street, 9 o'clock tonight. Password, swordfish. Swordfish? Every password was swordfish. Whenever anyone tried to think of a word that no one would ever guess, they always chose swordfish. It was just one of those strange quirks of the human mind. That explained the guilt anyway. A plot. Another damn plot in a city full of plots. Did he need to know about plots? Anyway, he knew about this one. Morphic Street. The famous Morphic Street conspiracy. Ha! He pushed the greasy scrap into a pocket, and then hesitated. Someone was being quiet. Overlaid on the distant street noises was a sort of hollow in the sounds, filled by careful breathing, and the hairs on the back of his neck were standing up. Quietly, he pulled the blackjack out of his rear pocket. Now, what were the options? He was a copper, and someone was creeping up on him. If they weren't a copper, then they were in the wrong, because he was a copper. If they were a copper too, then they were one of Swing's crew, and therefore in the wrong, because he was a better copper than them, and so were things floating in gutters. And therefore, delivering a swift bucketful of darkness, had no obvious downside. On the other hand, thieves, assassins, and swingsmen, by all accounts, did a lot of creeping up on people, and were probably pretty good at it. Whereas the person tracking him was keeping their backs so close to the wall, he could hear the scraping. That meant they were probably just a member of the public, with something on their mind, and he was not inclined to add several ounces of lead shot simply for that reason, because he'd like to believe he wasn't that sort of copper. He settled for stepping out into the alley and saying, "Yeah?" A boy stared up at him. It had to be a boy. Nature would not have been so cruel as to do that to a girl. No single feature in itself was more than passably ugly, but the combination was greater than the sum of the parts. There was also the smell. It wasn't bad as such. It just wasn't entirely human. There was something feral about it.
Said its pinched-up face.
Look, tell you what, mister. You tell me where you're going, and I'll stop following you. Have we got a deal? Cost you no more than a penny, and that's a special price. Some people pay me a lot more than that to stop following them.
Vimes continued to stare. The creature was wearing an oversized evening dress jacket, shiny with grease and greenish with age, and a top hat that must once have been trodden on by a horse. But the bits that were visible between the two were regrettably familiar. "Oh, no," he moaned. "No, no, no."
You all right, mister?
"No, no."
Oh, ye gods, it had to happen, didn't it?
You want I should go and fetch Mossy, mister?
Vimes pointed an accusing finger.
You're Nobby Nobs, right?
The urchin backed away.
Could be, so was that crime?
He turned to run, but Vimes's hand fell heavily on his shoulder.
Some people might say so. You're Nobby Nobs, son of Maisie Nobs and Sconnor Nobs.
Probably, but I ain't done nothing, mister.
Vimes bent down to look into the eyes that peered out at the world through a mask of grime.
How about whizzing wipers, snitching tinklers, pulling wobblers, flogging tumblers, and running rumbles?
Nobby's brow creased in genuine puzzlement.
What's pulling wobblers mean?
He said. Vimes gave him a similar look. Street parley had changed a lot in 30 years.
That's stealing trifles. Small items, isn't it?
No, mister, that's tottering Neville's,
said Nobby, relaxing.
But you ain't doing badly for someone who's new. What sort of angels?
Memory flicked a card.
A bribe,
said Vimes.
And a dimber?
Said Nobby, grinning. Easy.
Could be a head beggar, could just be a handsome man.
Well done. Bet you don't know how to fleeg a jade, though.
Once again from a dusty recess, a memory unrolled. This one stuck in your mind.
Dear me, do you know that? What a shame in one so young, said Vimes.
That's when you want to sell a broken-down horse and have to make it a bit frisky in front of the punters. So you take some fresh raw hot ginger, lift up its tail, and push the ginger.
Go,
said Nobby, suddenly impressed.
Everyone says you're a real quick learner, that's true enough. You could have been born here.
Why are you following me, Nobby Nobs?
Said Vimes. The urchin held out a grubby hand. Some street language never changes. Vimes pulled out sixpence. It shone in Nobby's palm like a diamond in a chimney sweep's ear.
One of 'em's a lady,
he said, and grinned. The hand stayed out. That was a bloody sixpence I just gave you, kid, Vimes growled.
Yeah, but I've got to think of...
Vimes grabbed the lapels of Nobby's greasy coat and lifted him up, and was mildly shocked to realise that there was practically no weight there. Street urchin, he thought. Urchin sounds about right. Spiky, slimy, and smelling slightly of rotting seaweed. But there's hundreds of them round here, clawing a living off the very margins. And as I recall, Nobby was one of the sharpest, and as trustworthy as a chocolate hammer. But that's okay. There's ways to deal with that. How much, he said, for you to work for me all the time?
I've got customers to think of,
he began. Yeah, but I'm the one holding you up in one hand, right? Said Vimes. With his oversized boots dangling a foot above the ground, Nobby considered his position.
All the time?
Right.
Something like that. I've got to be looking at a lordship every day.
$1. Guess again.
$50?
Not a chance. $1 a week, and I won't make your life the utter misery which, Nobby, I assure you, I can do in so many little ways. Still dangling, Nobby tried to work all this out.
So, I'll be kind of like a copper, right?
He said, grinning artfully. Kind of.
Number one suspect says it's a good life being a copper, 'cause you can pinch stuff without getting nicked.
He's got that right, said Vimes.
And he says if anyone gives you lip, you can bop 'em one and chuck 'em in the tanty.
Nobby went on.
I'd like to be a copper one day.
Who's number one suspect?
That's what our man calls Sconnor, our dad. Payment up front, yeah?
Nobby added, hopefully. What do you think?
Oh, right. No, huh?
Correct. But I'll tell you what. He lowered Nobby to the ground. Light as a feather, he thought. You'll come with me, kid. Ankh-Morpork was full of men living in lodgings. Anyone with a spare room rented it out. And in addition to the darning and stitching that was turning Miss Batty into one of the highest-earning seamstresses in the city, they needed something else that women were best able to supply. They needed feeding. There were plenty of hot chair-eating places like the one Vimes headed for now. It sold plain food for plain men. There wasn't a menu. You ate what was put in front of you. You ate it quick, and you were glad to get it. If you didn't like it, there were plenty who did. The dishes had names like slum gullet, boiled eels, lobscouse, wet nellies, slumpy and treacle billy. Good, solid stuff that stuck to the ribs and made it hard to get up out of the seat. They generally had a lot of turnip in, even if they weren't supposed to. Vimes elbowed his way to the counter, dragging Nobby behind him. A chalked sign said, "All you can eat in 10 minutes, for 10p. Beneath it, a large woman was standing bare-armed by a cauldron in which uncertain things bubbled in grey scum. She gave him an appraising look, and then glanced at his sleeve.
"What can I do for you, Sergeant?"
she said.
"What happened to Sergeant Knock?"
"Comes in here a lot, does he?" said Vimes.
"Dinner and supper."
Her look said it all. Second helpings, too, and never pays. Vimes held up Nobby. "See this?" he said.
"Is it a monkey?"
said the woman.
Ha ha, very funny,
moaned Nobby, as Vimes lowered him again. "He's going to come in here for 1 square meal every day," said Vimes. All you can eat for 10 pence.
Yes, and who's paying, may I ask?
Me. Vimes plunked a $50 on the table. That's 5 days, in advance. What's special today? Slum gullet. It'll put hairs on his chest. When he gets a chest, give him a big bowl. You might make a loss on this deal. He shoved Nobby onto a bench, placed the greasy bowl in front of him, and sat down opposite. You said a lady, he said. Don't mess me about, Nobby.
Have I got to share this, Sarge?
Said Nobby, picking up a wooden spoon. It's all yours. Make sure you eat up every bit. There may be a test later, said Vimes. A woman, you said.
Lady Messerole, Sarge,
said Nobby indistinctly, through a mouthful of mixed vegetables and grease.
Posh lady, everyone calls her Madam. Come from Genoa a few months ago.
When did she ask you?
This morning, Sarge.
What? She just stopped you in the street?
I've got a kind of general contract with her, Sarge.
Vimes glared. It was better than speaking. Nobby wriggled uneasily.
Fact is, Sarge, she caught me snickering her nolly last month. Hell's bells, Sarge. She got a punch on her like a mule. When I come round, we got to talking, and she said a keen young lad like me could be useful as, like, an ear on the street.
Vimes continued to glare, but he was impressed. Young Nobby had been a gifted pickpocket. Anyone who caught him in the act was quick indeed. He turned up the ferocity of the glare.
All right, Sarge. She said she'd turn me over to the day watch if I didn't.
Nobby confessed.
And you go straight to the tanty if a knob lays a complaint against you.
That's bloody true, thought Vimes. Private law again.
I don't want to go to the tanty, Sarge. Sconner's in there.
And you used to break your arms, Vimes remembered. So why's a fine lady interested in me, Nobby? He said aloud.
Didn't ask. I told her about you and the hurry-up wagon and the unmentionables and everything. She said you sounded fascinating. And Rosie Palm's paying me a measly penny a day to keep an eye on you too. Oh, and Corporal Snubs at Cable Street, he's paying me 1/2 penny to watch you, but what is a halfpenny these days, say I? So I don't watch you much on his account. Oh, and Lance Corporal Coates, I'm getting a penny from him too.
Why?
Dunno. He asked me this morning too. A penny job.
Nobby belched hugely.
Better out than in, eh? Who do you want me to watch for you, Sarge?
Me, said Vimes. If you can fit me into your busy schedule.
You want me to follow you?
No. Just tell me what people are saying about me. Keep an eye on who else is following me. Watch my back, sort of thing.
Right.
Good. Just one more thing, Nobby.
Yes, Sarge,
said Nobby, still spooning. Give me back my notebook, my handkerchief, and the 4 pennies you whisked from my pockets, will you? Nobby opened his mouth to protest. Dribbling slum gullet, but closed it when he saw the glint in Vimes's eye. Silently, he produced the items from various horrible pockets. Well done, said Vimes, getting up. I'm sure I don't have to tell you what'll happen to you if you try the old dippity-doo-dah on me again. Do I, Nobby?
No, Sarge,
said Nobby, looking down. Want another bowl? Have fun. I've got to go to work.
you can rely on me, Sarge.
Oddly enough, thought Vimes as he walked back to the watch-house. I probably can. Nobby would nick anything and dodge anything. But he wasn't bad. You could trust him with your life, although you'd be daft to trust him with $1. He purchased a packet of Pantweed's Slim Panatellas from another street trader. Carrying them around in their cardboard packet didn't feel right at all. There was a buzz in the main office as he strolled in. Watchmen were standing around in little groups. Sergeant Knock spotted Vimes and trotted over.
Bit of a dose, sir. Had a break-in last night,
he reported, with just a hint of smirk. Really? Said Vimes. What did they steal?
Did I say they stole anything, sir?
Said the sergeant innocently. Well, no, you didn't, said Vimes. That was me jumping to what we call a conclusion. Did they steal anything then? Or did they break in to deliver a box of chocolates and a small complimentary basket of fruit?
They stole the captain's silver inkstand,
said Knock, impervious to sarcasm.
And it was an inside job if you want my opinion. The door upstairs was forced, but the main doors weren't. Must have been a copper what done it.
Vimes was amazed at the forensic expertise shown here. My word. A copper? Stealing? He said.
Yeah, it's a terrible thing,
said Knock earnestly.
Especially since you showed us the way yesterday, about being honest and everything.
He glanced past Vimes and shouted, Attention! Officer present! Tilden was coming down the stairs. The room fell silent, except for his hesitant steps. No luck, Sergeant, he said.
Not so far, sir, said Knock. I was just telling Sergeant Kill here what a terrible thing has happened.
It was engraved, you know, said Tilden mournfully. Everyone in the regiment chipped in what they could afford. This really is very upsetting.
A man would have to be a right bastard to steal something like that, eh, Sergeant?
Said Knock. Absolutely, said Vimes. I can see you're pretty well organised on this one, Sergeant. Have you looked everywhere?
Everywhere, except the lockers, said Knock.
That's not something we'd do lightly, rummaging through a man's locker. But we're all here now, and Captain Tilden's here to see fair play, so, although it's very distasteful, I'll ask you, Captain, for permission to rummage.
Yes, if you must, said Tilden. I don't like the idea. It is really quite dishonourable, you know.
Then I think, sir, to show that we're doing this fairly, said Knock, us sergeants ought to be searched first. That way no one can say we don't take it seriously.
Come now, Sergeant, said Tilden, with a little smile. I hardly think you are suspected.
No, sir, fair's fair, said Knock. We'll set a good example, eh, Sergeant Kill?
Vimes shrugged. Knock grinned at him, pulled out a bundle of keys, and beckoned to Lance Corporal Coates.
You do the honours, Ned, he said, beaming. Me first, of course.
The door was unlocked. The contents of Knock's locker were the usual unsavoury mess of lockers everywhere, but there was certainly no silver inkstand. If there were, it would have turned black after a single day.
Well done. Now, Sergeant Kills, please, Ned.
Knock's friendly beam fixed on Vimes as the policeman fumbled with the lock. Vimes stared back, face blank as a slate, as the door creaked open.
Oh, dear. What have we here? Said Knock, without even bothering to look.
It's a sack, Sarge, said Coates. Something heavy in it, too.
Oh, dear me,
said Knock, still staring at Vimes.
Open it up, lad, gently. We don't want anything to get damaged, eh?
There was a rustle of Hessian, and then...
It's half a brick,
Ned reported.
What?
A half brick, sir.
I'm saving up for a house, said Vimes. There were one or two sniggers from the assembled men, but some of the faster thinkers were suddenly looking worried. They know, thought Vimes. Well, lads, welcome to Vimes's roulette. You spun the wheel, and now you've got to guess where the ball is going to go.
Are you sure?
Said Nock, turning to the open locker.
It's just a sack, Sarge,
Said Ned.
and half a brick. Is there a loose panel or something?
Said Nock desperately.
What, in a sack, Sarge?
Well, that seems to be our lockers, said Vimes, rubbing his hands together. Who's next, Sergeant Nock? Round and round the little ball goes, and where it stops, nobody knows.
You know, personally, I think the captain's right. I don't think any of the men would.
Nock began, and faltered. Vimes's stare could have hammered rivets.
I believe, Sergeant, that since we have begun this, it should be concluded,
said Tilden.
That is only fair.
Vimes took a couple of steps towards Coates and held out his hand. Keys, he said. Coates glared at him. The keys, Lance Corporal, said Vimes. He snatched them from Coates's hand and turned to the line of lockers. Right, he said. Let's start with the well-known arch-criminal Lance Constable Vimes. Door after door was opened. The lockers, while possibly of interest to anyone studying the smells of unwashed clothing and the things that could grow on neglected socks, failed to produce a single silver inkstand. It did turn up the amorous adventures of Molly Clapper in Corporal Colon's locker, however. Vimes stared at the crude and grubby engravings like a long-lost friend. He remembered that book. It had gone around the watch-house for years, and as a young man he had learned a lot from some of the illustrations, although a good deal of what he'd learned had turned out to be wrong. Fortunately, Captain Tilden's view was blocked, and Vimes shoved the greasy book back on the shelf and said to the red-eared Colon, "Studying theory, eh, Fred? Good man. Practice makes perfect." Then he turned at last to Coates's locker. The man was watching him like a hawk. The scratched door creaked open. Every neck craned to see. There was a stack of old notebooks, some civilian clothing, and a small sack of what, when it was tipped out onto the floor, turned out to be laundry.
Surprised?
Said the Lance Corporal. Not half as much as you, Vimes thought. He winked at Coates and turned away. Can I have a word with you in your office, Captain?
Yes, Sergeant, I suppose so,
said Tilden, looking around.
Oh, dear.
Vimes gave the man some time to climb the stairs, then followed him into his office and tactfully closed the door.
Well, Sergeant,
said Tilden, collapsing into his chair. Have you looked everywhere, sir? Said Vimes.
Of course, man.
I mean, sir, perhaps you put it in a desk drawer, or the safe, perhaps?
Certainly not. I sometimes put it in the safe at weekends, but I'm sure I didn't do that last night.
Vimes noted the subtle uncertainty. He was doing a bad thing, he knew. Tilden was nearly 70. At a time like that, a man learned to treat his memory as only a rough guide to events. I find, sir, that when a busy man has a lot on his plate, he can do things that subsequently slip his mind, he said. I know I do, he added to himself. I could put my house keys down in a bare room and not find them 30 seconds later. We've all been under a lot of pressure lately, he added, knowing that Tilden frequently fell asleep during the afternoon until Snouty coughed very loudly outside the door before taking him his cocoa.
Well, that's true,
said Tilden, turning desperate eyes to him. All this curfew business very Unsettling. Forget my own head if it wasn't nailed on, what? He turned and looked at the green safe.
Only had it a couple of months, he muttered. I suppose I... Look the other way, will you, Sergeant? May as well sort this out.
Vimes obligingly turned his back. There was some clicking and a creak, and then an intake of breath. Tilden got to his feet, holding the silver inkstand.
I believe I've made a fool of myself, Sergeant, he said.
No, I've made a fool of you, thought Vimes, fervently wishing he hadn't. I'd intended to drop it into Coates's locker, but I couldn't. Not after what I found in there. Tell you what, sir, he volunteered. We could say it was a kind of test.
I don't tell lies as a rule, Keel, said the captain, but added, I appreciate the suggestion nevertheless. Anyway, I know I'm not as young as I was. Perhaps it's time to retire, he sighed. I have to say I've been considering it for some time.
Oh, don't talk like that, sir, said Vimes, far more jovially than he felt. I can't see you retiring.
Yes, I suppose I should see things through, Tilden mumbled, walking back to his desk. Do you know, Sergeant, that some of the men think you are a spy?
Who for? Said Vimes, reflecting that Snouty delivered more than cocoa.
Lord Winder, I assume, said Tilden.
Well, we all work for him, sir, but I don't report to anyone but you, if that's any help. Tilden looked up at him and shook his head sadly.
Spy or not, Keel, I don't mind telling you that some of the orders we've been getting lately have not been thought out properly, in my opinion, what?
He gave Vimes a glare, as if defying him to produce the red-hot thumbscrews there and then. Vimes could see how much the admission that abduction and torture and conspiracy to criminalize honest citizens might not be acceptable government policy was costing the old man. Tilden hadn't been brought up to think like that. He'd ridden off under the flag of Ankh-Morpork to fight the cheese-eaters of Quirm or Johnny Clatchian, or whatever enemies had been selected by those higher up the chain of command, with never a second thought about the rightness of the cause, because that sort of thinking could slow a soldier down. Tilden had grown up knowing that the people at the top were right. That was why they were at the top. They didn't have the mental vocabulary to think like a traitor, because only traitors thought like that. Haven't been here long enough to comment, sir, said Vimes. Don't know how you do things here.
Not like we used to, mumbled Tilden.
Just as you say, sir.
Snouty says you know your way around remarkably well, Sergeant. For someone new to the city.
That was a sentence with a hook on the end, but Tilden was an inexperienced angler. One nick is pretty much like any other, sir, said Vimes. Of course, I've visited the city before.
Of course, said Tilden hurriedly. Well, thank you, Sergeant. If you could explain things to the men, I'd be grateful.
Yes, sir. Of course. Vimes shut the door carefully behind him and went down the steps, 2 at a time. The squad below had barely moved. He clapped his hands like a schoolteacher. Come on. You've got patrols to go to. Get moving. Not you, Sergeant Knock. A word's in the yard, please. Vimes didn't bother to wait to see if the man would follow him. He went out into the late afternoon sunshine, leaned against the wall, and waited. 10 years ago he'd have... Correction. 10 years ago, if he was sober, He'd have taught Nock a few lessons about who's boss with several well-aimed punches. And that was certainly the custom these days. Scraps between watchmen hadn't been uncommon when Vimes was a constable. But that wouldn't do for Sergeant Keel. Nock stepped out, inflated, with mad, terrified bravado. When Vimes raised his hand, the man actually flinched. "Cigar?" said Vimes.
I
"I don't drink," said Vimes, "but you can't beat a good cigar."
don't smoke,"
mumbled Nock.
"Look, about that inkstand."
"Do you know he'd gone and put it in that safe of his?" said Vimes, smiling.
"He had?"
"And then forgotten about it," said Vimes. "Happens to us all, Winsborough. A man's mind starts to wander. He's never quite certain of what he's done." Vimes maintained the friendly grin. It was as good as raining blows. Besides, he'd given Nock his correct name. The man never used it in public, for fear of the panic it might cause. "Just thought I'd put your mind at rest about it," said Vimes. Sergeant Winsborough Nock shifted uneasily from one foot to the other. He wasn't certain whether he'd got away with something, or had just ended up getting deeper into something else. "Tell me more about Lance Corporal Coates," said Vimes. Nock's face was, for a moment, an agony of calculation. And then he adopted his usual policy. When you think there's wolves on your trail, throw someone off the sleigh.
"Ned, sir,"
he said.
"Hard worker, of course, does his job. But a bit tricky between you and me."
"How? And you don't have to call me Sir, Winsborough. Not out here."
"He reckons Jack's as good as his master, if you know what I mean. Reckons he's as good as anyone. Bit of a troublemaker in that respect."
"Barrack room lawyer?"
That sort of thing, yeah."
"Rebel sympathies?" Nock turned his eyes up innocently.
"Could be, sir. Wouldn't like to see the lad in trouble, of course."
"You think I'm a spy for the unmentionables," thought Vimes. "And you're throwing Coates to me. The other day you were pushing him for promotion. You little worm." "Worth keeping an eye on, then," he said aloud.
"Yes, sir."
"Interesting," said Vimes. Always a worrying word to the uncertain. It certainly worried Nock, and Vimes thought, my gods, perhaps veterinary feels like this all the time.
"Some of us, go round to the Broken Drum after the shift's over," said Nock. "It's open round the clock. I don't know if you—"
"I don't drink," said Vimes.
"Oh, yes, you said," said Nock.
"And now I'd better pick up young Sam and get out on patrol," said Vimes. "Nice to have this little talk with you, Winsborough." He strode past, taking care not to look back. Sam was still waiting in the main office, but was sucked into his wake as he swept past.
"I say, who's the skirt up there with old Folly?"
The prefect looked up. On the raised platform at the end of the noisy hall, Dr. Follett, Master of Assassins and ex officio headmaster of the Guild School, was in animated conversation with, indeed, a lady. The vivid purple of her dress made a splash of colour in the vast room where black predominated, and the elegant whiteness of his hair shone like a beacon in the darkness. It was a guild of assassins after all. Black was what you wore. The night was black, and so were you. And black had such style. And an assassin without style, everyone agreed, was just a highly paid, arrogant thug. The prefects were all over 18 and, therefore, allowed to visit parts of the city that young boys weren't even supposed to know about. Their pimples no longer erupted at the sight of a woman. Now Their eyes narrowed. Most of them had already learned that the world was an oyster that could be opened with gold if a blade did not suffice.
"Probably a parent," said one of them.
"I wonder who's the lucky boy."
"I know who she is,"
said Ludo Ludorum, head of Viper House.
"I heard some of the masters talking earlier. She's Madame Roberta Messerole. Bought the old house in Easy Street. They say she made a pile of money in Genua and wants to settle down here. Looking for investment opportunities, apparently."
"Madam," said Downey. "An honorific or a job description?"
"In Genua? Could be both," said someone to general laughter.
"Folly is certainly plying her with champagne," said Downey. "They're on their third bottle. What have they got to talk about?"
"Politics," said Ludo. "Everyone knows Winder isn't going to do the decent thing, so it'll be down to us. And Folly's annoyed because we've lost 3 chaps up there already. Winder's pretty cunning. There's guards and soldiers everywhere you look."
"Winder's a skag," said Downey.
"Yes, Downey, you call everyone a skag," said Ludo calmly.
"Well, everyone is."
Downey turned back to the table, and a movement, or rather, a lack of movement, caught his eye. Towards the far end, one young assassin was sitting reading, with a bookstand positioned in front of his plate. He was intent on it, an empty fork halfway to his mouth. With a wink at the others, Downey selected an apple from the bowl in front of him, stealthily drew his arm back, and let fly with malicious accuracy. The fork moved like a snake's tongue and skewered the apple out of the air. The reader turned a page, then, eyes never leaving the print, he delicately brought the fork up to his mouth and took a bite out of the apple. The rest of the table looked back at Downey, and there were 1 or 2 chuckles. The young man's brow furrowed. Assault having failed, he was forced to try scathing wit, which he did not have.
"You really are a skag, dog botherer," he said. "Yes, Downey,"
said the reader levelly, his eyes still intent on the page.
"When are you going to pass some decent exams, dog botherer?" "I really couldn't say, Downey." "Never killed anyone, right, dog botherer?" "Probably not, Downey."
The reader turned another page. That little sound infuriated Downey even more.
"What's that you're reading?"
he snapped.
"Robertson, show me what the dog botherer is reading, will you? Come on, pass it up."
The boy sat next to the one currently known as Dog Botherer, snatched the book off the stand, and threw it along the length of the table. The reader sighed and sat back as Downey gave the pages a cursory flick.
"Well, look here, you fellows," he said. "Dog botherer is reading a picture book."
He held it open.
"Colour it in yourself with your paints or crayons, did you, dog botherer?"
The former reader stared up at the ceiling.
"No, Downey. It was hand-coloured to his instructions by Miss Amelia Jane, the sister of Lord Winstanley Greville Pipe, the author. It says so on the frontispiece, you will note. And here's a lovely picture of a tiger."
Downey ploughed on.
"Why are you looking at pictures, dog botherer?" "Because Lord Winstanley has some interesting theories on the art of concealment, Downey," said the reader.
"Ha! Black and orange tiger in green trees," said Downey, turning the pages roughly.
"Big red ape in green forest, black and white zebra in yellow grass. What's this? A manual on how not to do it?"
Again there was a round of chuckles, but they were forced. Downey had friends because he was big and rich. but sometimes he was embarrassing to have around.
As a matter of fact, Lord Winstanley also has an interesting point to make on the dangers of intuitive.
"This a guild book, dog botherer?" Downey demanded.
No, Downey, it was privately engraved some years ago, and I succeeded in tracing a copy in...
Downey's hand shot out. The book whirled away, causing a table full of younger boys to scatter, and landed at the back of the fireplace. The diners on the top tables looked round, and then turned back in disinterest. Flames licked up. For a moment, the tiger burned brightly. "Rare book, was it?" said Downey, grinning.
I think it may now be said to be non-existent,
said the one known as Dog Botherer.
That was the only extant copy. Even the engraved plates have been melted down.
"Don't you ever get upset, Dog Botherer?"
Oh yes, Downey, said the reader.
He pushed his chair back and stood up.
And now I believe I will have an early night.
He nodded at the table.
Good evening, Downey. Gentlemen.
"You're a skag, veterinary."
Just as you say, Downey.
Vimes thought better when his feet were moving. The mere activity calmed him down and shook his thoughts into order. Apart from the curfew and manning the gates, the night watch didn't do a lot. This was partly because they were incompetent, and partly because no one expected them to be anything else. They walked the streets slowly, giving anyone dangerous enough time to saunter away or melt into the shadows, and then rang the bell to announce to a sleeping world, or at any rate a world that had been asleep, the fact that all was, despite appearances, well. They also rounded up the quieter sort of drunk, and the more docile kinds of stray cattle. "They think I'm a spy for Winder," thought Vimes. "Spying on the Treacle Mine Road Watch? It's like spying on dough." Vimes had flatly refused to carry a bell. Young Sam had acquired a lighter one, but out of deference to Vimes's crisply expressed wishes, kept the clapper muffled with a duster.
"Is the wagon going out tonight, Sarge?"
said young Sam, as the twilight faded towards night. "Yes, call on 'em, what do you on it?"
"Taking people to Cable Street?"
"No," said Vimes. "I told 'em to take everyone to the watch house, and Snouty'll fine 'em $50 and take their name and address. Perhaps we'll have a raffle."
"We'll get into trouble, Sarge."
"The curfew's just to frighten people. It doesn't mean much."
"Our mum says there's going to be trouble soon,"
said Sam.
"She heard it in the fish shop. Everyone says it's going to be Snapcase at the palace. He listens to the people."
"Yeah, right," said Vimes. "And I listen to the thunder, but I don't do anything about it."
"Our mum says everyone will have a voice in the city when Snapcase is the patrician,"
Sam went on. "Keep the voice down, kid."
"The day'll come when the angry masses will rise up and throw off their shackles. The fishmonger says,"
said Sam. "If I was a spy for Swing, that fishmonger would be gutted," Vimes thought. "Quite the revolutionary, our mum." He wondered if it was at all possible to give this idiot some lessons in basic politics. That was always the dream, wasn't it? "I wish I'd known then what I know now." But when you got older, you found out that you now wasn't you then. You then was a twerp. You then was what you had to be to start out on the rocky road of becoming you now. And one of the rocky patches on that road was being a twerp. A much better dream, one that'd ensure sounder sleep, was not to know now what you didn't know then. "What's your dad do?" he said, as if he didn't know.
"He passed away a long time ago, Sarge,"
said Sam.
When I was little. Run down by a cart when he was crossing the street, our mum said.
What a champion liar she was, too. Sorry to hear that, said Vimes.
Our mum says you'd be welcome round to tea one night. What with you being all by yourself in a strange city, Sarge.
Would you like me to give you another tip, lad? Said Vimes.
Yes, Sarge. I'm learning a lot.
Lance constables do not invite their sergeants round to tea. Don't ask me why. It's one of those things that does not happen.
You don't know our mum, Sarge.
Vimes coughed. Mums are mums, Lance Constable. They don't like to see men managing by themselves, in case that sort of thing catches on. Besides, I know she's been up in small gods these past 10 years. I'd rather put one hand flat on the table and give Swing the hammer than walk down Cockbill Street today.
Well, said Sam, she says she's going to make you some distressed pudding, Sarge. She makes great distressed pudding, our mum.
The best, thought Vimes, staring into the middle distance. Oh, gods. The very best. No one has ever done it better. That'd be very kind of her, he managed.
Sarge, said Sam after a while, why are we patrolling Morphic Street? It's not our beat.
I switched beats. I ought to see as much of the city as possible, said Vimes.
Not a lot to see in Morphic Street, Sarge.
Vimes looked at the shadows. Oh, I don't know, he said. It's amazing what you see, if you concentrate. He pulled Sam into a doorway. Just whisper, lad, he said. Now, look down there, at the house opposite. See that doorway, with the deeper shadow?
Yes, Sarge,
whispered Sam. Why is it such a deep shadow, do you think?
Dunno, Sarge.
'Cause someone in black is standing in it, that's why. So we're going to walk a little further, and then we'll just turn around and go back round the corner. We're heading back to the station like good boys, because our cocoa's getting cold, see?
Right, Sarge.
They ambled back around the corner, and Vimes let them walk sufficiently far up the street that the footsteps died away naturally. Okay, this is far enough, he said. Give Sam his due, Vimes thought. He knew how to stand still. He'd have to teach him how to unfocus himself too, so that you could very nearly fade out of sight on a cloudy day. Had Keel taught him that? After a certain age, memory was indeed an untrustworthy thing. The city's clocks chimed the 3/4 hour. What time's curfew? Vimes whispered.
9 o'clock, Sarge.
Must be nearly that now, said Vimes.
No, it's only just got 9:15, Sarge.
Well, it's going to take me a few minutes to get back. I want you to sneak back after me and wait at the corner. When it starts, you come running and banging that bell of yours.
When what starts, Sarge? Sarge!
But Vimes was walking noiselessly down the road. He made a note to tip Snouty $1. These boots were like foot gloves. Torches spluttered on the junction, destroying the night vision of anyone who looked in that direction. Vimes padded around its dark penumbra and sidled along the buildings on the far wall until he was level with the door. Then he swung around the frame and shouted, "You're nicked, chum!" said the shadow. And that's offensive language, sir, such as I would not wish my young Lance Constable to hear. Behind him he heard Lance Constable Vimes advancing at a run, ringing his bell madly and shouting,
9 o'clock, and all's not well at all!
And there were other sounds, too. The ones Vimes had been half listening for, of doors slamming and distant footsteps hurrying away. "You bloody fool," said the struggling figure in black. "What the hell are you playing at?" He pushed at Vimes, who nevertheless tightened his grip. "That, sir, is an assault upon a watch officer," said Vimes. "I'm a watch officer too, you damn flatfoot, from Cable Street." "Where's your uniform?" "We don't wear uniforms." "Where's your badge?" "And we don't carry badges." "Hard to see why I shouldn't think you was a common thief then, sir." "You was casing that house over there," said Vimes, happy in the role of big, thick, but horribly unshakable copper. "We seen you." "There was going to be a meeting of dangerous anarchists." "What kind of religion is that, sir?" Vimes patted the man's belt. "Oh dear. What have we here?" "A very nasty dagger. See this, Lance Constable Vimes? A weapon. No doubt about it. That's against the law. Carried after dark, which is even more against the law. And it's a concealed weapon." "What do you mean? Concealed?" screamed the twisting prisoner. "It was in a bloody sheath." "Bloody, eh? Used it already, have you, sir?" said Vimes. He thrust a hand into a pocket of the man's black coat. "And what's this? A little black velvet roll with, I do believe, a complete set of lockpicks. That's going equipped for burglary, that is." "They're not mine, and you know it," the man snarled. "Are you sure, sir?" said Vimes. "Yes, because I keep mine in my inside pocket, you bastard." "That's using language liable to cause a breach of the peace," said Vimes. "You idiots have scared everyone away. Who's going to be offended?" "Well, I might be. I'm sure you don't want that, sir." "You're that stupid sergeant we've been told about, aren't you?" growled the man. "Too thick to see what's going on, right? Well, this is where you find out, mister." He twisted out of Vimes's grip, and there were a couple of sliding metallic noises in the gloom. Wrist knives, thought Vimes. Even assassins think they're an idiot's weapon. He took a couple of steps back as the man danced towards him, both knives waving. "Can't think of a dumb answer to this one, eh? Brown job?" To his horror, Vimes saw, behind the man, the shape of Sam, raising his bell very slowly. "Don't hit him!" he shouted, and then lashed out with his boot as the man's head turned. "If you're going to fight, fight!" he said, as the man toppled forward. "If you're going to talk, talk. Don't try to talk and fight. And right now I caution you to do neither." "I could have got him easily, Sarge," Sam complained, as Vimes fished out his handcuffs and knelt down. "I could have blown him out like a light." "Head injuries can be fatal, Lance Constable. We serve the public trust." "But you kicked him in the private, Sarge." "Because I don't want you to be a target," thought Vimes as he tightened the cuffs. "That means you don't belt one of them over the head. You stay as the dim sidekick in the background. That way you survive. And that way, maybe I do too." "You don't have to fight the way the other bloke wants you to fight," he said, hefting the man onto his shoulders. "Give me a hand here. Up we go. Okay, I've got him. You lead the way." "Back to the watch house," said Sam. "You're arresting an unmentionable?" "Yes. I just hope we'll meet some of our lads on the way. Let this be a lesson, lad. There aren't any rules, not when there's knives out. You take him down quietly if possible, without hurting him much if possible, but you take him down. He comes at you with a knife, you bring your stick down on his arm. He comes at you with his hands, you use your knee or your boot or your helmet. Your job is to keep the peace. You make it peaceful as quickly as you can.
Yes, sir. But there's going to be trouble, Sarge.
Straightforward arrest. Even coppers have to obey the law. What there is of it.
Yes, Sarge, but, there's going to be trouble right now, Sarge.
They'd neared the end of the street, and there was a group of figures there. They looked like men with a purpose. There was something about the stance, the way they were standing in the road, and of course the occasional glint of light on a weapon also gave a hint. There was a snapping of little doors as dark lanterns were opened. Of course he wouldn't have been alone. Vimes scolded himself. His job was just to watch until they'd all gone in, and then he'd just schlep away to call in the heavy gang. There must be a dozen of them. We're going to get cheesed.
Like creamed, but it goes on for a lot longer.
What'll we do, Sarge? Whispered Sam. Ring your bell.
But they've spotted us.
Ring the damn bell, will you? And keep walking. And don't stop ringing. The unmentionables spread out now, and as Vimes trudged towards them, he saw several figures at each end of the line slip around behind him. That's how it'd go. They'd be like the muggers up in Scoon Avenue, talking nice and friendly, while their eyes said, "Hey, you know our mates are right behind you, and we know you know, and it's fun watching you trying to pretend that this is just a civilized conversation when you know that any minute you're going to get it right in the kidneys. We feel your pain, and we like it." He stopped walking. It was that or walk into someone. And all along the street, doors and windows were opening, as the clanging of the bell roused the neighbourhood. "Evening," he said. "Evening, Your Grace," said a voice out of history. "Nice to see an old friend, eh?" Vimes groaned. The worst that could happen had happened. Carcer. "That's Sergeant Carcer to you, thank you. Funny how things work out, eh? Turns out I'm prime copper material." They gave me a new suit and a sword, and $25 a month, just like that. "Lads, this is the man I told you about." "Why'd you call him Your Grace, Sarge?" said one of the shadowy men. Carcer's eyes never left Vimes's face. "It's a joke. Where we come from, everyone used to call him Duke," he said. Vimes saw him slip a hand into a pocket. It came out holding something that had a brassy glint. "It was a sort of nickname, eh, Duke? Stop the kid ringing the damn bell, will you?" "Knock it off, Lance Constable," Vimes muttered. The noise had worked anyway. This little tableau had a silent audience now. Not that an audience would make any difference to Carcer. He'd cheerfully stab you to death in the centre of a crowded arena, and then look around and say, "Who, me?" But the men behind him were edgy, like cockroaches, wondering when the light was going to go on. "Don't you worry, Duke," Carcer said, sliding his fingers into the brass knuckles. "I've told the boys about you and me. How we go back a long way and all that." "Yeah?" said Vimes. It wasn't prize-winning repartee, but Carcer obviously wanted to talk. "And how did you get made a sergeant, Carcer?" "I heard they were looking for coppers with fresh ideas," said Carcer. "And that nice Captain Swing himself talked to me, and he said he was in no doubt I was an honest man who had been unlucky. Measured me up, he did, with his calipers and his rules and geometry. And he said it proved I was not a criminal type. It was all the fault of my environment, he said.
What, you mean all those dead bodies everywhere you went? Said Vimes.
Nice one, Duke. And you had fresh ideas, did you? Well, he liked one of them, said Carcer, narrowing his eyes. Turns out he didn't know the ginger beer trick.
The ginger beer trick? Well, that just about put the tin lid on it. Torturers down the ages hadn't found the ginger beer trick, and Carcer had handed it over to a patent maniac like Captain Swing.
The ginger beer trick, said Vimes. Well done, Carcer. You're just what Swing's been looking for. The complete bastard. Carcer grinned, as if he'd been awarded a small prize. Yeah, I already told him how you got a down on me for stealing a loaf of bread. Come on, Carcer, said Vimes. That's not you. You never pinched a loaf of bread in your life. Murdering the baker and stealing the bakery, that'd be your style. He's a coward, eh? Said Carcer, winking at his men and nodding towards Vimes. Then, in one movement, he spun around and punched the man beside him in the stomach. You don't call me Sarge, he hissed. It's Sergeant. Understand? On the floor, the man groaned. I'll take that as a yes, then, said Carcer, slipping the brass knuckles back into his pocket. Now the thing is, Duke, what you have there is one of my men. So how about you hand him over and we'll say no more about it?
What's happening, Sarge? The voice was coming from some way behind Vimes. He turned. It was Wiglet and Scuts. They looked like men who'd been running but were now trying to affect a nonchalant swagger. It was getting less nonchalant and considerably less swaggery as they eyed up the unmentionables. The frantically ringing bell. That's what they'd always used. All the coppers who heard it would converge on it because an officer was in trouble. Of course, they wouldn't necessarily help him get out of trouble. Not if the odds were right. This was the old night watch after all. But at least they could fish him out of the river or cut him down and see he got a decent burial. There was a rumble from further up the street, and the rattling bulk of the hurry-up turned the corner, with Fred Colon at the reins and Constable Waddy hanging on behind. Vimes heard the shouts. "What's up, Bill?" "It's Keel and Vimesy," Wiglet called back. "Hurry up!" Vimes tried to avoid Carcer's eyes, tried to appear as if nothing had happened, tried to pretend that the world had not suddenly cracked open and let in the cold winds of infinity. But Carcer was smart. He glanced at Vimes, looked at Sam. "Vimesy," he said. "Your name's Sam Vimes, mister." "I ain't saying anything," said Lance Constable Vimes stoutly. Well, said Carcer happily. "Now here's a nice how'd you do, eh? Something for a chap to think about, no mistake." There was a creak as the hurry-up wagon rolled to a stop. Carcer glanced up at the round, pale face of Corporal Colon. "You just go about your business, Corporal," said Carcer. "You just leave, now." Colon swallowed. Vimes could see his Adam's apple bob as it tried to hide. We heard the ringing," he said. "Just a bit of high spirits," said Carcer. "Nothing that need worry you. We're all coppers here, right? I wouldn't like there to be any trouble. There's just been a bit of a misunderstanding, that's all. Sergeant Keel here was just going to hand over my friend there. Right, Sergeant? No hard feelings, eh? You just happened to blunder into a little operation of ours. Best not to talk about it. You just hand him over. We'll call it quits." Every head turned to Vimes.
The sensible thing would be to hand the man over. He knew it. And then, probably, Carcer would go away. And he didn't want that man any closer to young Sam than he could help. But Carcer would come back. Oh yes, things like Carcer always came back, especially when they thought they'd found a weakness. That wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that Vimes had changed things. There had been the Morphic Street conspiracy. The unmentionables had raided it. Several people had died, but some had got away. And then there had been a few days of horrible confusion, and then it ended when... But young Sam Vimes hadn't been anywhere near Morphic Street that night. Keel had been teaching him to shake hands with doorknobs over on the other side of the shades. But you wanted to be clever, Duke. You wanted to put a spoke in the wheel and smack a few heads, didn't you? And now Carcer's in it as well. And you're out of the history books and travelling without a map. Carcer was still grinning his cheerful grin. Here and now, more than anything else, Vimes wanted to see the end of that grin. "Well, I'd like to oblige, Sarge," he said. "I really would. But I've pinched him now, so I've got to take him back to Meinik and do the paperwork. He might well be able to help us with our inquiries into a number of unsolved crimes." "Such as?" said Carcer. "Dunno," said Vimes. "Depends on what we've got. We'll take him down to the cells, give him a cup of tea, chat to him about this and that. You know how it is. A man can get quite chatty after a cup of tea, or carbonated beverage of his choice, of course." There was a snigger from among the members of the Night Watch, although Vimes hoped none of them knew what the last sentence meant. Carcer's smile dissolved. "I said he's one of my men, on official business, and I am a sergeant," he said. "And I am a sergeant at arms, and I said we'll hand him over to you at the nick, Sergeant Carcer. Officially." Carcer nodded towards the Lance Constable, so imperceptibly that only Vimes saw it, and he lowered his voice. "But suddenly, I've got all the aces, Duke," he said. "But suddenly I'm not playing cards, Carcer. No, we could have a Barney right here and now. And you know, I'm not sure which way to go. But I'm sure as hell that you wouldn't be a sergeant tomorrow. And if you think you've got all the aces, you can afford to raise the stakes." Carcer stared at him for a moment. Then he winked and half turned away. "I told you he's a caution, eh?" he said to the multitude. He gave Vimes a conspiratorial dig in the ribs. "Always trying it on. OK, Sergeant, at arms. We'll do it your way. Got to give you brown jobs something to do, eh? I'll send a couple of the lads down for him in an hour or so." "That's right. Give me time to sweat on whether I'll pop into non-existence if you cut the lad's throat," Vimes thought. "Trouble is, I am sweating." He straightened up and beckoned to the hurry-up wagon. "Me and my lads will all take him back," he said. "Time for our cocoa break, see? Give me a hand up with him, Waddy. Got any other passengers, Fred?"
Just a drunk, Sarge. Been spewing everywhere."
"OK, we'll put the prisoner in the back, and we'll all hang on to the outside." Vimes nodded at Carcer. "I'm sure we'll meet again soon, Sergeant." "Yeah," said Carcer. And there was that impish grin again. "And you be sure to look after yourself. Do you hear?" Vimes leapt onto the side of the wagon as it rattled past, and didn't even look back. That was one thing about Carcer, at least. He wouldn't shoot you in the back if he thought there was a reasonable chance, pretty soon, of cutting your throat. After a while, Constable Wiglet, hanging on beside him as the wagon rocked, said,
"What happened back there, Sarge? You know that bloke?"
"Yes. He's killed 2 coppers. One that tried to arrest him, and one who was off duty and eating a pie. Killed other people too."
"But he's a copper." "Swing gave him a job, Wiglet."
Suddenly the rattle of the wheels sounded much louder. All the other watchmen were listening very intently. "You been in the watch long, Constable?" said Vimes.
2 years, Sarge," said Wiglet. "Used to be a fruit porter down the market. But I got a bad back and a bad chest, what with all the cold mornings." "I never heard about coppers being killed," said Lance Constable Vimes.
"He wasn't here, kid. He was a long way away."
"You were there?"
"They were coppers I knew, yes." Again the mood on the cart changed. There was no obvious sound from the watchman, but over the wagon hung the word, "Aha!"
"So you came here to track him down?" said Wiglet.
"Something like that."
"We heard you came from Pseudopolis, Sarge," said Sam.
"I've come from a lot of places."
"Wow," said Sam. "He killed a copper who was eating a pie?"
said Fred Colon from the box. "Yep."
"What a bastard! What kind of pie was it?"
"Witnesses didn't say." Vimes lied. This was old Ankh-Morpork. The dwarfs here right now were a tiny minority who kept their heads down. Well, further down than usual. There certainly were no all-night rat pie shops. Wiglet had something on his mind.
"They're going to come for that bloke you picked up," he said.
"Want the rest of the night off, Constable?" said Vimes. There was some nervous laughter from the rest of the crew. Poor devils, thought Vimes. You joined up because the wages were good and there was no heavy lifting. And suddenly, it's going to be difficult.
"What are you going to charge our man with, Sarge?" said Sam.
"Attempted assault on a copper. You saw the knives."
"You did kick him, though."
"Right. I forgot. We'll do him for resisting arrest, too." There was some more laughter. We who think we are about to die will laugh at anything. What a bunch. I know you well, gentlemen. You're in it for the quiet life and the pension. You don't worry too much in case the danger is still around when you get there. And the most you ever expected to face was an obstreperous drunk or a particularly difficult cow. Most of you aren't even coppers. Not in your head. In the sea of adventure, you're bottom feeders. And now it's war, and you're in the middle. Not on either side. You're the stupid little band of brown jobs. You're beneath contempt. But believe me, boys, you'll rise. For a minute or two, after Morphic Street went quiet, nothing moved and nothing happened. Then a coach came around the corner. It was a particularly fine one, drawn by 2 horses. Its lamps were torches, and as the coach bounced on the cobbles, the zigzagging flames seemed to trail for a moment in the air, and appeared to have a smoky quality. Insofar as they revealed anything, these suggested that the coach had been done up in purple livery. It also seemed to be rather heavy on its wheels. It pulled to a halt at the next doorway, down from the one where Vimes had performed his arrest. Vimes, who thought he knew a lot about being a shadow, would have been surprised to see 2 dark figures step out of the doorway's darkness into the light of the torch. The coach door swung open.
"Strange news, kind lady,"
said one of the shadows. Very strange news, dearie, said the other shadow. They climbed up into the coach, which sped off. Vimes was impressed at the way the men reacted back at the watch-house, despite the lack of any command from him. Wiglet and Scuts jumped down as soon as the wagon was in the yard and dragged the gates across. Inside, Colon and Waddy pulled the shutters across the windows. Waddy went into the armoury and came out with an armful of crossbows. It was all done with speed and, for the men concerned, precision. Vimes nudged his younger self. "Make the cocoa, will you, kid?" he said. "I don't want to miss the show." He sat down at his desk and put his feet up as Colon locked the door and Waddy pulled the bar across. This is happening, he thought. But it didn't happen before. Not exactly like this. This time the Morphic Street mob did a runner. They weren't ambushed in their meeting. There wasn't a fight. The sight of all those coppers must have scared them rigid. They weren't much anyway. Just sloganeers and skivers and Me Tooists. The people who crowd behind the posts slob who's the spokesman shouting, "Yeah, right," and leg it up an alley when the law gets rough. But some had died in the ambush, and some fought back, and one thing led, as always, to another. Except this time there was no ambush, because some thick sergeant made too much noise. 2 different presents. One past, one future. I don't know what's going to happen next. However, got a damn good idea. "Well done, lads," he said, standing up. "You finish trapping us inside, and I'll go and tell the old man what's happening." He heard the puzzled muttering behind him as he climbed the stairs. Captain Tilden was sitting at his desk, staring at the wall. Vimes coughed loudly and saluted. "Had a bit of—" he began, and Tilden turned his ashen face to him. He looked as though he'd seen a ghost, and it had been in the mirror. "You've heard the news too?" "Sir?" "The riot up at Dolly's sister's," said Tilden. "It was only a couple of hours ago." "I'm too close," Vimes thought, as the words sank in. All those things were just names. It all seemed to happen at once. Dolly's sisters, yeah. They were a right mob of hotheads up there. "The lieutenants of the day watch called in one of the regiments," said Tilden. "Which he was duly authorised to do, of course." "Which one?" said Vimes, for the look of the thing. The name was in the history books after all. "Lord Venturi's Medium Dragoons, Sergeant. My old regiment." "That's right," thought Vimes. "And cavalry are highly trained at civilian crowd control. Everyone knows that." "And there were some accidental deaths." Vimes felt sorry for the man. In truth, it was never proved that anyone was given an order to ride people down. But did it matter? Horses pushing, and people unable to get away because of the press of people behind them? It was too easy for small children to lose grip of a hand. "But in fairness, missiles were thrown at the officers, and one soldier was badly injured," said Tilden, as if reading the words off a card. "That's all right, then," Vimes thought. "What kind of missiles, sir?" "Fruit, I gather, although there may have been some stones as well." Vimes realised that Tilden's hand was shaking. "The riot was over the price of bread, I understand." "No, the protest was over the price of bread," said Vimes's inner voice. "The riot was what happens when you have panicking people trapped between idiots on horseback and other idiots shouting, "Yeah, right," and trying to push forward, and the whole thing in the charge of a fool advised by a maniac with a steel rule.
The feeling of the palace, said Tilden slowly, is that revolutionary elements may attack the watchhouses.
Really, sir? Why?
It's the sort of thing they do, said Tilden.
As a matter of fact, sir, the men are putting up shutters and—
Do whatever you feel necessary, Sergeant, said Tilden, waving a hand with a scrawled letter in it. We are told we must be mindful of the curfew regulations. That has been underlined.
Vimes paused before answering. He'd bitten back the first answer. He contented himself with, "Very well, sir," and left. The man wasn't a bad man, he knew. He must have been badly affected by the news to give such a stupid, dangerous order. Do what you feel necessary. Give an order like that to a man who's liable to panic when he sees a bunch of people waving their fists. And you've got the Dolly Sisters massacre. He walked back down the stairs. The squad were standing around him looking nervous. "Prisoner in the cells," said Vimes. Corporal Colon nodded.
Yes, sir, Sarge. Snouty says that up at Dolly Sisters.
I know. Now, here's what I feel is necessary. Take the shutters down, unbar the door, leave it open, and light all the lamps. Why isn't the blue lamp over the door lit?
Dunno, Sarge, but what if—
Get it lit, Corporal. And then you and Waddy go and stand guard outside, where you can be seen. You're friendly-looking local lads. Take your bells, but, and I want to make this very clear, no swords, right?
No swords?
Colon burst out.
But what if a bloody great mob comes round the corner and I'm not armed?
Vimes reached him in 2 swift strides and stood nose to nose. And if you have got a sword, what will you do, eh? Against a bloody great mob? What do you want them to see? Now what I want them to see is Fatty Colon. Decent lad, not too bright. I knew his dad. And there's old Waddy. He drinks in my pub. 'Cause if they just see a couple of men in uniform, with swords, you'll be in trouble. And if you draw those swords, you'll be in real trouble. And if by any chance, Corporal, you draw swords tonight without my order and survive, then you'll wish you hadn't done either, because you'll have to face me. See? And then you'll know what trouble is. 'Cause everything up until then will look like a bleeding day at the sodding seaside, understand? Fred Colon goggled at him. There was no other word for it. Don't let my sugary sweet tones lead you to believe that I'm not damn well giving you orders, said Vimes, turning away. Vimes?
Yes, Sarge,
said young Sam. Have we got a saw in this place? Snouty stepped forward.
I've got a toolbox, Sarge.
Nails too?
Yes, sir.
Right, rip the door off my locker and hammer a lot of nails through it, will you? Then lay it down on the upstairs landing, points up. I'll take the saw, 'cause I'm going to the privy. After the silence that followed, Corporal Colon obviously felt he had to make a contribution. He cleared his throat and said,
if you've got a problem in that area, Sarge, Mrs. Colon's got a wonderful medicine she—
I won't be long, said Vimes. In fact, he was 4 minutes. All done, he said, returning to the sound of hammering from the locker room. Come with me, Lance Constable. Time for a lesson in interrogation. Oh, and bring the toolbox.
Fred and Waddy don't like being outside,
said Sam, as they went down the stone steps.
They say, what if that bunch of unmentionables turn up?
They needn't worry. Our friends at Cable Street are not front door kind of people. He pushed open the door to the cells. The prisoner stood up and grabbed the bars. OK, they've come. Now, you let me out, he said. Come on, and I'll put a good word in for you. No one's come for you, sir, said Vimes. He'd locked the main door behind him, and then unlocked the cell. It's probably a busy time for them, he added. Been a bit of a riot over in Dolly Sisters. A few deaths. Might be a while before they get around to you. The man eyed the toolbox that the Lance Constable was holding. It was only a flicker, but Vimes saw the moment of uncertainty. I get it, said the prisoner. Good cop, bad cop. If you like, said Vimes. But we're a bit short-stuffed. So if I give you a cigarette, would you mind kicking yourself in the teeth? Look, this is a game, right? Said the prisoner. You know, I'm one of the particulars, and you're new in town and want to impress us. Well, you have. Big laugh all round, ha ha ha. Anyway, I was only on stakeout. Yes, but that's not how it works, is it? Said Vimes. Now we've got you. We can decide what you're guilty of. You know how it's done. Fancy a ginger beer? The man's face froze. You know, said Vimes, it turns out that after the riot this evening, we've been warned to expect revolutionary attacks on the watchhouses. Now, personally, I wouldn't expect that. What I'd expect is a bunch of ordinary people turning up. You know, because they've heard what happened. But, and you can call me Mr. Suspicious if you like, I've got a feeling that there will be something a bit worse. You see, apparently we've got to be mindful of the curfew regulations. What that means, I suppose, is that if we get people coming to complain about unarmed citizens being attacked by soldiers, which personally I would consider to be assault with a deadly weapon, we've got to arrest them. I find that rather... There was a commotion from above. Vimes nodded to young Sam, who disappeared up the stairs. Now that my impressionable assistant has gone, said Vimes quietly, I'll add, if any of my men get hurt tonight, then I'll see to it, for the rest of your life, you scream at the sight of a bottle. I haven't done anything to you. You don't even know me. Yes, like I said, we're doing it your way, said Vimes. Sam reappeared in a hurry. Someone's fallen in the privy, he announced. They were climbing on the roof and it had been sawn through and gave way. It must be one of those revolutionary elements, said Vimes, watching the prisoner's face. We've been warned about them. He says he's from Cable Street, Sarge. That's just the kind of thing I'd say if I was a revolutionary element, said Vimes. All right, let's take a look at him. Upstairs, the front door was still open. There were a few people outside, just visible in the lamplight. There was also Sergeant Knock inside, and he was not happy. Who said we open up like this? He was saying. It looks nasty out on those streets, very dangerous. I said we stay open, said Vimes, coming up the stairs. Is there a problem, Sergeant? Well, look, Sarge, I heard on the way over they're throwing stones at the Dimwell Street house, said Knock, deflating. There's people in the streets, mobs. I hate to think what's happening downtown. So? We're coppers. We should be getting prepared. What? To bar the doors and listen to the stones rattle off the roof? Said Vimes. Or maybe we should go out and arrest everyone. Any volunteers? No. I'll tell you what, Sergeant, if you want to do some coppering, you can go and arrest the man in the privy. Do him for breaking and entering. There was a scream from upstairs. Vimes glanced up. And I reckon, if you go up onto the attic landing, you'll find there's a man who dropped through the skylight right onto a door full of nails that was accidentally left there, he went on. He looked at Knock's puzzled face. It's the Cable Street boys, Sergeant, he said. They thought they could come across the roofs and scare the dumb brown jobs. Chuck 'em both in the cells.
You're arresting unmentionables?
No uniform, no badge, carrying weapons. Let's have a bit of law around here, shall we? Said Vimes. Snouty, where's that cocoa?
We'll get into trouble.
Nock shouted. Vimes let Nock wait until he'd lit a cigar. We're in trouble anyway, Winsborough, he said, shaking out the match. It's just a case of deciding what kind we want. Thanks, Snouty. He took the mug of cocoa from the jailer and nodded at Sam. Let's take a stroll outside, he said. He was aware of the sudden silence in the room, except for the whimpering coming from upstairs and the distant yelling from the privy. What are you all standing around for, gentlemen? He said. Want to ring your bells? Anyone fancy shouting out that all's well? With those words hanging in the room, all big and pink, Vimes stepped out into the evening air. There were people hanging around out there, in little groups of 3 or 4, talking among themselves, and occasionally turning to look at the watch-house. Vimes sat down on the steps and took a sip of his cocoa. He might as well have dropped his breeches. The groups opened up, became an audience. No man drinking a non-alcoholic chocolate beverage had ever been the centre of so much attention. He'd been right. A closed door is an incitement to bravery. A man drinking from a mug under a light and apparently enjoying the cool night air is an incitement to pause. We're breaking curfew, you know, said a young man with a quick dart forward, dart back movement. Is that right? Said Vimes. Are you going to arrest us, then? Not me, said Vimes cheerfully. I'm on my break. Yeah? Said the man. He pointed to Colon and Waddy. They on their break, too. They are now. Vimes half-turned. Bruise up, lads. Off you go. No need to run. There's enough for everyone. And come back out when you've got it. When the sound of pounding boots had died away, Vimes turned back and smiled at the group again. So when you come off your break, said the man. Vimes paid him some extra attention. The stance was a giveaway. He was ready to fight, even though he didn't look like a fighter. If this were a barroom, the bartender would be taking the more expensive bottles off the shelf, because amateurs like that tended to spread the glass around. Ah, yes, and now he could see why the words barroom had occurred to him. There was a bottle sticking out of the man's pocket. He'd been drinking his defiance. Oh, around Thursday, I reckon, said Vimes, eyeing the bottle. There was laughter from somewhere in the growing crowd. Why Thursday? Said the drinker. Got my day off on Thursday. There were a few more laughs this time. When the tension is drawing out, it doesn't take much to snap it. I demand you arrest me, said the drinker. Come on, try it. You're not drunk enough, said Vimes. I should go home and sleep it off if I was you. The man grasped the neck of the bottle. Here it comes, thought Vimes. By the look of him, the man had 1 chance in 5. Fortunately, the crowd wasn't too big yet. What you didn't need at a time like this was people at the back, craning to see and asking what was going on. And the lit-up watchhouse was fully illuminating the lit-up man. Friend, if you take my advice, you'll not consider that, said Vimes. He took another sip of his cocoa. It was only lukewarm now, but along with the cigar, it meant that both his hands were occupied. That was important. He wasn't holding a weapon. No one could say afterwards that he had a weapon. I'm no friend to you people, snapped the man, and smashed the bottle on the wall by the steps. The glass tinkled to the ground. Vimes watched the man's face, watched the expression change from drink-fueled anger to agonizing pain, watched the mouth open. The man swayed. Blood began to ooze from between his fingers, and a low, thin, animal sound escaped from beneath his teeth. That was the tableau under the light. Vimes sitting down with his hands full, the bleeding man several feet away. No fight. No one had touched anyone. He knew the way rumour worked, and he wanted this picture to fix itself in people's minds. There was even ash still on the cigar. He stayed very still for a few seconds, and then stood up, all concern. "Come on, why don't you help me, will you?" he said, tugging off his breastplate and the chain-mail shirt underneath it. He grabbed his shirt sleeve and tore off a long strip. A couple of men, jerked into action by the voice of command, steadied the man who was dripping blood. One of them reached for the hand. "Leave it," Vimes commanded, tightening the strip of sleeve around the man's unresisting wrist. "He's got a handful of broken glass. Lay him down as gently as you can before he falls over, but don't touch nothing till I've got this tourniquet on. Sam, go into the stable and pinch Marilyn's blanket for the boy. Anyone here know Dr. Lone? Speak up." Someone among the awed bystanders volunteered that they did, and was sent running for him. Vimes was aware of the circle watching him. A lot of the watchmen were peering around the doorway now. "Saw this happen once," he said aloud, and added mentally, "in 10 years' time. It was in a bar fight. Man grabbed a bottle, didn't know how to smash it, ended up with a handful of shards, and the other guy reached down and squeezed." There was a satisfying groan from the crowd. "Anyone know who this man is?" he added. "Come on, someone must." A voice in the crowd volunteered that the man could well be Joss Gappy, an apprentice shoemaker from New Cobblers. "Let's hope we can save his hand then," said Vimes. "I need a new pair of boots." It wasn't funny at all, but it got another of those laughs. The ones people laugh out of sheer frightened nervousness. Then the crowd parted as Lorne came through. "Ah," he said, leaning down by Gappy. "You know, I don't know why I own a bed. Trainee bottle fighter?" "Yes." "Looks like you've done the right things, but I need light and a table," said Lorne. "Can your men take him into the watch-house?" Vimes had hoped it wouldn't come to that. Oh well, you had to make the best of it. He pointed randomly at figures in the crowd. "You, and you, and you, and you, and you too, lady," he said. "You can help Fred and Waddy take this young man inside, okay? And you're to stop with him, and we'll leave the doors open, right? All you lot out here will know what's going on. We've got no secrets here. Everyone understand?" "Yeah, but you're a copper," a voice began. Vimes darted forward and hauled a frightened young man out of the crowd by his shirt. "Yes, I am," he said. "And see that lad over there? He's a copper too. His name's Sam Vimes. He lives in Cockbill Street with his mum. And that's Fred Colon. Just got married. Got a couple of rooms in Old Cobblers. And Exhibit C there is Waddy. Everyone round here knows Waddy. Billy Wiglet there. He was born in this street. Have I asked you your name?" "No," the man mumbled. "That's because I don't care who you are," said Vimes, letting the man go and looking round at the crowd. "Listen to me, all of you. My name's John Keel. No one gets taken into this watch-house without me knowing why.
You're all here as witnesses. Those of you I pointed out, you come on inside to see fair play all round. Do the rest of you want to hang around to see what happens to Gappy? Fine. I'll get Snouty to bring you out some cocoa, or you can go home. It's a cold night. You ought to be in your beds. I know I'd like to be in mine. And yes, we know about Dolly Sisters, and we don't like it any more than you do. And we've heard about Dimwell Street, and we don't like that either. And that's all I've got to say tonight. Now anyone who still wants to take a swing at a copper can step right up, if they want to. I've got my uniform off. We'll have a go here and now, fair and square, in front of everyone. Anyone?
Something brushed his shoulder and clattered on the watch-house steps. Then there was the sound of slipping tiles from a roof on the other side, and a man fell off the roof and into the pool of light. There were gasps from the crowd, and one or two short screams.
Looks like you got a volunteer,
said someone. There was the horrible nervous sniggering again. The crowd parted to let Vimes view the sudden arrival. The man was dead. If he hadn't been when he fell off the roof, he was after it hit the ground, because no neck normally looked like that. A crossbow had fallen down with him. Vimes remembered the draft across his shoulder and went back to the watch-house steps. It didn't take long to find the arrow, which had broken into several pieces. "Anyone know this man?" he said. The crowd, even those members of it who hadn't been able to get a good look at the fallen bowman, indicated definite ignorance. Vimes went through the man's pockets. Every single one was empty, which was all the evidence of identification he needed. "Looks like it's going to be a long night," he said, signalling Colon to take this body inside too.
"I've got to get on with my work, ladies and gentlemen. If anyone wants to stay, and frankly, I'll be obliged if you do, I'll send some lads out to build a fire. Thank you for your patience."
He picked up his mail and breastplate and went back inside. "What are they doing?" he said to Sam without turning round.
"Some of them are wandering off, but most of them are standing around, Sarge," said Sam,
peering around the door.
"Sarge, one of them shot at you."
"Really? Who says the man on the roof was one of them? That's an expensive bow. And he didn't have anything in his pockets. Nothing. Not so much as a used hanky."
"Very odd, Sarge,"
said Sam loyally. "Especially since I was expecting a piece of paper saying something like, 'I am definitely a member of a revolutionary cadre, trust me on this,'" said Vimes, looking carefully at the corpse.
"Yes, that'd tell us he was a revolutionary, all right,"
said Sam. Vimes sighed and stared at the wall a moment. Then he said, "Anyone notice anything about his bow?"
"It's the new Bolsover A7, said Fred Colon. "Not a bad bow, Sarge. Not an assassin's weapon, though."
"That's true," said Vimes, and twisted the dead man's head so they could see the tip of the little metal dart behind the ear. "But this is... Fred, you know everyone. Where can I get some ginger beer at this time of night?"
"Ginger beer, Sarge?"
"Yes, Fred."
"Why do—"
Colon began. "Don't ask, Fred. Just get half a dozen bottles. All right?" Vimes turned to the desk on which, surrounded by a fascinated crowd, Dr. Lorne was at work on the stricken Gappy. "How's it going?" said Vimes, pushing through.
"Slower than it'd go if people got out of the damn light,"
said Lorne, carefully moving his tweezers to a mug by Gappy's hand and dropping a bloody fragment of glass therein.
"I've seen worse on a Friday night. He'll keep the use of his fingers, if that's what you want to know.
He just won't be making any shoes for a while. Well done.
There was general crowd approval. Vimes looked around at the people and the coppers. There were one or two muted conversations going on. He heard phrases like, "bad business," and "they say that," above the general noise. He'd played the cards well enough. Most of the lads here lived within a street or two. It was one thing to have a go at faceless bastards in uniform, but quite another to throw stones at old Fred Colon, or old Waddy, or old Billy Wiglet, who you'd known since you were 2 years old, and played dead rat conkers with in the gutter. Lorne put the tweezers down and pinched the bridge of his nose.
"That's it," he said wearily. "A bit of stitching. He'll be fine."
"And there's some others I need you to take a look at," said Vimes.
"You know that comes as no surprise," said the doctor.
"One's got a lot of holes in his feet. One dropped through the privy roof and has got a twisted leg. And one's dead."
"I don't think I can do much about the dead one," said the doctor. "How do you know he's dead? I realise that I may regret asking that question."
"He's got a broken neck from falling off a roof, and I reckon he fell off because he got a steel crossbow bolt in his brain."
"Ah, that sounds like dead if you want my medical opinion. Did you do it?"
"No."
"Well, you're a busy man, Sergeant. You can't be everywhere." The doctor's face cracked into a grin when he saw Vimes go red, and he walked over to the corpse. "Yes, I'd say that life is definitely extinct," he said. "And—"
"I want you to write that down, please, on paper, with official-sounding words like contusion and abrasions. I want you to write that down, and I want you to write down what time you found he was dead, and then, if you don't mind, 2 lads will take you down to look at the other 2, and after you've treated them, thank you, I'd like you to sign another piece of paper saying you did, and I called you in. 2 copies of everything, please."
"All right. Dare I ask why?"
"I don't want anyone to say I did it."
"Why should anyone say that? You told me he fell off a roof."
"These are suspicious times, Doctor. Ah, here's Fred. Any luck?" Corporal Colon was carrying a box. He put it down on his desk with a grunt.
"Old Mrs. Arbiter didn't like being knocked up in the middle of the night," he announced. "I had to give her $1.
Vimes didn't dare look at Lorne's face. "Really?" he said, as innocently as possible. "And you got the ginger beer?"
6 pints of her best stuff," said Colon. "There's 3 pence back on the bottles, by the way. And,
He shuffled uneasily.
I heard they set fire to the watch house at Dolly Sisters, Sarge. It's very bad up at Nap Hill too, and the Chittling Street house got all its windows broke. And up at the Leesgate house, some of the lads went out to stop kids throwing stones, and one of them drew his sword, Sarge."
"And?"
"He'll probably live, Sarge."
Dr. Lorne looked about him, at the crowded office, where people were still talking. Snouty was going round with a tray of cocoa. Out in the street, some of the watchmen were standing around a makeshift fire with the remnant of the crowd.
"Well, I must say I'm impressed," he said. "Sounds like you're the only watch house not under siege tonight. And I don't want to know how you did it."
"Luck played a part," said Vimes. "And I've got 3 men who carry no personal identification whatsoever in the cells, and another anonymous would-be assassin who has been assassinated."
"Quite a problem," said Lorne. "Now, I just have to deal with simple mysteries like what the rash means."
"I intend to solve mine quite quickly," said Vimes. The assassin moved quietly from roof to roof until he was well away from the excitement around the watch-house. His movements could be called cat-like. except that he did not stop to spray urine up against things. Eventually, he reached one of the upper world's many hidden places, where several thickets of chimneys made a little sheltered space, invisible from the ground and from most of the surrounding roofscape. He didn't enter it immediately, but circled it for a while, moving with absolute silence from one vantage point to another. What would have intrigued a watcher, who knew the ways of Ankh-Morpork's guild of assassins, was how invisible this one was. When he moved, you saw movement. When he stopped, he wasn't there. Magic would have been suspected, and, in an oblique way, the watcher would have been right. 90% of most magic merely consists of knowing one extra fact. At last the figure appeared satisfied and dropped into the space. He picked up a bag from its nesting place, between the smoking pots, and there was some faint swishing and heavier breathing that suggested clothes were being changed. After a minute or so, he emerged from the hidden niche, and now, somehow, he was visible. Hard to see, yes. One shadow among others, but nevertheless there, in a way that he had not been before, when he'd been as visible as the breeze. He dropped lightly onto a lean-to roof, and thence to the ground, where he stepped into a handy shadow. Then there was a further transformation. It was done quite easily. The evil little crossbow was disassembled and slipped into the pockets of a clink-free velvet bag. The soft leather slippers were exchanged for a pair of heavier boots that had been stashed in the shadow, and the black hood was pushed back. He walked lightly around the corner and waited a few minutes. A coach came along, its torches trailing flame. It slowed briefly as its door opened and shut. The assassin settled back in his seat as the coach picked up speed again. There was a very faint lamp in the carriage. Its glow revealed a female figure relaxing in the shadows opposite. As the coach passed a torch, there was a suggestion of lilac silk.
"You've missed a bit,"
said the figure. It produced a lilac-coloured handkerchief and held it in front of the young man's face.
"Spit,"
came the command. Reluctantly, he did so. A hand wiped his cheek, and then held the cloth up to the light.
"Dark green," said the woman. "How strange. I understand, Havelock, that you scored 0 in your examination for stealthy movement."
May I ask how you found that out, madam?
"Oh, one hears things,"
Madam said lightly.
"One just has to hold money up to one's ear."
Well, it was true,
said the assassin.
"And why was this?"
The examiner thought I'd used trickery, madam.
"And did you?"
Of course. I thought that was the idea.
"And you never attended his